Good afternoon and good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to Hoopfest. I hope everybody is excited for this week. We've got a great week in store for you. Got lots of demonstrations on some great embroidery machines, and each day we're going to have basically 2 hours of education. We have 2 one-hour sessions of just education tips and tricks and techniques each day. And today we're going to have Carly Bell and Melinda Stevenson going to be doing our educational sessions today. So we're super excited to have them here. But man, we've got a lot in store for you. Got my sidekick Kyle's in here this morning with me.
Hi, everybody.
So y'all say hi to Kyle.
Welcome to Hoopfest.
Oh my gosh, we got a great week ahead, don't we, Kyle?
We do, yes. Lots of good education, lots of good products. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. And the thing is, we've got I know for sure one brand new machine we're going to talk about this week.
Yes.
So you'll get to see a brand new release this week of a machine, and we'll tell you when that happens. But it's going to be something that's pretty incredible.
So we have hopefully over 300 people here watching right now.
Got 300 people here.
Welcome.
So welcome in. I'm sure it's going to keep getting bigger and bigger as we sit here. But before we get too deep into the show, got to say a shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching today. Hey, we have Gloria Brett. She is in Weedsport, Kyle.
Weedsport.
And Gloria, tell me, is that New York? I think it's Weedsport, New York, if I'm not mistaken. So how do I know stuff like that? I don't know. Beverly Hale over in Georgia is watching. We got Diana in Virginia. We got Layla Farley in Idaho. Denise Swaggery. Is that how you say it? Swaggery? Swaggerty. Okay. Denise Swaggerty in Oklahoma. Kelly Thrasher over in Alabama. So good morning to everybody out there. I think it's still morning most places. Yeah. So we're good right now. So but we have a great lineup today. I tell you what, got to say a big shout out to our sponsors as well. We couldn't do these without our great sponsors, and you see them all there on the screen. We got Happy Embroidery is one of our platinum sponsors. Gold sponsors are Janome, Brother, SWF, and Husqvarna Viking. And then Pfaff, Baby Lock, and R&K. And then Creative Applique is a bronze sponsor. So great sponsors for the show. And we got some great education all week. And man, I tell you what, we have some of the best educators. I hope that y'all really appreciate how good all the people we have on all of our shows are. They are just, we go out there and basically shake the bushes down to try to find the best educators out there. And I think that we do that really well. I think that
it's tough finding 40 different educators.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, think about how I put these shows on. I mean, we have to go out and try to find all these different educators that know these machines, and we try to find the best ones too. And I'm telling you what, I hope y'all are blown away by these festivals that we do, because I'm amazed every time of the talent level of all these sewers and people we have on the show, because they're just so knowledgeable and they're just so good and detailed. And I tell you, if you can't learn something on these shows, I don't think you'll ever learn anything. And Debbie, I 100% agree that the educators are the best. They really are. I mean, I've been doing this for a long, long time. And I tell you, you think you've seen it all. You think oh man, that was the best educator I've ever seen. But it just seems like every year they just get better and better. And I'm always just kind of amazed and blown away by it. And it kind of makes you proud to be associated with it. Yeah. Because it's such a good group of people. And Bonnie says the festivals are wonderful. I agree, Bonnie. I think that they are. And this year I don't have a co-host, Kyle.
That's right. You're doing the whole thing.
I'm doing the whole thing. So y'all are stuck with me for the whole week, all day long. So I hope that's okay. I'll try not to talk too much. I'm going to try to make it all about the educators, and we'll do as many and as long a demos we can do each session. But Belinda says, I always learn something new.
Yep.
You know, and you know something too, Belinda, me not being like a sewer like y'all are. You know, I can sew, I can embroidery, I can quilt, I can do things, but I don't do it as a hobby, or I don't do it like y'all do. And I feel like I'm pretty knowledgeable about sewing stuff just from watching these shows. It's amazing how much you pick up on. And I'll tell you something that we do. You know, we pride ourselves at SMP for all of our employees, you know, being trained and well-knowledged and versed. And what's so funny about it, all the new people we hire, we make them watch the festivals. All the old festivals, we make them watch that. So they'll get to see all these different demonstrations on different machines. And it's so funny. Even like some of our warehouse guys, you wouldn't think a warehouse guy would know a lot about sewing, but you know, they know a lot about sewing. And like Roger does all of our email campaigns, and he comes over here and helps us film sometime. But Roger even knows a lot about sewing because he's watched so many festivals. And Kyle, I guess you're pretty knowledgeable, aren't you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I learn a lot from these. This is probably like my 15th, 20th one, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is our 5th. Is this our 5th year?
I think so.
I think this is our 5th year of doing festivals. And I don't even know how many shows we've got under our belt now, just from the regular Thursday shows. And then we do all the festivals, but I don't know. It's got to be in the hundreds, how many shows we've done. So you can't help but learn stuff on that. Nancy says, I never failed to learn so much. Well, you won't, Nancy. You won't fail to learn because all you have to do is watch. I tell you, it's pretty good. Sue says, this is my favorite festival. Well,
a lot of people love Hoopfest.
You know, I do too. I'm kind of always mixed. I really do like Quilt Fest because I think quilting is such a cool thing. But man, you gotta love embroidery. Yeah. You just gotta love embroidery. All the things that you can do, and
there's not a lot of embroidery festivals.
That's true.
Lot of quilt festivals.
There's a lot of quilt festivals nationwide and in person, but you don't really see any embroidery events much. So. Wanda says, I love Hoopfest. Well, thank you, Wanda. We sure do too. Hey, and while we're talking about, before we get started, we're going to be starting our first demonstration. We got Ann Hine from Janome going to be here this morning. We're going to talk all about that S9, Skyline S9. We're going to talk about this morning when we start out, but she doesn't come on until just about 8 more minutes at 8:30. But so while we have some time, I want to tell you a little bit about kind of how Hoopfest is going to work. And so, as y'all know, we're giving a $25,000 dream embroidery studio away to one lucky viewer. So any of y'all out there that's watching right now, you have a chance to win. And I want y'all to just look right there at the dream studio. There's absolutely so much product up there to see. It's kind of mind-blowing, all the different things. But you're getting all those machines. You're getting all the cabinets. You're getting the big multi-needle embroidery machine. You're getting software. Yep. So you're getting an incredible package. And so it's a $25,000 dream studio package. And what we're going to do every single day, at the end of the day, we're going to draw a finalist. So randomly, we're going to pull a name out, and you will be, so today you'll be the first finalist, whoever we draw out at the end of the day. And on Friday, live on air, we'll put all 5 names in a little bucket, and I'm going to pull the name out live on air who wins the Dream Studios. You'll get to see it, and it is such an awesome thing to do. But we're also have our contest going on. So right now we have an embroidery contest that we've been advertising, that you could do an embroidery project. Doesn't matter what kind of embroidery project it is. You could enter it in. We had all the rules, how you do it. And that is actually closed. The entries have closed, but voting has opened up today. So you can just go to smplive.tv, and there's a link there in there. Kyle, is that where the link's at?
Go to the events page.
Oh, the events page. Okay. So you'll just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page, it says events and classes. Click on that, and you'll go down and you'll see a thumbnail that says Hoopfest. Click on the Hoopfest, and it'll open up a page, and you can read about all the rules and everything there. But you can also find the gallery, and that's where all the projects are listed. And you can just go there, look at all the projects, and you can vote twice a day for your favorite ones. And so you get 2 votes a day, and basically it bases it on your IP address. So if you vote and your husband votes, there's your 2 votes. So each IP address gets 2 votes a day, and you can do that up until Thursday close of business.
Yes.
So Thursday close of business, the voting ends, and then we'll have all the votes tallied up, and we're giving some prizes for the People's Choice Award. Is whoever gets the most votes will win the People's Choice. And then you can share that on your Facebook page. You can do a lot of different things. And then we have professional judges who are going to judge the Judge's Choice, and we're given 3 places in the Judge's Choice. So People's Choice, first place in the Judges, they win that Golden Scissors Trophy along with ribbons. And then second, third place of the Judge's Choice are going to get ribbons to put on their prize and or on their project. And then we're giving a little prize package for our winners. So we'll have a little prize package for them. And then we're going to give some random stuff away, Kyle, throughout the week as well, just random stuff that anybody can win. But I know everybody's got their eye on that Dream Studio giveaway. And the 5 finalists on Friday, everybody will go home with something. You won't go home empty-handed. Naturally, the grand prize winner will win the Dream Studio giveaway, but the other 4 runner-ups are going to get a little prize package as well. So got a lot going on. All right, and I'm going to also tell y'all how it's going to work on the specials. So we have, you're going to see on the screen, it's going to say call-in special. And if it's a call-in special, that means I really can't tell you what the final price is on air. And the reason I can't do that is because the manufacturers, they put in policies, it's called MAP pricing, which is minimum advertised price. So that is the minimum price that we can advertise a product or even tell you what the price is on air. But if you call in on the phone, we can tell you what our Hoopfest specials are and all the different things we have. So when you see a call-in special, that means you're going to have to call our 800 number, and we'll be telling you that number. We're going to flash it on the screen, but we'll be telling you what that is. And if you want to write it down right now so you'll have it handy, you know, I always tell you, everybody, to always keep a pencil and some paper next to you so you can write notes and things down. But it's 800-401-8151 is the number you're going to call. And when you call that number, they can, you know, tell you what the prices are. We're going to have some financing specials on all kinds of different financing specials this week. And the machines kind of dictate which specials, because we've worked financing specials with the manufacturers. We've worked it with Synchrony. So we have a lot of different things going on with that. So to keep it straight, we're just going to tell you, if if there's financing, you have to call in to kind of get the best deal on the financing as well. And so we have a lot of options there. And so that's how that's going to work. Also, we have live chat agents. So if you're on our website and you're looking at a particular product that's on the show, if you want to ask questions about that product, a little chat window will pop up. And you can ask the live chat agents questions on the website, or you can just call the 800 number and ask questions. If you're on Facebook or YouTube, we have live chatters. Rhonda and Melinda are monitoring the chat today. So Rhonda, Melinda, y'all say hello so everybody can see y'all. And they are monitoring the Facebook and chat, the show. So if you have a question during the show, you can ask it on those chats there, and they can answer your questions there. So I think that's kind of how it all works, Kyle.
Yep,
I don't think I missed anything, did I?
Yep.
So anyway, we're just going to have some fun today. I tell you what, I'm looking forward to a great day. And so let me tell you all about Ann Hine, okay? Now, Ann, I don't know if she's been on our show many, many times. I tell you, we've worked with her a lot. But, you know, Ann's passion for sewing started when she was required a home economics class. And, you know, I think a lot of people, you know, took that in high school. And I think that really opens up a lot of passion for a lot of people. But, you know, sewing, creating unique clothes and crafting were her things. And even using her grandmother's treadle machine. I don't know if y'all ever remember that. I remember my great grandmother had one of those machines, and I just played on it. I remember pushing it, just seeing how fast I could make it sew. And but today you'll find Ann on the Artistic Digitizer Facebook page, sharing her extensive knowledge of embroidery, digitizing, and editing, and helping everyone troubleshoot their projects. And Ann is just a pleasure to work with, and I'm always happy and glad that when she comes on our shows. So y'all give a huge SMP welcome to Ann Hines. Hey, Ann.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well here. Yes.
Well, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much for being part of Hoopfest. And it's always a pleasure to have you on. And we're super excited for you to get going. So I'm going to let you get going on this demo. And then when you get finished up, I'm going to tell everybody how they can get there today and all the special things we have going.
Okay. Well, let's get started. I am here with our Skyline 9 or S9, and we've come from that treadle machine I used to use. This machine has Wi-Fi connectivity, so you can use your iPad or your computer and wirelessly send designs. We're going to do some alignment with our AccuSetter app. I'll show you that at the end. We're going to start on the sewing side because there's a lot going on with this machine. It's compact, so it's both your sewing and your embroidery, and that embroidery module is on the back, all folded up, and you can leave it back there, or you can take it off if you didn't want it back there, but I'm going to show you why you're going to want it on there. Underneath the lid here, we have 300 different decorative stitches that you can use. Plus, you have software called Stitch Composer where you can create your own decorative stitches if you can't find one up here, and I typically have to create one because I like doing that. And then as you come down, we have our favorite buttons. We have a speed button here that monitors your top speed of both your foot control or if you're using your start-stop button. A scissor button, presser foot lift. So this has auto presser foot lift, and it also has an extra high lift. So you can bring the machine up a little bit higher to get your projects under there. Of course, we have our needle up, down, the locking stitch, which we need, and a reverse button. And there's our start stop. Way over here, we do have a needle threader. So you have that all built in. And the stitch plate is a pop-off stitch plate. And I'll show you that a little bit later when we switch over to embroidery. It's very easy to get the plate off. All right. So I wanted to start over here on the screen of our machine. This is your command center, because from here you'll be able to switch between the sewing side of your machine to the embroidery side very easily. And we are on the sewing side right now. This, when you turn your machine on, it always comes up here to our utility stitches, and then you will come across the top finding different categories. So what I want to show you is one of the reasons I keep my embroidery arm on there is I like this accessory here. This is a cloth guide, and it goes right back here and attaches to your embroidery arm, and it's a seam guide, and you can electronically, there we go. You can electronically set that on the screen right here. And I'm going to bring it down to like a 3/8. There we go. And when I go to seam, I would just put my fabric under there, put my foot down. I'm going to use my start stop button here. Oh, got to say okay. There we go. Good reminders. And there we go. When I'm done, just push the start stop, my scissor button, and I'm all set. Then I can go back here to my adjust screen, and I can park my cloth guide right here. There's all little messages that go along the way that help you decide what you're doing, whether you want to leave it out there or park it. And besides this accessory, there's a plethora of other accessories. We're going to switch over here, and I'll talk about a few of these accessories. This machine is set up for embroidery couching, and that's very popular right now is the embroidery couching. You can run your threads and your yarns through here with the special feet. It also comes with 2 of our AccuFeed Flex feet here. These are your upper feed, so it will move your layers smoothly, both the top and the bottom, and they come with some extra feet on top of that. You have your buttonhole foot and a button sewing on foot, and then a plethora of other little things. Janome puts a lot of accessories in here. All your top accessories are in here. And then we get to our embroidery hoops. We have 3 different hoops. This is a 6.7 by 7.9. I'll hold it up slightly. There we go. Then we have our 5x5, and I have a little project in here I'm going to show a little bit later. And then we have a 1x3x3x4 on there. And as we continue, we have an extra large foot pedal. I'm using the start-stop button today instead of the foot pedal. A wonderful instruction book with the spiral. The cable for, if you didn't want to use Wi-Fi, you can send your designs over by cable or USB stick. A knee lift if you didn't want to use the pivot function. And of course, the cover for the machine. And below that is a little carry case for your embroidery unit when you take it off your machine. Okay, let's come back to the screen here. And I'm going to show you a few more things of navigating our screen. Across the top here, after you're in your utility, you can go to your decorative stitches. And these categories correspond to the ones that are at the top of our machine. And you can page through. And at the very end, these are your created stitches. Remember I talked about you could create your own stitches? So I've created a little stitch here. This is called, I call it X's and O's. And I use the Stitch Composer software, which comes in the AccuTools software where you can get a digital download. You look in your instruction book and there's a web page you can go to download that. So that all comes with your machine. I want to go back a little bit to another decorative stitch. And we're going to come in here. We also have some stitches that you can taper. Let me go back one more page in here so I can get to my favorite stitch that we're going to use. There we go, this one here. You can taper this, the top of it and the bottom of it right there. And then when I say okay, you can see on the screen, it's going to have a nice tight point there and a little bit less of a point there. And you can figure out how you make a line and you figure out how far apart you want these to be. I love that feature because you can use it to make frames for your quilting labels if you wanted to use that. And we also have built-in alphabet on the sewing side. This is a 9mm machine. So you have 91 needle positions. And yes, I said 91 needle positions. So you can find that perfect scant 1/4 inch should you need it. And you can use your cloth guide if you need that as well. Coming down on the very right-hand side, we have our home key. And in case you wanted to go back to one of those other categories, you pick those out there. This one here toggles between your sewing and your embroidery. We can open a file here if we were saving a stitch. And then this is our set mode. And I want to open this slightly because the set mode to me is really important. It's how I can set my machine up to work the way I want it to work. And there's settings that are just general in the machine, like the lighting or the color of the screen and things like that. And then when you get over to your sewing side, there's things here you can do. You can figure out how much bobbin thread you want left on there, if you want it to be in inches. There's other categories as you go along. This one here, because I like to go fast, I always change my speed to the fastest. It's set somewhere in the middle when you get your machine, but you can come in here so that your start-stop button works the fastest, and so does your foot pedal. Now on the sewing side, you can do 1,000 stitches per minute on this machine, and on your embroidery side, you can do 800 stitches. You can also change things under your embroidery side. So here we have how much bobbin thread we have left. So I want to leave a little bit in there, so I don't want to go totally without bobbin thread. And there's other things in here you can set as well. You can set what's called the resume mode for both your sewing side and your embroidery side. And what that means is if I turn my machine off and I come back the next day or an hour later and I turn my machine on, it will ask me, do I want to resume to the other stitch that I had, my first stitch? And sometimes I do, because you know those times you walk away and you forget the settings and all of that. So I do like the resume feature, both on our sewing and our embroidery side. And I'm going to cancel out of here. When we go back to our screen here, there's other tools to use with your decorative stitches. And I'm going to go back to our straight stitch over here. One of the things too, as I go across, you'll see the little t-shirt. This is our sewing applications, like the little sewing helper built into your machine. And there's some on the sewing side. We have some quilting ones down here for memorized piecing. And we have for free motion, you can choose here. And we also have some feet applications as well. These are your specialty feet, the optional ones that you may purchase. Say I wanted to use my beading foot today. So I can come in here and I can choose my narrow or my wide. And then it sets up down here my tension and all those things that I need. And I don't know if you can see on the screen, it's a little highlighted right here. And that's because earlier I changed a little the width of this stitch just slightly. And I saved it using my favorite stitch down here. So this is great. This is with every stitch in here. You can save a setting or settings, depending on how many are there, for each stitch. And this, to me, I have it on my high-end machine as well. I love this part because I can set it up the way I want. And every time I come back to this stitch, it's going to have my settings. So if we have 300 stitches up here and I can save each one again, that's like 600 different ways of stitching. So that's a very important part on there. So that is in our sewing applications. And you can see the different categories under the feet. And then we have the same thing under here. If I was going to do an over edge stitch, it shows me different fabrics that I might use. And then it tells me my foot and it shows my stitch right there. So easy for me to make any changes. Again, I have this one saved, setting here for my favorite stitch. Now let's say I'm done with my sewing side and I'm ready to go to that embroidery side. What I would do is take my cloth guide off, and then I can come over here, and there's a tab right here with your two sewing machines. One actually is a sewing machine and one is an embroidery. When you select there, it asks me if I want to go ahead to embroidery because my carriage arm is not open, which I could do, but I am going to open it because I just want to show you that it pops open on the back and sits right back here. And I'm going to say, okay. There we go. I'm going to let it finish its little cycle there as it gets in place. Then there's a few other things I would do before I pick my design and get started. One of those, I'm going to have to slide over here. Hope they don't block. I'm going to open up my accessory tray. Plus we have room in the front of this tray. But in here is my straight stitch plate. And I'm going to take that out. And I'm going to pop off this plate with the tab right here. There it goes. And I'm going to pull it over here. And then I'm going to switch to my straight stitch plate and just pop it down. How easy is that? So anytime I want to do something with straight stitches, whether it's on the embroidery side or the sewing side, I can easily pop off my plate and get it all ready there. The next thing I would do is take off my foot here. There we go. And I'm going to pop on my P foot, which is my embroidery foot. And I get it. Here we go. Once I get it on there, I will tighten it with the screwdriver. I'm not going to do that today because I'm not actually going to stitch, but I would tighten that just a little bit with the screwdriver so that it doesn't come loose while I'm stitching. Then I can come back over here to my command center and I can decide what I want to do today. So I'm just going to pick a design because I want to show you how quickly I can get to the embroidery side of things. So when you get over here into your embroidery side, when you choose here, you can look by things by category and page through. So there are 240 designs, I think, or 250 designs built into the machine. Plus, as I said, you can use your iPad to wirelessly send over designs from one of the free apps, or you can use a USB stick as well. There's 40 designs in here by Anna Marie Horner. And I'm just going to page back because I want to pick under here, under our flourish alphabet. And I'm going to just choose the A. And when I do that, it tells me to keep hands clear. And it tells me right here what hoop I need. So it's a nice little reminder that I need to put on my 5x5 by 5x5 hoop that's over there. And there's my design. There's a lot of information on the screen here, which is very helpful. Up here, it's giving you the hoop you're using, the size of your design. Down here is the speed of it. And you can change the speed right here on the slider. So if you put in a delicate thread, maybe like a metallic, and you want the machine to go slower, you could just slide it over like this, and you could go at a slower speed, and then it calculates how long it will take the design to stitch. It tells you how many colors are there. And then coming down here, we have a few tools, and I'm going to show you two of those because I think they're very important. The top one will show me just what's stitching at one time. So this is going to be the first thing that stitches. I'll page to the second thing. You can see the second part of that design. This is a great feature for those people who do in the hoop projects, like zipper pouches, applique, things like that. Right below that is our trace and baste function. This is really helpful. I can trace the area of my hoop where my design is, so I know I have it in the right placement. And then I can go over here and I can baste it down. We have different types of basting here. So I'd be able to baste my fabric in there. Sometimes when you're floating, you definitely want to secure that fabric a little more. So use the basting. And even when I've hooped my projects, I may put a topper in there and I want to make sure I baste that down as well. So that's a really handy feature that we have with our machine. And there's some other tools over here that are very helpful. Down here, it shows you how much of your design is stitched. And then you can use the plus and the minus to travel through your design stitch by stitch, and then it increases and goes a little bit faster the more you hold that down. It's going to show the different colors that are working here. And then if I needed to move ahead to a certain spot, it would go ahead and I can put in a stitch number and move up to that stitch number. So I want to show you a little project I have going. I'm doing a project at home where we had a bathroom redone, and I made a little monogram, special monogram for our spa-like bathroom. And I'm going to pull that up right now. I'm going to go to my folder, and I saved it in the machine itself. So I'll just page over, pick out my design. There it is. And it's a little monogram here. It's going to go on a little washcloth. And what I want to do is add some other lettering to it. So I'm going to take it to our edit screen. I'll go to my home, to my edit screen, and I'm going to move it up just slightly. And I want to go back and add some lettering. So easily I can navigate to my lettering. We have 16 different fonts in here, plus some normal and border sew designs that you can play with as well. I'm just going to use the Gothic that's at the top. You can change the size of your letters and whether you're going to do upper or lowercase. I'm going to stay with the small letters for right now and just type in my last name. Hopefully I'll spell it correctly. And then I'm just going to make a little thing at the end, say spa, because we're fancy at our house. Let's see, make that lowercase. There we go. And I'm just going to touch OK. And my letters are right there in the middle. I can use the little arrows here to bring them down. And maybe I want to put them right over here. Now I'm ready to send it to my ready to sew screen. I'm just going to touch OK. Tells me my hoop. And I'm ready to go. All I need to do is go get my project that's in the hoop on the side here. Now, I did notice when I looked over, I did hoop my washcloth the wrong way. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to stand up and go over this way, and hopefully the camera can follow along, because I'm going to show you how to use the AccuSetter app, which is one of our free apps. This is for perfect placement. And how AccuSetter works is I'm going to receive the design. Can I hold it here? Would that be, Anna, would that be a good spot? I'm going to receive the design from the machine, and it shows that it's received the design. And then I'm going to hold my iPad over my hoop, and I'll take a picture of my hoop so I can align it. There we go. And then these little dots that are here, I'm going to slide them into position so it will align my hoop, because I'm going to need to fix that design and put it right exactly where I want it in my hoop so that it stitches exactly where I want. I do want to put those letters right on the band. I know sometimes you shouldn't stitch on the band, but I'm going to break those rules today. That's what I want to do. I want to put it right there. So line these up. And sometimes you can just pop your finger on them and they go right into place like that. Sometimes they work that way. Sometimes they don't for me. There we go. Now, once I have it there, I'm going to go to next. There's my design. Let me hold my iPad this way. So there's my design. I can move it over this way a little bit. and it will not let me, if I go outside my bounds, it will not let me stitch this. And then I'm going to go to the next page. I could move it up and down here, and then I could rotate it as well. But I have a few more tools on this next page. I'm going to go to next, and then I'm going to open the toolbox, and you can move this around. You can use the toolbox, or you can touch your designs and you can rotate them. I can resize it if I want to also, and I'm just going to pick the Hein here, and I'm going to rotate it around, and I'm going to put Hein Spa right there. This has to be rotated because this is the direction of that washcloth, and then I'm going to move it over a little bit. It may need to be shrunk down just slightly to fit in here. Let's see if I can get it to, there we go, just to fit in my little spot. Once I have it where I want it, I'm going to send it back to my machine. So I'm going to come back here so you can see the screen of the machine. And you remember, this is my original piece for the screen. I'm just going to hit send. And now you can see it's turned it and I'm ready to go. So I didn't have to rehoop anything. If I had a more complicated thing to set up, I could move my design around to put it right in the right place. Okay, so I don't know if we've had any questions or not, because I have someone offsite answering the questions for me. So if there's any that haven't been answered, you can send them through. I think Tracy's handling that. And let me see what time it is. Oh, we have about a few more minutes here. One of the things that this machine can do also, it's enabled to do cut work. And if you have those cut work designs, there's some that you can download from the Janome Global site. You can use these cut work needles, and they will cut open the little spaces in here. So you have that for cut work. Remember, I mentioned a little bit about tapering. So these stitches here, I used that little stitch and did a tapering stitch across here on my little sample. And then, of course, these are some of my created stitches that I have over here. One other thing is, this is my little X and O, so I'm going to hold that up so you guys can see that. And that's what it looks like. I was able to bring this into my embroidery machine as well. So you can use it as a decorative stitch on your piping, or there's a software you can bring it into your machine as well and use it. Okay, so I think I'm going to go back to Blaine to see if he has any questions for me, or if there's any other things I can answer about the machine. Maybe I forgot something, I'm not sure. It is the first one on Monday morning, so let's see where we're at.
Well, you are the first, and great job. Thank you so much for coming on, and I'm going to tell everybody how they can get one, okay?
All right, thank you.
All righty. All right, everybody, this was the Janome S9 Skyline. And again, right now with that SMP live pricing of $3,799 for this. But guess what? We have a call-in special, so you have to call in. We do have some financing available for this machine. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Now, if you have any questions out there about this Janome machine, we do have Melinda and Rhonda are on the Facebook and YouTube live chat. You can ask, or you can go to the website and you can just go to smplive.tv, and Kyle has that product right up there on the top of the page. When you get to that website, you click on it, it takes you to the product page on SewingMachinesPlus.com. And you can either ask the live chat agents on our website is questions as well, or you can just call in 800-401-8151. But either way, you need to call or get on the website, our website, and talk to live chat agents to get the call-in special today, and they can tell you about financing and all that. And naturally, we're going to ship this machine nationwide, absolutely free, and for you. But anyway, if you have any questions, give us a call. Get on the website or ask live chat agents on YouTube or Facebook, and we'll try to answer those questions for you. But a great special to kick the show off today. You need to get on there and give them a call. All right, next up, guys, we have Colleen Sweatman. Now, I got to tell you a little bit about what's going on with Brother today, and actually this whole week. Brother, all the educators are tied up this week in a new educational thing. I think Brother's got some new machines coming out. So they're all at a meeting in Memphis going over all the new machines and getting trained on that. So none of them could be here live. It just was a last minute thing. So they all did videotapes of their, so this week, all the brother educators, we're going to see video of them. But let me tell you a little bit about Colleen. She's been on our show many times. I've known Colleen for many years. Great educator. And in the mid 1990s, Colleen became fascinated with machine embroidery. It was the love at first sight. She loves every aspect of embroidery, from digitizing to seeing the designs stitched out on the finished item. Colleen started with the earliest version of embroidery software and enjoys the many new advanced features and ease of use that are available in software today. If an item can be embroidery, she's probably embroidered it. So anyway, let's watch the videotape of Colleen. And what machine is it, Kyle?
680W.
Yeah, so it is. It's the PR680W. This is the 6-needle multi-needle machine from Brother. And we got a great special on it today. So let's watch Colleen.
Recording in progress.
Hello, I'm Colleen, one of the brother educators, and I have the beautiful PR680W to show you today. And I thank you for joining us. I remember the very first time I saw a PR, it was a 600, not nearly as glamorous as this guy, but oh boy, were we fascinated with this. A friend and I were talking, and we both knew we needed one and wanted one right away. So one of the things that people talk about is logos, and logos are a very important way to, for all kinds of things. But what's nice about them is with a logo, you can keep track of a group really easily. And I'll show you some things that we've done to help keep track of a troop. And one of the things that we're actually going to do today is to help keep track of something. So we'll help you with that. So there's a grid on here for accurate placement. Most logos are 2 or 4 colors. You know, I skipped right over the arms that come with this, and I should tell you about the arms because it comes with 2 arms. A arm, which is on it, is for all the hoops that are included, and it comes with 4 hoops. It comes with the little bitty guy, the 4x4, the 5x7, and then the great big 8x11, which I'm going to talk about in just a minute. So let's just hold him up here for a second and talk about him right now. Because what we're going to talk about today is the things that you can change. So this is a butterfly that is on the machine. Comes right on the machine, stitched it out just like that. How did I get this guy? Well, this machine has some magic in its hands, and one of the things that it can do is it can resize the design and recalculate the stitches. So this design was about 8 or 9, let me think, I've got to look at this for a minute to tell you for sure. The medium-sized one was almost 9,000 stitches. The little guy is about 6,000 stitches, and the big guy is 17,483. Now, I know that because I wrote the numbers down, but I wanted you to be able to see how it is. They still look perfect, even though I've made them very small or very large. So that means that all these designs are still going to look good when you have to make them small for a kid and big for a grandpa and whatever. And even the back is pretty. So I thought I'd show you that too. So that's a kind of a fun thing that we have today to show you. We have a bunch of other things that I brought in to show you some samples. And then we're going to stitch on the machine because I know you want to see it and hear it. It's quiet. It's a hard-working machine. Let me show you a couple of little things here. This is just a little kid's shirt. And I'm going to step really close because you can't see my fleur-de-lis really well, I don't think. And what I wanted you to see is the stripe and how the legs of the fleur-de-lis are sitting perfectly on the stripe. And that's something that's really, really hard to do, except on this machine, it's really, really easy to do. And you'll see why when we get to that part. But this machine and its magic crosshair make things so much simpler. So another thing that this machine has, and I'm going to touch down here so you can see it, this is the free arm. So it has a small free arm. So many of you may have a flatbed machine, and if you're going to do something like this, you take it apart. Well, with the free arm, I don't have to take it apart. It's just simple, put the hoop inside, put it right over the free arm down here, and it stitches and embroiders, and I'm not having to do anything extra with it. So that's the ability and the strong advantage of a free arm. This machine has another little capability, and that is the ability to make patches. And I'll show you how to do that, but this is a patch right here. And what I did was, a whole bunch of us bought these little lunch boxes to take to shows with us. And we all had the same color and everything. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'll never know mine apart when we get to a meeting. So what I did was I made a little patch. And then I glued the patch on. So the inside of my lunch bag is still waterproof. So there's a lot of advantages to having a patch. A patch can be stitched on and taken off later if you need it for another shirt, or it can be glued on, or there's a lot of different things that a patch can do for you that really, really makes your life simpler, I think. So let's take a look now. Hat. Oh, at the hat. Sorry, I almost missed the hat. So here is the hat driver. The hat driver is not included, but it comes with 3 pieces. And one piece is a piece that attaches onto the arm to move the hat back and forth. The second piece is this right here, because if you tried to hoop a round hat, it would be something that I call a vocabulary enhancing experience. It would make you think bad thoughts. So with this, because the cap driver just simply slides right on and latches, then the hat can come in and out really, really easily. And I'm going to have to unlock it so I can take it off, and it comes right off. And so you can put the next hat on. So it's super, super easy to use, super secure, so that when you're working with the hat, you get it in the right place. Because people love hats. People will pay a lot of money for hats. Hats are super easy to do. And I thought I brought a couple more in, but I guess I didn't. But isn't that fun how perfect that is right there? And you can control it because you can see with the with your laser guidelines, you know where it's going to stitch before you stitch it. So very, very nice feature to have. So let's move on just a little bit. And let's see, what have I skipped? Oh, I know. Let's look at some small designs over here on the machine itself. So I have my stylus up here. You can touch the screen with your fingers, but sometimes I have hand lotion on, so I prefer the stylus, and it's included. And there's all kinds of different categories of designs. These are obviously the big ones. So I'm going to choose a big letter B, and I'm going to choose it right here, and I'm going to touch set. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the next screen. Oops, it knows I've given it the little hoop, so it won't. There we go. There we go. Going to go to the next screen. And what I can do is I can delete some of the colors. I want to do this nice big capital letter B for my son, but I don't think he's going to want all those pretty flowers on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come down here, and if you'll look at this, it shows me that's the B. And I'm going to go to the next, and I'm going to delete the flowers. So simple, simple, easy, easy. I got rid of, oh, the leaves are kind of nice. Do I want to keep them or get rid of them? Oh, I'm going to get rid of them. I'm going to get rid of all of them. There we go. And so now what I have is a beautiful big letter. And what I'm showing you is that many times you'll have a design and you'll think, oh gosh, I wish it didn't have whatever. With this capability, you have the capability to delete those things. Now, you can't always do it, but many times you can. And it's really, really a nice feature to have. Like I said, because then I can use that for him. So we had, and I'm going to go back real quickly. These are the jumbo letters. So there are all of these different jumbo letters, different fonts. This one happens to be an applique font, the stripe font. In case you have somebody who's affiliated with a Greek group, there's the Greek alphabet. So you have a lot of nice choices in here for your fonts. And you can make them larger or smaller. And you can get those flowers off of them. Then we have, these are the little fonts that you might wear on a lot of guys like these kinds of things. So I'm going to just choose this one, and I'm going to put in A, B, C. Whoops, I did it wrong, didn't I? Watch this. You know why I did it wrong? Because I wasn't paying attention. So A, then I go to the middle one to get the B in the right size. I go to the next one to put the C in the right size. There we go. Now it's pretty. And there are all kinds of things that I can add to it and put around it, or we can just use it as it is. Whichever way you choose is fine. So those are the monogram fonts. Let's go back. I'm going to take this hoop off because it's writing around here. There we go. So, and there are many different fonts that I can, there we go. There's many different things that I can add to these. Okay, so those are kind of fun. Then let's go here to our TrueType fonts. There they are. Let's array it. Let's space it. You can size them. You can array them. You can do all kinds of things with those. Now let's go on to, what else do I want to show you? Let's get rid of these guys. And let's go to my regular alphabets. And I'm just going to type in the word brother. So there's the word brother, and I'm going to set it. Now what I can do is I can come here to my text, and I have all of these different texts. So maybe you chose that font, but now you're not real excited about it. You would really rather have something that looked like that or like that. Well, you have all of these fonts that you can go through and choose and change. Now see, that one I don't like because it's a little short for my taste, but hey, a lot of people like it. The kids love these. Now, if I found one that I like, and there's all of these, and then when you get down here to number 38, that's the end of these, and then you get into the little guys. Now I'm gonna touch the little guy so you can see what happens. Okay, so the little guy is for quilt labels, labels in clothing, things like that, because it's very tiny. It's three quarters of an inch long. So it's very, very, I use it a lot for little things, but there we go. Now I have this in place. Maybe I'd like to array it. Maybe I'd like to space it. Spacing. I can make it tighter together or further apart. I'd like to tighten it up just a little bit because I don't have an awful lot of room on this shirt, so I want to close it up just a little bit. You can see it move. Now let's go here to array, and I have all of these different arrays, and let's do that one first. And maybe I'd like it a little bit tighter. See how I can tighten that up? Actually, I'd like to go the other way. So you can do all kinds of things with these. You have tremendous capability with what you can do with these different fonts. You can, and I can just go back to straight if I'd rather, and I can go back and change it to a different font if I'd rather. So I can space it, I can size it, I can do all kinds of things. And there's a million of them to work with. So there you go. So let's get rid of the fonts. And let's choose, we've already done those guys. Let's go in here and just take a quick look around. There's quite a few designs in the machine. Of course, you can add more. There are 2 USB ports on the side. So the top one is faster, but the second one still works. And then there is a USB plug. So if you wanted to go directly from your computer to the machine, you can do that too. So whichever way works for you, there's a cable that's really easy to just plug in. So that was the first set of designs. I'm going to go here to the birds so you can see the birds. And like I said, if I don't like something about the birds, I can come in here and I can go to my colors. There we go. I can go to my colors and it's showing me what it's going to do. And I know that way down here at the very bottom, I want to get rid of those green leaves. And I want to get rid of that little red piece in there. And maybe a little yellow. So I can make some changes very easily to my design, which I think is very, 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 very wonderful to be able to do. Let's see. There we go. Now I just have my bird. So I could have that bird and another bird. And so I have a lot of uses that I can do with that, a lot of capabilities. That would just put a square around him to make it easier for me to see. And it also, I have lasers that I'm going to show you that you're really going to love. If you love this, you're going to really love that. But you have all kinds of fun things here. And so I can still go back and edit it. I can turn it into a, no, I'm going to wait and turn something else into a patch. But patches are coming your way. Do you want to see them now? Because they're exciting. Okay. Since I already mentioned it, I'm going to take you to patches now. So I'm going to choose this guy, and I'm going to choose this guy. I'm going to come all the way. Oh, where did I go? Where did I have him? There he is. I'm going to choose the B. And so here's the B, and he's kind of cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn him into an applique patch. So I have 22 different shapes that I can use. Actually, the one that I really want to use today is going to be the circle. And I'm going to take this circle and I'm going to set it. That's way too big. So I'm going to cancel it and I'm going to make it smaller. There we go. And then I'm going to set it. And I'm pretty happy with the way that looks. So I'm going to touch OK. And there is my bee patch. He's ready to stitch. Now, why do I need these? Well, we had a group that we were taking someplace, and we had several kids who were allergic to bees. So we just pinned the bee patch on them for the day so that if something happened, we knew to take action pretty quickly. Now, I showed you the bee patch, and I made it really fast, but let me show you another trick that we have. We're going to take this little bee patch guy right over here, and we're going to come right here, and we're going to go to vertical, and we're going to go to plus, plus. Then I want them spaced a little further apart because when I'm going to trim them, it would be easier for me. So I'm just going to push them apart a little bit. And then I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to make some more rows. And again, I'm going to push them apart just a little bit. And there's not enough space for me to have squeezed any more in. I did think about that. But look at this. I have 12 patches that I can do very, very quickly and easily. And it's so simple to put that on a child's jacket. You can stitch it on or you can pin it on so that everybody knows that they're allergic to bees, or an adult too, because adults can be allergic also. But there's so many hundreds and hundreds of useful patches. Once you start getting to use this feature, you'll go, why didn't I use that before? It's just wonderful. And you can see how simple that is. I'm going to tell it okay. And then I'm going to tell it edit end. And then it would stitch them. It would stitch all of them for me. And I love this feature. And I'm going to pop them into memory. So they're there if I need them again later. This would color sort for me. So if I wanted to color sort them, if I wanted them to stitch all the bees and then all the outlines, it would do that. I don't want that, but it would do that for me. This one would turn everything into the same color. So if you touch this guy, they all become the same color. Now, I don't like that, so I'm going to undo it. But it's just nice to know that if you have a bunch of something and you wish they were all the same, you can make them all the same pretty quickly and pretty easily. So pretty useful device, I think. And I already put those in memory, so I'm going to close them out. So you saw how to take one patch and how to make that one patch into whatever you want it to be. You've seen some of the shapes. I just showed you I didn't show you all of them, did I? Because there's all kinds of different shapes. That's kind of cool. And then, did we do this one? Yep, we did. Okay, good. That one, I didn't show you all of the possibilities, so I just showed you the ABC. There's different frames for it, so you can put in different frames. Or these, if you have alphabets and you just want them to look a little more impressive, it looks much more like a real monogram if you add some of these side lights to it or put the ribbon underneath it. Or this is great for a kid's blanket or anybody who's sleeping. I do a lot of things with kids, and I do a lot of things with the hospital. When my mom was in the hospital, she had different pillowcases that had her initial or a design on them. And she used to tell me the ladies would come in to see what new pillowcase she had that day. And that may be the truth, but I think it had more to do with the fact that I kept the candy bowl full. But you never know. So now we've kind of gone through this. I want to show you now about stitching on a plaid. And as you can see, I failed hooping 101 and it's crooked. So that's a problem, but it's not a problem for this machine. So let me fix this so that I can have this hoop fitted. And it has, the arm has notches in it. And I mentioned you have the A in the arm. A is for all the included hoops. B is for, I'm sorry to stand right in front of you, but I want the screws nice and tight. So here we go. I'm going to come over here. You saw my fabric was hooped very, very, very poorly. And that's okay. We'll take care of it. And we're going to go back to this guy right here because I do love that little bee. And I'm going to stitch him again. And I like him because he's got a straight line. So just like I did with the blue and white shirt where I had the fleur-de-lis, it's important that it's lined up properly. So I'm going to set it. And we're going to come in here and we're going to go to Edit End. And we have a crosshair. Now this crosshair is my best friend in the world because I have a very, very difficult time getting things straight. So with this guy, I'm guaranteed success. And what I have is the B, and then I'm going to touch over here. So I have that one too, and then I'm going to touch next. So what I've done is I've told the machine I have 2 points, and I want to do mine, in this case, straight across. But if I had a vertical one, I can go vertical. If I have an angled one, I can go angled. I have all of those capabilities, and I'm going to go to next. And it's telling me that it's going to start over here on this side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my crosshair, and I'm just going to drive the crosshair with my arrow key. There we go. And my crosshair is now clearly, over just a little bit. Oh, perfect. My crosshair is now clearly, perfectly at the junction point, and I'm going to go to next. And this time I want a little angle, so I'm going to go up a little bit. And I'm going to touch set. And look what's happened to my B. Can you see that it's an angle? It's a very slight angle. I did it for only 16 degrees, but you still see it's enough angle so that it, first of all, looks alive, and secondly, is going to stitch out perfectly on my plaid. And I'm going to go ahead and tell this to stitch, and I'm going to tell it to stitch not on spool number 1 because that's pink and I don't want a pink B. So I'm going to tell it to go to magic wand number 6, which is a yellow bee, and I'm going to tell it okay, and I'm going to let it go and stitch. And I probably won't talk much while it's stitching because I'm not sure you'll be able to hear me. But this is just a quick 2-minute stitch out, and then I'll come back. Oh, I need to be done. Time to wrap it up.
Yep.
She's beautiful. I'm going to take her out of here because I want you to be able to see her beautiful, beautiful stitches. And you can see the angle. I had a crazy angle and I put in a crazy angle for her, and that makes it look more lively. But isn't that fun and beautiful? And what an exciting thing, what an exciting machine this 680W is. It's got all the features in the world. It's got the embroidery, it's got the patches, it's got all kinds of exciting things. It has the lock so that you can screen lock it to keep someone out of it that you don't want to use it. That's a really nice feature. And it's it folds in for very economical travel if you needed to take it to an event or to your mom's house or whatever, someplace else to where you could sew together. It's very easy to do that. So I want to say thank you so much for joining us today. It's been fun having you. I hope that you are as in love with my beautiful 680W as I am. The Wi-Fi just makes it so exciting to be able to get all those designs in and the beautiful work that it does and the wonderful, wonderful features with resizing, with recalculation, all of those exciting things that are included on the machine. So I hope you have a wonderful day. Thanks for coming to see us.
All right, everybody, that was Colleen Sweatman with the PR680W Brother machine. And wow, what a great machine. And thank you so much, Colleen, for filming the video for us. But hey, let me tell y'all how you can get this. Now, again, this is from Brother. This is the PR680W. This is the 6-needle multi-needle machine. The SMP pricing right now is $11,999.99. Again, we have a call-in special on this, and we do have some special financing available for this. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And that's one of these machines that everybody that does embroidery would absolutely love to have, a multi-needle. This would be a great machine to get, especially if you're a Big Brother fan. It has all that great technology built in. Again, 800-401-8151. Call and find out what kind of special we have on this. And also ask them about the financing and all those things like that. And we're going to ship this free nationwide. Very few multi-needle machines get shipped nationwide free. This one is one of them. We're going to ship it for free. So get on that phone, give them a call, or just go check it out on the website. You can go to smplive.tv. Kyle has the product right there. You can click on it. It takes you to our SewingMachinesPlus.com product page. For that 6-needle, you can read all about it, see all the features. And if that's something you've been dreaming about or you've been having it on your mind, this week is the week to call and get your machines, because we have a fantastic specials on everything. All right, guys, we are going to continue on, and you're in for another good treat right now. We have Wendy Owens coming up next. Now, Wendy, she's a full-time event specialist for SVP Worldwide, and SVP stands for Singer, Viking, and Pfaff. And she brings so much creativity, enthusiasm, and skill to every classroom. She has a true passion for all things sewing, including garment construction, heirloom quilting, embroidery, and incorporating modern techniques and technologies into her garment sewing. She's been on many times on our festivals. Everybody loves Wendy. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Wendy Owens. Hey, Wendy.
Hey, Blaine. How are you?
I am fantastic. How are you doing today?
I am good.
Hey, we're super excited you're here. Thank you for being part of Hoop Fest. And I'm going to let you get going. I know we got a lot to cover, and I'll come back in a little bit and tell them how to get it.
You got it. All right. Hi, everyone. I am here representing SVP, which is Blaine said is Singer, Viking, and Pfaff. Right now, I am representing Pfaff. And what I have for you is the Pfaff Creative Icon 2. That is right now the top of the line machine for Pfaff. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into it, because I have so much to say about this machine. Being that this is Hoop Fest, I am going to focus a little bit more on the embroidery side of the machine, but I will show you some other features of the machine as well, because there's great sewing features in the machine as well. So let's go ahead and get started. I tried to get my camera to set up so I can do a whole span of the machine itself, but I was having technical difficulties. So we're just going to go ahead and I'll show you what I can, and we'll just move on from there. So I do want to tell you it's Hoopfest. So let me show you really quick what size hoops come with the machine. So you have your standard 120 by 120. I have it hooped up because I'm going to show you guys something with that later. And then you also have the 260 by 200 hoop. Have it hooped up for something to show you a little bit later. And then it also has, and you can see that I've used this one plenty of times, the 360 by 260 hoop. If you could get an idea of the size of that hoop, it's a good size hoop. And then what is normally sold as an additional hoop, it comes standard with the Creative Icon 2, which is the 360 by 350 hoop. That is a huge hoop. Look at that. I could fit in it. Pretty cool, right? This is a turnable hoop. So you can do a much larger embroidery. With this, there is just a little bit of lining up you need to do, but it is a great hoop. I have used it many times. I can see I've got my little sticky tape and stuff on the back of it. So to give you an idea of the size of that hoop being stitched out, of course, I brought some inspiration. Here I have this tote bag that I made. So this is a one hooping. I did have, it is a turnable hoop, but it's a good size. Compared to some of the other hoops that I would have had to do multiple hoopings. Well, this was just one hooping. Also on the sample, you will see I have some applique. I have some thread velvet, which is another great technique that you could do within the embroidery hoop. There are some designs that built into the machine. There's at least one design for all of our specialty embroidery techniques built into the machine. So that includes thread velvet, yarn, applique, cut work, felting. There are so many different techniques that you could do just within the hoop. And I'm hoping to touch on some of those along this week as I can, as I show off the machine, but also on this little tote bag. So it has the thread velvet, it has the applique. And then if you look close, it also has some yarn embroidery on it. And there is a special kit for the yarn embroidery since we're talking about it. It is called the Yarn Couching Foot Sets. So this is an additional accessory. You can purchase it through Blaine, and it comes with two different feet because it has two different size holes in it, so that you can use a variety of different yarns. So just, your yarns that you just so used to saying that you could pick up at Joann's, but we can't do that anymore, can we? So I'm just going to say at your craft store, just yarns that you can pick up at your craft store. You can have lots of fun with that. So there's freestanding yarn couching. There's yarn couching like I showed you on the totes. And so you can have lots of fun with that. And this can be used on multiple Pfaff machines, not only on the top of the line. It can be used on other levels as well. This one is for the J machines. So and the icon, the Creative Icon 2 is actually an L machine, I believe. I'll have to double check that. So the machine does come with all kinds of accessories. I'm going to go ahead and leave that up to you. You can either pop over to the Pfaff website, go to the Creative Icon 2, and then on the side, it gives you a list of what's included. You can take a look at that. And I believe Blaine has a link as well on his website that you could go there, that you can look at all of the accessories that come with the machine, the standard feet and things like that. So I'm not going to bog you down with that. But I do want to show you this. This is a project that I'm working on. I'm doing a very large block quilt. And because of that turnable hoop, this is one of the blocks I am able to work on. So do you see the size of that block? It's a nice, good size block. And because of the turnable hoop, I am not limited to maybe a 10-inch block or a 12-inch block. This one is going to finish. I'm going to cut it down so that it's about 17 inches. So give you an idea of how big that hoop is. All righty. So let's go ahead. I'm going to pop over to this screen. Sorry, you probably see some of my house in the background. Let's not focus on that. We'll focus here on the screen. So if I go ahead and touch this, we're going to wake it up. You will see that we have sewing, embroidery, my SewNet. Now, I will tell you, the machine does say my SewNet, but in the past week, last week, we now went over our website for our creativity and our software and our studio. That is now called Creativate. So if you go to creativate.com, it's going to look pretty similar to what the My SewNet was. But there wasn't an update for the machines yet to switch over the wording from My SewNet, and that's okay. It's going to work all the same. So this machine is a Wi-Fi capable machine, meaning I can send designs from my sewing machine over to the software, and from the software back to the sewing machine, and vice versa. So there is a connection there. There is a basic software on the Creativate that anyone with an email address, and you can create a password, anyone can download the basic version of that software, and it is compatible with our Wi-Fi capable machines, meaning the Singer, Viking, and Pfaff Wi-Fi capable machines. If you don't want to connect via Wi-Fi, that's okay too. It does have a two USB ports on the side of the machine, so you are not left out. You can still do that. But what I wanted to show you about the Wi-Fi capability, if I go to My SewNet, and you see it's introducing the Creativate. If I can, is that hard to see? Let me see if I can get in a little bit closer. We'll lose some of the screen, but you're still seeing everything. So it's introducing us to the Creativate, and you can see a little teaser that went out letting you know about the change in Creativate. And what we have here is, this is a blog that is made for our Wi-Fi capable machines. And in here, you will find some information, like our little tidbit about something's coming. You will also find projects in here. And if there's an embroidery design associated with it, you can instantly add that embroidery straight to your machine, so that when you're ready to stitch it out, it'll go straight to that. Let me go ahead and I'm going to click on this one. I haven't seen this one. So this blog is for the Wi-Fi capable machines. You will only find this blog on the machines. You will not find it in an app. You won't find it in the internet. It is only going to be for Wi-Fi capable machines. And here it's telling you what supplies you need. Let's see if I can swipe up. My finger seems to be doing a little better today. And our screen is a capacitive screen. So it's telling you, it gives you some basic instructions. I'm going to go back because I know there is one in here that has an embroidery design connected. There he is. And we're coming up on Father's Day. So this design actually is used with our creative embellishment attachment. All of this right here is ribbon. And if you stick around this week, you might be able to get a sneak peek of that later on in this week. But here you can see where it says old-fashioned face right there in blue. If I touch that, it's automatically going to open up. It's called My SewNet again, but that is changing. This is actually saving to the memory of my machine. So all I need to do is touch save. So when I'm ready to stitch that out, I don't have to go searching for it. It will be built in to my folder, my file folder. So we have that. That is a great feature. I'm going to go ahead and touch my home button here, because there is some other fun stuff in here I like to show you. So we have here, this is called the Help Center. The Help Center is just that. It is going to help you with everything that you need to know. This portion of the machine, the Help Center, is not Wi-Fi dependent. This is built into the machine. So if you are having issues with your Wi-Fi that particular day, you can go ahead and still access this. So if you're in your quick start, so if you forget how to wind your bobbin, how to thread your needle, anything like that, that's where you're going to find in the quick start guide. And then we also have the user's guide built in. We have sewing instructions, stabilizer guide, accessory guide, needle guide. That is built in for you. But what I want to show you here is, if you didn't know how to sew, this machine will teach you how to sew, literally, because it has all of this information in here. So if I were to touch on, darts. I'm pretty good at darts, actually. it wants to calibrate my embroidery machine. I'm just going to say cancel for now. So right here, we have some instruction, and I can make those letters bigger so that they can be seen. Hopefully you can see it. You can see that I'm changing it. And on each page, there is instruction. So this is showing you exactly what you need to sew a dart. And then when you see this icon right here, if you touch that, that is going to take you to a built-in video. So it is going to visually show you how to make that particular dart. And we have that for many features of on our machine. So I'm going to go back into it. And so we have closures, we have pockets, we have things like that. I'm going to go back and I actually want to go to, so if you need embroidery techniques, if we touch on that, you'll see the list of all the embroidery techniques. And these are techniques that you can do in the embroidery hoop. Like I said, standard embroidery applique, we're quilting and doing patchwork in the hoop, freestanding cutwork yarn, so many things that you can do with your embroidery machine besides just a flat, what I think they refer to it as a plop and drop embroidery. So there's so many different things that you can do with your machine. And I want to go into, when you work on multiple machines, you forget where you're going. Okay, so here I wanted to show you, here are some of our exclusive stitches. And if you forget how to do some of our exclusive stitches, we have a video for that. So all of our exclusive stitches you can access through here. So if you need a refresher, anytime I do the double ribbon stitch or the triple ribbon stitch, I always need a refresher on where to put that ribbon while I'm sewing. So I always take a peek at that. So there is 3 different ways that you could do a ribbon stitch, a single stitch, a double stitch, and a triple stitch. So there's not just one video. There is a video for all 3 of those techniques so that you aren't guessing on how to do a triple stitch off of a video for a single stitch. So that makes perfect sense to me. So let me go ahead and see if I can grab some things here. I'll show you some of our exclusive stitches. And then we'll move on to some embroidery. Goodness, time flies when you're having fun. So here is some of our stacking stitches. Now these are meant to be 2 different colors. That's how they're meant to be. And what you would do is you would stitch out the first one, and then you'd come back to the very first stitch of the first line, and then you'll stitch the second one. I could show you that in a moment. But ribbon stitches. So these are some of the single ribbon stitches. And you can see here, I used other things besides ribbon. I also used some rickrack in place of ribbon. And then this was some kind of, if I could get my finger on it, wrong finger, this one. This one was some kind of ribbon that I got in a package of different kinds of ribbons. You know, I bought this hank of different ribbons. You know, they're all basically the same size. So I thought, oh, let's give that a try. So other things that you could try yarn, you could try cording, all kinds of stuff that you can try with those ribbon stitches. These are our radiant stitches, and you can see that you can also, wrong hand, right here. You can see that you could do it on an angle because this machine does have a built-in projection in sewing mode. So you can project your stitches and you can project stitch guides. And by projecting the stitch guide, it allowed me to sew on the 45 here and on the 90-degree here. Okay, so there's that stitches. And then we also have maxi stitches. This is super fun. So these maxi stitches, they are going to, what's going to happen is your feed dogs are going to move the fabric. So it allows you to get a bigger stitch than just a 7mm or 9mm. Those are actually bigger than 9mm. But what it is our, we have a motion with our feed dogs that move your fabric left and right. What else do I have here? More maxi stitches. And I have a cat sighting, so he's on my table. And then these are the lace stitches, which work out so much better, not just stitched out, but as actual lace. And I can show you that. So on this pillow here, this little pillow wrap, I was able to do some decorative stitching on it, floating stitches, radiant stitches, and other things like that. And if we get close to this, you know what? I'm going to switch cameras so that we can go right here. Oh, it's a little dark. Let's see. Do you see that right there? Those are lace stitches. So it's right on the edge. And how you do that is you would stitch that, you would use a water-soluble stabilizer, and it's kind of like a zigzag. So the bite would come over to the fabric, and then most of it's being stitched on the water-soluble stabilizer. And then you wash that water-soluble stabilizer away, and then you have this nice little decorative lace stitches. I did use a 30 weight variegated thread with that stitch. So you can use a heavier weight thread. I have not tried it with a 12 weight. By the way, our machine does not have a problem sewing a 12 weight thread through the needle. Just make sure that you're using a 120 top stitch needle with that 12 weight thread, and you'll be able to sew stitches with no problem with that. Okay, so, oh my goodness, I'm running out of time. Let's go ahead and pop back over here to the screen, because I want to take you into embroidery, because that is kind of important. We're talking about Hoopfest today. So let's talk about embroidery. So we come over here. My arm needs to calibrate this time. I am going to let it calibrate. So here I have a blank screen, and I have my design editing. I have my hoop options, edit stitch, and I love the fact that I have all of this verbiage. So we don't have to necessarily remember all of these icons. That verbiage is there so that if you don't, so that you don't have to try and memorize those, especially when you're first getting started and you first take your machine home. You don't want to get confused. However, there is another great feature about this machine. Right here, we have what's called the question mark. And let's see if I can do it from above. Here, question mark is right here. So if I touch that question mark, you can see it's pulsating. And then if I touch something else, an icon on the screen that I'm quote unquote questioning, it gives me information of what that icon is. And right here, it says read about loading a design. If I touch that, it's a little hard to see because it's in blue. But if I touch that, it's going to take me straight to the manual built into the machine, straight to that page. So I don't have to go thumbing through the manual to find it. It'll take me right there, which is super cute, super cool. I'll show you that real quick. And there you have it. It's taking me into the manual, straight to the loaded design page. So if you have a question, you just touch that question mark. I truly wish that was on my iPhone, because I certainly could use it on my iPhone. Like I said, this is a capacitive screen, so it is like our iPhones and our tablets and things like that. We do have a bunch of embroidery designs built in, but what I really want to show you is this machine does have hoop scanning, and it does have design projection, but we also have what's called precise positioning on this machine. And that's what I really wanted to show you, because that is very important. Not all of our embroidery machines have the hoop scanning capability or the projection, but almost all of the embroidery machines, and I'm going to say almost all of them, have some form of precise positioning. This machine, the Creative Icon 2, happens to have a 4-point positioning, and some of the other machines may only have what they call basic, which is a 2-point positioning. So I want to show you quickly how you can do the 4-point positioning. For me, it's nice to have those 3 different ways that I can place a design inside my hoop, between the hoop scanning, the hoop projection, or the design projection, and the design positioning. They all have a different purpose for me. So if I am in a really big hurry, I am just going to go ahead, scan the hoop, drop that design where it needs to be, and move on, right? So even if I didn't hoop perfectly, I can still drop that design where I need it to be. Projection I use so that I can have a visual idea of where that design is going to sit, and it's like auditioning it. But if I want to be precise, and hence the name precise positioning, I am going to use the precise positioning, because I can literally get into so if I'm sewing if I was doing multiple hooping. So I stitched this motif out. Now it's time to stitch this motif out, and I need it to rehoop. I can get my first stitch for the second motif right into the same hole that my last stitch was taken from the previous motif. So this is where I'm going to be exact. So if you were doing, the first thing that comes to my mind is edge to edge quilting. A lot of us love doing the edge to edge quilting. It's a way that we can finish our own quilts in our home with our embroidery machines, opposed to sending it out to a long armor. Or there is a gal called Claudia's Creations. Her designs are meant for multiple hoopings. And what you can do there is you can use the precise positioning to line that scene up. It's like it's seams, and it's meant for multiple hooping, and they do need to line up because it's a whole cloth. You're not stitching out individual pieces and then piecing it together. You're literally stitching this out in a whole cloth, just like the whole, oh, I should have grabbed my whole cloth quilt. It's over there. I'm not going to get up and grab it. I'll show it to you guys later in the week. So anyway, let's go ahead and let's do some quick precise positioning. So I'm going to change my hoop because I have my 120 by 120 hoop hooped up for us today. So that is my creative 120 square hoop. All I need to do is go ahead and touch that. And then I'm going to touch my hoop options. And then you can see here, I have a white box that represents my hoop. So if I come here, these are my fonts that are built into the machine. And you'll see that some of them are the same ones, but they have different sizes. And I am just going to go ahead. I'm going to choose curls. And I'm going to choose curls 20 because I could go a little bit bigger. And as soon as I touch it, you can see down here that my keyboard came up. So I'll just type my name in. And let's hope I can spell it right today. I'm going to go ahead and close that so that you can see it. I don't need this up anymore. We're good to go. And I'm going to go to stitch out. Here I have all kinds of options. My machine knows it has a sensor that it knows that I have my zigzag stitch plate in. So I do not have my single hole stitch plate in. When I'm embroidering all day, I will pop that on, and it just pops on and off, and it has a sensor so it knows. Here it's telling me that I have my creative 120 square hoop chosen. So if that's not the hoop I want, I can go back and switch it. I also have my color sort, color merge in one color, my active stitch technology, which allows me to change my tensions in embroidery mode. Not every machine has that capability, but we do. We can change our tensions in embroidery if needed. And then I have my basting options here, and I also have my thread cutting options here. I'm not going to go into depth in that. If you want to go into depth in that, find out where I'm at one of your local dealers and come join me at one of our events. Okay, I'm going to say okay. My embroidery arm is going to move, and I am going to pop on my hoop. And you can see right here in my hoop, I drew this line. It's crooked, and I did that on purpose because we're going to line this up. Okay, I am going to go ahead and go back to my screen here, and you can see all of the colors. So each letter is its own entity. I'm going to go ahead and close that for now, and I'm going to move that menu out of my way. Down here, we have the precise positioning, and I want my name to go on that slanted line. So the first thing I need to do is, you can see here are my 4 steps. I want to go ahead. It's already on step 1, and I know I want the bottom of this W to be on that line. So I'm going to move this cross here down there. I think I'm pretty close, right? But let's double check. Let's see how close we can get in. Do you see how close I can get that in? So I am not on my W. So I can either use my control wheel to place that, and I'm going to go up one more. So it's in the center. How nice is that I can see how big that gets? Okay, now step 2. Step 2 now takes you to the hoop. So now I need to be looking at my hoop, and I'm going to bring my needle down, and I am not close. I need to get a little bit closer. So 2 things that I can do. I can either drag this down, and let's go here so that you can see what's happening you can see that my hoop is moving. Okay, so I'm going to drop the needle. Oops, I'm a little too far down. So then if I I can also use the control wheel because the control wheel is only going to move 1/10 of a millimeter. So it moves very little so that I can do some very fine tuning to exactly where I need to be. And I'm going to come down one. Okay. So if we look here, you can see that my needle is right on that line. Okay. So back to my screen. So right now, if I were to say okay to this, that means it's going to stitch out straight. Yes, the W, that point of the W will be on the line, but my whole entire name will not be on that slant. So what do we do here? We go to step 3. So go to step 3, and there's our little cursor. And I want to bring that down to the lowercase I, down to the center over there. And again, let's zoom into the needle, and I can see that I am not quite there. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and zoom out so that you can see what's happening. Now we go to step 4, and step 4 takes us back to the hoop. So do you see where it's at right here? Well, I need to get it up here. Okay, and that's what we're going to do. Right here, we have, you'll notice that you have either just left or right. So what it's going to do is, this is a pivot point. So this point is going to pivot off of my W point. So now if I just, and I could just click and drag it if I need to on the screen, but this is working out great for me. So then if we come back here, you can see that now my needle is right on that line. So when I stitch this out, it is going to stitch out in a diagonal opposed to a straight line. So if I am happy with this, I can go ahead and touch OK. Oops. OK. And now it's going to go ahead and it's going to stitch out. So that's one way that you can get really precise with doing your designs. Okay, I have time. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to grab my other hoop. Let's grab our other hoop. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do some scanning and projection. So I'm going to pop this hoop on. No, I'm not, because I need to go back. So I'll show you what I'm doing. I need to go back. I'm done with this, so I'm going to go back to Embroidery Edit. My arm is going to move, and I can't believe I have it set up so that it is not hitting my camera. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete this so I can do a long touch and hold, and this menu comes up. So even if I only have one design chosen, but I had multiple designs in there, I can go ahead and say delete all, and it will delete everything. I do need to change my hoop, so I'm going to go back to my hoop options, and I now have the 260 by 200 hoop all hooped up. 260, that is my Creative Elite hoop. But while I'm in here, I also have Start Hoop Scan. So let's go ahead and touch Start Hoop Scan. Then it's asking me, are you sure this is the feature you want to do? Why, yes, it is. I want to go ahead and scan this. So now I'm going to attach my hoop, and it's going to go ahead and I'm going to tuck this thread out of the way, because sometimes our camera is so intuitive that it's going to catch that, and then the scan is going to look like I have little dimples in the fabric. So now I'm going to, on my screen, I do have a little message and it says, okay, but I'm going to go ahead and scan. So just know that the larger the hoop, the longer it takes to scan. So of course, if I'm scanning my 360 by 260 hoop, it is going to take a little bit longer. This one hopefully will go quick. I'll just talk to you while it's scanning, and then we'll see how it looks on the screen. Light also plays a role in this. Right now, I'm in Greater Cleveland, Ohio, and we are gloomy today. We had some storms come in, and I don't have a whole lot of natural light coming in, and that's okay. I have my above lights, but light does play a role in this, so you want to keep that in mind. And it's only going to scan the embroiderable area of the hoop. So every hoop out there, I don't care what make and model, what brand of hoop you have, there is an area within the hoop that it cannot stitch into, so that it's one, it's a safety feature, and two, it's accommodating the foot. So depending on the foot that your machine has, there has to be an area where that foot can glide into without bumping the hoop. So let's go ahead. I finished scanning. I'm going to go back here. And you're probably thinking, well, I don't see anything. All I need to do is close my hoop options. Hoop options. And oh, do you see? I don't know if you can see it. It looks like little dimples because our camera must have pretty good lighting in here today. The camera picked up my foot. So the instructions do say to scan without having the needle threaded and not to have the foot on, because you can see that it picked up my foot and it looks like little dimples. Now that doesn't bother me. That is a visual. I know those dimples don't exist, but if the dimples bother you, go ahead, take your foot off and you can easily rescan. I'm not going to rescan right now. We're just going to go back to here. So here's my screen. It has that. So we can see my plaid, and let's go ahead and go into grab a built-in design. The signature, these are all the new designs that are for the Creative Icon 2. But I'm going to go over into, I should have had a plan. I didn't have a plan. Let's see what's in this and that. These are all pretty big designs. But I'm trying to find one that's colorful so that you can easily see it. I think this one's pretty big, but it's okay. We'll bring that in. So now I can position this. Oh, it fits perfectly within there. That's not so bad. So now I can position that design right where I need it, even if I am not perfectly hooped, and you can see that it's a slight slant up here. And that's okay, because I can open up my edit designs, and I chose a round design. It's not going to make that much of a difference, but I do have the option here that I can rotate my design a little bit so I can adjust it to fit in there. So while I still have 2 minutes left, let's go ahead and I'm going to turn on my projection. And again, this has everything to do with how your lighting is, but let's go over here to this camera, and you can see now that I am projecting that design down. Now, I can't project it. Unfortunately, we cannot project it the whole entire way in here, because this is where our camera is. It's right here. And our camera is only so big, so I can only see a portion of the design. But if I need to see a portion of the design up here, no big deal. Right here, as soon as I opened up my projection, I have, and I'm going to close this, you can see I have something that's called Move Hoop. So what I need to do is, if I need to see the top portion of that, I need to move the hoop towards me. So that means I need to move the hoop down. So let me close this up. So I'm not moving the design. I'm physically moving the hoop so that you can get a visual of how that's going to, where it's going to stitch out within the hoop itself. And I can also move it left to right if need be. So I'm, like you said, I'm moving the hoop. I'm moving the hoop into the projection area so that I can have more of a visual there. So that's 3 different ways that you can place a design with the Pfaff Creative Icon 2. I think I'm out of time. I don't know. Blaine, am I out of time? Well, he's not back yet.
I'm here.
I'm just going to keep going.
I know, Wendy, I have to cut you off because I know you got so much information to share, but hey, 30 minutes, it's hard to put it all in, isn't it?
It sure is.
All right. Well, hey, Wendy, thank you so much for coming on. I know we're going to see you again this afternoon again. But anyway, we're going to tell them how they can get it, and we'll see you back here a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, Wendy.
Kyle cut you off. Sorry, Wendy. All right, well, we're going to tell you how you can get it right now. Again, guys, this is the Icon 2 sewing and embroidery machine by Pfaff. Now look at the price, $16,849. This is the top of the line for Pfaff. Again, we have a call-in special on that. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. If you're interested in this machine, again, a fantastic machine. We do have financing available. We're going to ship this free nationwide to you. And I know we have some Pfaff customers out there that absolutely been dying to get one of these machines. We're going to try to make it extremely easy for you today. Again, don't be intimidated by that price on the screen. We do have a call-in special, and we have the financing to make it easy so you can make those monthly payments and get this thing. This is the Cadillac of machines for Pfaff. So if you're interested in one of those, get on the phone and give us a call right now. All right, everybody, we are at our first educational session for today, and we have the incredible Carly Bell coming in. Everybody loves Carly. Y'all have seen her many times on our shows. We love working with Carly. Carly is the creator and owner of carlybell.com. She loves teaching how to make beautiful things on embroidery machines. On her YouTube channel and website, she shares tutorials in many different types of machine embroidery projects, including applique, baby items, home decor, in the hoop, quilting, and she really loves the Brilliant software. And I tell you what, we've worked with her many times, and I have sent Carly machines just to try them out for us and let us know how she likes them, and she's videoed them. And she is just a guru of everything sewing and embroidery. Y'all welcome Carly Bell to the show. Hey, Carly.
Hi, Blaine. How are you doing?
I am fantastic. How are things down in Louisiana?
Things are good. It's getting hot, but it's good.
Well, hey, that's a good thing. We still have been experiencing, my wife, is from Louisiana, and every time, like, she'll say, it's been, in May, she was like, why is it 60 degrees, in the daytime, and it gets down to the 50s at night? She goes, where's the summer? And, but I know it's coming here pretty soon too. But hey, we are so happy you're here. And I know you've got an hour today for some education. So I'm gonna let you get going on that. And we'll come back and see at the end. Everybody just hold your questions for Carly. We'll spend about 5 minutes at the end. So Carly can do a Q&A for any questions you may have. So Carly, take it away.
All right. Thanks so much, Blaine. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be back here for Hoopfest 2025. And I have a very exciting but basic information class for you today. And what I'm going to be teaching is how to figure out placement and how to hoop a bunch of different items. Now, depending on what sparked your interest in embroidery is going to depend on, I'm going to show you a bunch of different things today. But one thing that is very intimidating is that, say we have a shirt or we have a towel or we have a bag and we want to stitch a specific name or design on it, is getting the design to be right where you want it to be and not to be crooked or not to be off-centered or something like that. So I'm going to show you all my tips and tricks on how to first figure out placement and then how to hoop different items. And one of the things with pretty much every embroidery machine, you are going to get either one or several hoops will come with your machine. And I'm going to focus more on flatbed machines for this lesson, but I'll dabble a little bit into our free arm and multi-needle machines. But for most flatbed machines, your basic hoop is going to have an outer section and an inner section. And tip number one, now this is going to apply mostly to Brother and Baby Lock. I haven't played with a lot of other brands, but always make sure your hoop is in the right direction. Let me switch over to this camera. And can you see the little arrows? Nope. Is it going to focus? Focus, focus. They have a little arrow here on the top of this hoop and a little arrow at the top of this inner hoop. You want to make sure that they line up and are pointing to each other. Sometimes I'll play with this hoop and I'll have it like this and I'll hoop my stuff and it's something maybe a little off or not right, and that's just simply because I have my inner hoop not going the right direction. But the thing I just want you to take away is you have your flatbed hoops, have your inner and outer hoop. And most hoops will come with some sort of plastic grid. This item is super helpful with figuring out placement. So I'm going to show you a few different methods today of figuring out and marking your item for where you want to embroider it. Okay, so I'm going to put my hoops on the side now, and I'm just going to show you some quick examples. What I'm going to teach you today, when you're done, you should be able to feel like you can embroider and figure out placement and hoop something or float something. We're going to go over that too. Anything. I feel like this is kind of a method that you can apply everywhere. So I'm going to start. I'm just going to show you some things, and then I'm going to tell you where you should start. This is a cute little baby kind of teether security blanket. We actually made this for SewFest a few years ago. So this is a class I taught here on Sewing Machines Plus a few years ago. And what we did was we embroidered this little corner here, and then we sewed this little blanket up. And it's a really cute project. So you can see this on my website and on Sewing Machines Plus's website if you'd like to learn. But you see, I just have a little basic monogram right there in the corner. Okay. So figuring out where to put that monogram and how to do it, that's something I'm going to show you today. I have cute little baby bloomers. This is actually my daughter who's about to turn 13 in a few weeks. This was her bloomers that I stitched for her when she was a little baby girl. So I have some bloomers. This is my younger daughter, Elise. This was a little onesie for her. So I'm going to show you how to figure out placement and hoop onesies. Here's another little onesie. Then when my girls got bigger, I got like toddler shirts. I'm going to show you how it gets, the placement kind of is the same, but the hooping gets a little easier. I have a little dress here. So as you can see, I'm more prone to the baby little girl items because I have two girls. But then we have some other fun stuff like kitchen towels and adult size shirts. And I'm going to go over how to figure out placement and hooping for kitchen towels and how to figure out placement and hooping for adult shirts and touch on, this is a shirt I stitched, but I stitched the design to where it's like in a logo, upper right chest or upper left chest logo kind of placement. So I'm going to tell you how to figure that out. Okay. So those were my quick little examples to show you. And I'm going to say for a first step, the easiest thing to figure out how to stitch first would be a flat item. So I'm talking about towels, and even better for a first time item would be one of these like flat weave kitchen towels. Another first time item, and this would apply to this too. This is a baby burp cloth. Okay. So a flat item that is on the thinner side is a great place to start if you're just getting into embroidery and trying to hoop things and figure out placement. So method number one for figuring out placement is to use the grid that came with the hoop that you're going to be using for this project. Okay. And some tools that I always have on my craft table are a fabric marker. This can disappear with water, and then the blue side actually just disappears with air over time. There are also things like friction pins. I'm wary of those though because I tend to iron a lot of things and heat sets in those friction pins, I believe. And I've also used just like what you call tailor's chalk. I have a whole set of different colors chalk because like especially like if I'm doing a black towel and I want to mark it, I'll put a piece of white chalk in here. So some kind of marking tool that you know will come off either with water or they do have like heat away writing utensils, and a ruler. I'll have like usually this acrylic ruler and this little guy. And what I do is I use the grid for the, say I'm hooping this on a 4x4 hoop, and I just want to put a simple design here right in the middle of this kitchen towel or right in the middle of this burp cloth. I'm going to use the grid and my rulers and my marker to figure out right where that design is going to be. So I'm going to flatten out my towel here. And it's kind of nice because the way it's folded, there's a crease right in the center. And I'm going to use my ruler. Oh, I should give you a bigger ruler to figure out where the center is. Let's go this way. All right. So my towel is about 20.5 inches wide, which would be what, 10.25. So I could slide my grid even under my ruler so that I make sure I have it right where I want it. And then as far as this towel go, it's going to be preference on where you want it as far as up and down, like how far from the bottom or from the top when it's folded in half. But I'm going to make sure the center line on my grid is marked up with what's going to be the center point of my towel, which I've determined it's going to be 10.25 inches. And now I'm going to mess this up because I'm going to fold it in half. But typically when I hang my towels on my like oven rack, or if you have a place in your kitchen like where you hang your towels, I like my design to be in the center, like treat the center fold mark at the top. And then for instance, this particular towel has a design around it. I kind of want my design to be in the middle of these two. This is all going to be personal preference. A lot of things with placement is personal preference. So if you think it looks good, it looks good. Okay. I'm just going to show you how, once you figure out where you want the design, how to actually get it hooped in that spot and get your design to show, stitch in that spot. So for me, I kind of have it centered between these. I could use my ruler to get it exact. I could use my ruler to get all that. But just to move on here, I'm going to have my grid right here. Okay, that's where I want my 4x4 design that I'm going to stitch on this towel to be. Now I'm going to use my marker or marking utensil, whatever you're using. And with these grids, they have actual little cutout holes right here. Now, if your grid doesn't have that, then this particular method is not going to be as useful. But all the grids that I've used have some kind of little hole punched out in those spots. So I would do that, and I use my marker, and I just mark right in those little cutout holes. Okay, so now I have some marks here on my towel, and this is when I grab my ruler again. And I use those marks as a guide to draw crosshairs. Oops. This marker is drying out. Let's see if I got another one that's a little fresher. There we go. So just use that as a guideline. And now I can see right where my marks are on this towel. Actually, I'm going to go back over this with blue because the purple one eventually disappears just being with the air, and the blue one only disappears with water. So this one will stay for the class so you can actually continue to see it. Okay. I need to get a new marker because mine are drying out. All right, so we have that. Now, for this class, we're going to pretend I have stabilizer because stabilizer is a whole nother class. And if you are new to embroidery, I do have a full online course that you can buy through Sewing Machines Plus that goes over all of the fundamentals of machine embroidery including all this hooping and placement and stabilizer and tools and applique and thread designs, every little detail that I wish someone would have held my hand and taught me when I bought an embroidery machine. I have a full online course with Sewing Machines Plus that you can purchase. It's called From Start to Stitch. All right, so now outer hoop is going to go underneath the item. All right, and then we're going to pull it over. Inner hoop is going to go on top. Again, I want to make sure I got my little arrow is here and my little arrow is here so that I know I'm putting this in the right way. Now I'm going to grab my grid again. I'm going to put it kind of snaps in the hoop. They have these little pieces here where it snaps into place. You know you have it right if you could read the ABC, because like if it's like this, it's backwards, you know it's wrong. So easy peasy, put that in there. And now I can kind of feel and maneuver the hoop underneath. And I use those blue marks on my towel and I try to line them up with my grid here. And then I push, once I got it where I want it, I push it in. Okay. Again, we're pretending I have stabilizer under there. But now this towel is hooped, ready to go on the machine. Make sure nothing gets found underneath it. You know, make sure nothing gets folded and does this, because then it will stitch things to itself, and that's what you don't want. You do tend to have to babysit your flatbed machines to make sure things don't get caught up underneath. So what you can do is you can roll this, fold this, maybe put some clips on it right here so it doesn't wrap up underneath on accident. But flat items like this are going to be the easiest to start with embroidery, with hooping, and usually where less mistakes get made, where things get caught up underneath. Okay, what I just showed you can be applied to these. This is a flat weave towel. Fluffy towels, this is a little bit harder to do because they're so thick. Any flat baby items like a bib or a burp cloth, a blanket that's on the thinner side, anything flat and thin, you should be able to use the grid, your marking pin, and actually hoop it and get it to where, okay, this is where I wanted the design and it's actually hooped right in the center now. Okay. Now, say you are working with a flat item, but now that item is really fluffy or really thick. Okay, so we're still talking about flat things, but now I have this big old fluffy bath towel. This is my go-to gift for weddings. I always make, whenever we go to a wedding, I make them a towel set where they have a big fluffy, two big fluffy bath towels. One I embroider Mrs. and one I embroider Mr. And then I'll get a hand towel and put the last name initial. I'll make like a couple of those. Some kind of towel set is what I always give for a wedding gift. But this is a lot thicker and a bit harder to hoop. So we're going to use a little bit different method, and that is called floating. And that's where we're not actually going to put the item in between the two hoops, but we are only going to hoop stabilizer. Okay, so now we're no longer pretending to have stabilizer. I actually have some. Let me see if I got a piece that's more appropriate for this size. If not, well, don't worry. Okay, here's some. Just right off the bat, whenever you're doing towels, burp cloths, blankets, where you're going to see the back side of the embroidery, you do want to use a tearaway stabilizer so that you could remove all of the stabilizer on the back. So you see, like right here, I've removed it all after it tears away. They also have a woven wash away you could use. Like I said, stabilizers, that's a whole nother class. But we're talking about floating. And with floating, all you're going to do is hoop your stabilizer. Okay. And what I've done is I put my stabilizer in between the inner and outer hoop. I have tightened it, make sure it's in there good. I know I got my hoop on correctly. My two little arrows are touching each other. And this is almost ready. The next thing I do is I do the same little system I'm going to do for my towel. I'm going to put the grid in and I'm going to mark my stabilizer. Okay, I don't remember if I actually finished telling you what floating is. So floating is where you only hoop the stabilizer, and the item that you are embroidering is actually laying on top or floating and not fully secure to the hoop. But we have a few tricks that we're going to do to help it be a little bit secure, okay? As in stay on and not fall off while it's stitching. All right, so I have marked my stabilizer. Now we're going to put this aside. There's another step we got to do, but let's go to the towel. Okay, here's my big fluffy towel. This one, sorry, my camera can't back up more, but it's a big old towel and it has these 3 lines. And typically I like to put the Mr. or Mrs. like right above this line, but then, you know, if they're putting it on a towel rack, you know, this is probably where it's going to end up being folded over. So I like to do it in the center of the towel and then right above this line. So I unfold my towel all the way and I need my giant ruler. This ain't even big enough. We're going to act like we know that this is the center. Okay, so roughly right here at the 12-inch mark, this is the center. And then I need my grid. And 12. And now this is going to depend on how tall your design is. So if you want, you can make the bottom line of your 4x4 hoop line up with here. And then I'll show you something after. I should have enough time where you can move, once you're at your machine, you can move your design to where it's going to be at the bottom. But I have a few different options for you on that. But we're going to pretend my design is fully 4 inches tall and I want it to sit right above that line in the middle of the towel. And this is where I want it to be. And so I'm going to do the same thing. We use our grid to make marks. And I saw something earlier about asking about the grid. So all the grids I have came with the hoops for the machine. If your grid did not, if your hoops did not come with a grid, I have some other options for you. I'm going to show you in a minute. So this is my grid option. This was what I did when I first started. I always used a grid, and then I kind of went away from it now and I like a different method, but I'm going to show you all your options. Okay, so now I have my towel. This is where I want my embroidery design. And I have my hoop. Okay, what I want to do now is I want to place my towel where these blue lines are right on top of these blue lines. But to start, to help it kind of stay in place, I add a temporary adhesive spray to my stabilizer. Okay, this is not enough to hold it in place, but this is a way to get started. Okay, depending on how heavy your item is, we can do some more stuff. But what I do is I spray this directly on the stabilizer. Do not spray this close to your machine. This is a low tack spray. It doesn't gum up your needle. I use it all the time. But I don't like to spray it right near my machine. And one side effect of it is after lots of use, it does tend to make your hoop here a little bit dirty because it's sticky and like lint and dust will stick to your hoops. So you got to give your hoops a good washing every once in a while. You don't need much. My bottle's going on empty, so even though I sprayed it, not much came out. But now this is a little bit sticky. They also make sticky stabilizers. Okay, that's lots of options. But this is a low adhesive temporary spray. Now, let's see if I could do this giant towel on my little camera space. Okay, you have some options here. One could be you can try and fold your towel on one of those lines. For me, that doesn't always work very well, especially with thick items. But what I do is I look at my line and I look at my line on my stabilizer and I try to line everything up. And then, so like this bottom line is lined up here good. And because it's low tack adhesive, I can constantly pull this off and on and it still sticks, staying in place. Now I fold up this side of the towel and look at this line and make sure it's good. This one looks a little bit off. I need to pull this one down a little. And then the top one's a bit more complicated because we have a lot of towel here. Yes, that looks good. So play around with this method of trying to get this mark to line up on your stabilizer correctly. This takes a little bit of practice. If you're working with something not so fluffy, it is a lot easier to just fold your item in half right on this line, and then you can align it with this on your stabilizer like that. You see, like this is a lot easier. Get that there. Sometimes when I'm holding my towel, I will hold my thumb and finger right here on these marks, and then I try to go right to the marks on my stabilizer right there. But now that I have this in place, one thing that I like to do to help further secure my towel so it doesn't move or come unhooped accidentally when I carry this over to my machine is I will add some pins. But you want to make sure that the pins are going into the stabilizer in the sections where there's no stitching occurring. So I say outside of the embroidery field, because when you look at the grid, this is the embroidery field, but all of this is in the hoop. So up here, you got a little bit of room on the side, but I can usually do all four corners outside of the embroidery field. And I just stick a pin in, go through my stabilizer, and then come back out the towel. And I can see that pin there on the back. This also takes a little finesse to get it in and out of there without accidentally pushing your hoop open, where your inner and outer hoop come undone from doing that pressure of putting the pin in. But I usually hold my hand underneath and stick the pin in and then guide it back up as best I can from the bottom. So you can do that to all four corners, then carefully collect your whole giant towel or blanket, whatever the case may be, carry this over to your machine, put your hoop on, and then make sure all this extra material stays out of the way and doesn't accidentally go underneath your hoop. All right, so this method can be applied to anything that is too difficult to actually get in between the two pieces of your hoop, which is the inner and the outer hoop. This is floating. This literally can be used for anything. Some other shirt options I'm going to show you in a minute, that becomes a personal preference where you can easily hoop a shirt. The material, onesies, all that kind of stuff is super thin. You can get in between the two hoops. But once you start working with your hoop and trying floating, you may prefer to float everything, even if it can go in between your two hoops, okay? But that is floating, can be applied to tons of things. You just figure out where you want the design to be, hoop your stabilizer, mark both, and then line up your markings to where they go right over, and then secure the item to the hoop, usually with spray adhesive and pins. There are some other ways that people try to use clips and things. The clips don't work great for flatbed machines, but for free arm or multi-needle machines, they work excellent. All right, so we've talked a lot about the grids. Now let's move on to another option in case your hoops didn't come with grids, okay? But I'm going to say that this option, I use embroidery software so that I can print my design. And I use Embroidiance Essentials. And what I do is I open my design in there. For instance, this design was this pretty V, which is actually an applique. The material, you'll have material underneath these little flowers. And then I used an embroidery font and I added the name down the side like that. On Friday, I will be teaching a class here for Hoopfest. I think it's at 12 p.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Central, where I'm going to tell you all about software and how you can do things like this. Now, I didn't digitize this design. I didn't make it from scratch. I purchased it online, but I do that. I like to buy designs. Here's a good example. This was 1, 2, 3, 4 different designs, and I merged them all to make this overall design. But I'm going to show you all about software. In the software, once you've opened up your design, even if you're not manipulating it in any kind of way, you just open it. You can print it, and it will print 2 sides, and it will print with little crosshairs on it. I got one in the middle and sides and top and bottom. This is what I tend to do more now than use my grids when it comes to figuring out placement. So now let's move on to a more complicated item like a baby onesie. Okay, we're going to talk about using this for a guide for placement and also how to hoop this. So with baby onesies and with any kind of shirt, the size will depend on the position. With little tiny items, I would say up to a toddler shirt, I usually put the design where the top of the design is about 1 inch down from the collar. And then I do center this way. When it gets to be a bigger shirt, like this is a 4T, so this is what I'd call a toddler shirt, I might go 1.5 inches. Even, in a bigger kid shirt, up to 2 inches. And then when I get to an adult shirt, that's when I go about 3 inches from the collar. And I always do this when I'm stitching. Sometimes it's a preference thing and it's an eyeball thing. Like, what do you think looks best? Should I measure the 3 inches from the top of this collar, or should I measure the 3 inches from the bottom of the collar? That is wiggle room to play with, depending on how the shirt is made and how thick that actual collar band is. But what I want you to know is the smaller the shirt, closer to the collar, and as the shirt gets bigger, then we kind of start moving things down to appropriately. Again, that's going to be a personal preference thing and what you think looks best. For this little onesie, I am going to go 1 inch from the collar, and this is where I like printing something versus a grid. Now, depending on, let's see if I got another design that's small. No, I got a bunch of printouts right here in front of me. Say this was smaller. When I would open it, it's going to open up centered on your machine. And say the top of the design might actually go right here. That's when I like printing a design versus using the grid to figure out placement, because I know with this printout, this is where the actual top of my design is going to be. So I can do that. Okay, so that's 1 inch from the collar. And then I use another ruler to figure out the center. I usually like to measure right under the little arm holes. And this is about 8.5, so 4.25. Move this over because I got my little crosshairs here. I could see it through my ruler. And boom, that's where I want this design to be. Now, what I do to secure my printout to my onesie is I pin it into place. So this is printed on paper, goes fine through the pins through it. Like I said, with Embroidiance software, it prints 2 size. So this is actual size. If your design is bigger than the sheet of paper, it's going to print it out on 2 sheets of paper, and you actually have to cut your paper and tape it together. That's what I had to do for this design. But get it where you want it. Okay. And now back to your hoop. Okay. With onesies, this is where preference comes into play. Do you want to hoop it or do you want to float it? If you hoop it, things get complicated. So I'm going to hoop it without the stabilizer because it's so tiny. And you have to end up turning it inside out when you actually stitch it. And because I have this piece arm of my hoop, I actually have to kind of roll the whole thing over so that the center of my design is in the center of my hoop spot. Again, onesies is what got me into embroidery, and then I quickly figured out I did not like doing them on a flatbed machine. And then whenever you actually hoop something, your whole hoop needs to be filled with material. Okay, it would not be great for me to hoop my shirt like this and have, oops, this bit here not secured, a bit, you know, a piece here with no material going in between the two hoops. That's when floating is your answer. Okay, but let's pretend I want my design here. See where I want this design, hooping is not really going to work. But I would use, where'd my grid go? I lost it already. Is it under here? It's the story of my life. Whenever I'm teaching, I lose things on my craft table. Where did I put my grid? Here it is. With all my stuff. Okay. I would put my grid in my upper hoop, and I would try to line up the crosshairs with my printout with my grid and line it up. If you don't have a grid, then you're just trying to hoop it the best you can, centered as best you can. Now, with this example, hooping really is not the answer because I cannot hoop this in a way where it's going to stitch out. I can go to my machine and move the design, but the design is completely out of the embroidery field. You see how it's way up here? So that's when floating is a better answer. But if you can get your hoop right where you want it, you would press your hoop where your printout is centered in your hoop. Okay, so this one, floating is better. So I'm gonna go back to my stabilizer. I already have kind of sticky and marked on. I probably didn't put that right back where it goes, but we're gonna pretend my marks are center. Then you are going to turn your onesie inside out, okay? And you're going to find the section where your design is, and you're going to try to line up that section. You can fold it in half if you want, and try to line that up here, and then undo it. And you're trying to get the marks on your printout right on top of the marks you made on your stabilizer. Okay, and once you get that right where you want it, that's when you smooth everything out. You make sure that your onesie is now kind of stuck to your sticky stabilizer, and you can go add pins. Now, I would not take this paper off until you get to your machine and you see that your needle is right in the middle of these crosshairs. Okay, once you see that, then you unpin your little piece of paper and you start stitching. If your needle is not right in the middle of the crosshairs and say it's over here a little bit, you can move your design a smidge this way until your needle falls right underneath that little crosshair right here. Once I see that's happening, then I know my design is going to stitch right where I want it, and I'll unpin this little piece of paper and start stitching. Okay, but with onesies, you have to babysit. So I usually use some chopsticks or some pencils, and I'll do this, kind of hold things out. I even, for a time, when I hooped things, I would roll everything up, and I would take some tape and I would pull it like way and tape it to the back side. kind of hold things out the way. And I would stretch out the shirt in order to hold things. Okay. So that's a onesie on a flatbed machine. And we went over floating again, but this time we're talking about using a printout as your guide of where to put your design. And so that method can be applied to everything. So say now I'm using a bigger shirt. Okay. And I want, let's find something else here. Here's a cute design. Say I want this design on this shirt. I use my printout. I cut it out after it was done to kind of be the size of the design. I go, say I want to go 1.5 inches down from the collar this time. And then make sure it's centered. And let's see, 1.5, 5 3/4. So that's kind of right where I want it. I would pin it. And I forget, is this a 4x4 design? Yeah. So then this one is a lot easier to hoop versus the onesie, because I know I'm going to get material. The collar's not going to get in my way, I don't think, because I got it a little bit further down. Okay. So outer hoop. I usually do a little bit bigger design on the bigger kid shirts. Like I'll go up to the 5x7 hoop. I think I actually stitched this on a burp cloth, but that's when you can get your outer hoop underneath and then move everything over until you can get this hoop in. If your hoop's not going in, that's when you play around with this little screw here and loosen it up. Now it pushes in, tighten it back up. And now saying I'd still have to take it inside out. With all shirts, you end up having to turn them inside out because you don't want to stitch the shirt to itself. And I would take this over to the machine. I'd make sure I load my design. If my needle falls right where it needs to, I will take these pins out and then I will start stitching. Bigger kid shirts are not as tedious to babysit because you have a bigger hole for them to stay open. Okie dokie. So we've gone over the grid, the printout, towel, onesie, a little kid shirt. Let's talk about logo placement now, because that's a lot of what people like to do with adult embroidery. And then like I stitch my kids' uniforms. So I have just a basic t-shirt here. And with logo, they have kind of a standard, but you can do what you think looks good. I went in my husband's closet when I made him and his friends a bunch of golf shirts. I went in his closet and grabbed all of his LSU and Saint shirts that he bought at a store that was already embroidered with a little design in the upper left chest. Okay. And I noticed consistently his design was always, if you look at the center of the shirt, it was 4 inches that way. Now it varied with where the center was going up and down, but it was pretty much always 4 inches over. I've heard some people say, a good way to do this is you take your shirt and iron it. If it's not one of those one that had the little buttons, if it has the little buttons right here, that's a great guide for the center. If it's a t-shirt like this, fold it in half good and press it and get you a nice crease in the center so you could see it. Okay. So we're going to pretend I have a crease right there. And the edge of this ruler is the center of my shirt. Okay. On some shirts, I noticed the center of the design was kind of even with the bottom of the armhole. And I think that's when it gets to larger shirts. Some designs were like a few inches up from the bottom of the armhole. So that's when you play around with something. Let me find, this is a little thing. I actually stitched this out for my friend. She wanted a t-shirt with a cute little applique Daisy Duck on the upper left chest. This could be a monogram. This could be a business logo, whatever it is. I think the best thing to do with that case is to print it out and cut it. So then you really have a good visual of right where it's going to go. But another thing that is helpful. So I was telling you 4 inches over from this way. So that's where the center would be there. A lot of people also like using this collar line. Can you see that? This as a mark going down, that's where the center of your design is. So that's when I tell you a lot of personal preference comes into play. And so what I actually do when it's something for myself or my husband, I will think this is where I want the design, and I'll pin it and I'll try the shirt on and see how it looks with my little printout right there. Once you get the hang of it, and let's say you're taking orders and you're doing something for a business, then you can have a more general, okay, for every small shirt, I do it this many inches down and this many inches from the center. You'll get yourself a standard. Now, if you don't want to figure all that stuff out, they have tools. And this is something I'm almost positive Sewing Machines Plus has, and it's called an embroidery placement ruler. And it has a bunch of guides on it depending on the size shirt that you have. And this is a men's small. I don't even think they have men's small on here. They have ladies large, ladies medium. Let's go in between these two markings. What you do is you line up the center of the shirt here with this. So say this is a ladies, let's treat it like a ladies large. So if I had a marking on my shirt or buttons on my shirt, I would line up the center with that size. Then the top, this seam up here, you line up with the size that it goes with. So now I'm gonna move up until I get to ladies large, something like that. Okay, so use your center crease or your buttons and your top, what do you call, seam on the shoulder up here. Those are your marks that you line up your size. Once you have that where it should be, this is your guide of where the center of your design should be. Okay, so if I have ladies large in the say in my center crease, and I have ladies large on my seam up here, I put my design where the center crosshairs are there, and that's where I should stitch the design. So what I would do is I would pin that in place, and then I would hoop it accordingly, just like I've shown you with the other items. Whether I hoop it or I float it, it's up to you. But that is how I figure out upper left chest logos. Either I play around with different measurements based on my personal preference using your rulers, or you use a tool like this to kind of help you get a good idea. And then again, go in your closet and look at shirts you already own and see where their placement is. See if it lines up with this tool, because they're not all the same. Okay. Okay, lastly, I wanted to show you odd things, maybe like bags. And then we'll take some questions. Yeah, we got 10 minutes left. Okay, so I got 2 bigger bags here. With bags, you can do the same thing. So here's a little seersucker duffel bag. Here's a little backpack. I would either use my grid, or like I said, I like the printout. If you don't have embroidery software and you don't have the ability to print things out, another cheat that I've done is I've actually stitched out the design on stabilizer and cut it out so that I had a true to size example of what my design was going to be. So this is what I did when my husband had a bunch of golf shirts he wanted made. I did a test stitch to make sure the design stitched out good on stabilizer. I did a couple layers of stabilizer, and then I used that to kind of be my guide of where I wanted my designs. So that's a little something else too. Okay, so say we have, this is a cute little design. I actually did stitch this on a backpack for my my cousin's little boy. So you can print it out, figure out where you think it looks best on the bag, pin it, and then hoop it accordingly, whether you want to hoop it or float it. So it can be big bags. With school bags, you have to realize if you have a flatbed machine, stitching on this pocket is probably not in the cards. So that's when I would stitch the design up here, because what I could do is hoop it, oops, and kind of hold all the rest of this bag over here to where I don't accidentally stitch the bag to itself when it's on the hoop. Now I'm going to show you real quick some specialty hoops that may help you with these things. And here is one that's great for bags. Now, depending on the machine you have, I was going to show you your options. This is a magnetic hoop that fits my old Brother PE 800. But there is a company named Dime that makes magnetic hoops. Here's my big giant one, actually. They're called Snap Hoop Monsters. And these will help with items where they're hard to hoop, where you actually have your inner and outer hoop are magnetized. And so you can put your item here and then just snap the hoops together. So Dime makes some for a variety of different machines in a variety of different sizes. Okay, so a magnetic hoop may be a great option for hard to hoop items where you can have your stabilizer and then your item in between, and you just snap your hoop together. Another option, where did I put it? Here, for harder to hoop items, and say you like to float all the time. Durkee makes easy frames. And at first I thought they only made them for free arm and multi-needle machines, but they also make them for flatbed machines. And so this is a 5x7 easy frame that will fit, I think, any of the Brother or Baby Lock machines. The Innovis are higher, or if you have a slide-on hoop, it will fit your Brother or Baby Lock machine. And what these are is they don't have an inner and outer hoop. They just have a frame. And what the main thing you use with them is a sticky stabilizer. So I would stick my stabilizer underneath, let's see, and you would then expose the stickiness to the top. Let me grab some sticky stabilizer. So this is sticky stabilizer, and on one side it's like tearaway, on the other side it's paper. And so you would just peel the paper bit off, and now you have the sticky. And when you're on a nice flat surface, you turn your hoop to the other side and put your sticky side facing down, and you stick it to the back of your frame and make it to where you have it really like pulled taut, like this. You want your stabilizer to feel like a drum when you've got it on there. But now I have sticky stabilizer. I could put some marks on here. They have some little indentions on the center, and I can float anything on here. So that's a great option for hard to hoop items if you like to float all the time. Okay, I'm going to stop there, and we can take any questions that y'all have. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, Linda, Dime is now part of OESD. I saw Eileen was retiring. Yes, but I think they're still going to keep the Dime name. They have tons of great products. There was something else I wanted to mention today that they make that's called a PAL laser. And I don't have one, but it's always been on my wish list, of a laser that you can like clip to your desk and point it down on your hoop. And so you can see that the laser lines line up with the markings on your hoop. I've lost my hoops now. But say like you have a hoop that didn't come with a grid, but it has marks here, here. That laser light helps you figure out the center of it very nicely. So yeah, they make some great products and I believe Sewing Machines Plus sells like all of them. Okay, so any questions about regular hooping versus floating, the grid system and making crosshair marks versus printing? You got your specialty hoops like magnetics and magnetic hoops and easy frames. Let's see, I had a list of things. My favorite tools, I always have a few acrylic rulers. I have some kind of fabric marking pen, spray adhesive, and then, as always, a variety of different stabilizers. Stabilizers is where it gets tricky sometimes with hooping things, and that's when, if I'm actually hooping something and it's a shirt, I like fusible stabilizers, because then that's one less thing that's moving around as I am trying to snap my hoop, like press my hoop into place and don't want anything to shift. If I iron on stabilizers on the inside of my shirt before I hoop, that's one less thing that moves. So I'm a big fan of fusible stabilizers when I am actually hooping something. When I'm floating something, it's not that big of a deal because your stabilizer is already hooped and then you're just laying your item on top. Let's see. Yay, thanks everyone. I hope y'all enjoyed the class. Oh, someone mentioned stickers. I had that on my list too. Now, we were talking about the Pfaff machine before. You're gonna get when you start getting to those higher end machines, you're gonna get a lot of tools that are gonna help you with placement. For instance, my Stellaire has the option of an app that I can take a picture of my hoop with my item hooped in it, because these hoops have registration marks. I could take a picture of my item and I could send that to my machine, and then my machine screen will show me my design and like where, and then now I have a picture of the item. So say like I'm embroidering something plaid, something, with a directional print, and I really want the design to be in a certain spot. I can now visualize it on the screen on my machine to see right where it be. Then, you have your even bigger upgrade is when they have a camera system and a projection system. I have machines that have a 2-point positioning system. So even if I hoop it crooked, as long as I have some kind of marks on my item or my printout pinned to my item, I can make sure that if I hooped it and my printout looks like this now in my hoop, I can make it to where it stitches out like that. So you get a lot of nice features with the more high-end machine you get that makes hooping a lot easier and figuring out placement a lot easier as well. But what I showed you today are your basics of just how to help you visualize where something should stitch, and your options for hooping, whether you want to really hoop it or you want to float it or use a specialty hoop. All right. Let's see, I saw something. If doing a customer embroidery, how do you remove the markings when the design? So after you're done, and I have these blue or purple marks on my item, the key for the particular marker that I use, which is it made by Clover or Dritz? I think it's Dritz. Something that works with this particular marker very well is a tide pin. So I am guilty of making things for people and like immediately going to give it to them, like a baby shower, wedding shower, things that my friends ask me to make for them and they need it by a certain time, and I don't want to totally soak the spot where the embroidery is to get my marks out. A tide pin gets those marks out super quickly with very little of it, so it's not, the whole place isn't wet, with things. But tide pin is my secret to get my marks out when I'm done. Cindy asks, what are my thoughts about getting a riser for a machine so you can do adult sweatshirts? I have a whole video tutorial on that on my YouTube channel. I have a riser for my smaller PE800. When you're doing larger adult shirts, it is helpful, especially like with the PE800. I could use that multi-positionable 5x12 hoop and slide my whole adult sweatshirt under the riser, and it kind of turns that machine into a free arm machine. If it's hard to visualize for you, look on either my website or my YouTube channel and search riser, R-I-S-E-R, and you'll see what we're talking about. But yeah, I think a riser is helpful only for adult items. Let's see. I'm checking. I'm sorry if I missed your question. I do want to say that if you had a question and I totally missed it, you can reach out to me. My website is carlybell.com. I have a contact me form on there that you can fill out. I'm on Facebook. You can direct message me on Facebook or come join my Facebook group. Everyone's welcome. It's a beginner machine embroidery kind of help group. You can come join in there and ask questions. The whole community is wonderful, where people are always helping one another out. And then I'm in there as much as I can to answer questions and help out as well. I do tutorials on YouTube, somewhat on a schedule. The summer is a bit crazy because my girls are out of school for the summer, but I usually do a live tutorial once a month, like from start to finish. And I try to change up the machine that we do the project on so that you can see a variety of different machines and how they work. And I also have some sew-alongs going on where we're making some Kimberbell quilts and bench pillows, where I'm trying to put out a video about once a week doing a different step of that project. So if you're interested in any of that, just visit my website, carlybell.com. So there we go.
Well, Carly, also I want to let everybody know, if you want to take Carly's embroidery, beginner embroidery class, we have that on Sewing Machines Plus website. All you have to do, go to the search bar at the top of the page, type in Carly Bell, and it'll come up. And I would highly recommend, if you haven't taken it, take it. It's awesome.
Thank you so much, Blaine.
All right. Well, thank you, Carly. Great having you on as usual. It was perfect and a great demonstration. And we'll see you again real soon. Okay.
Yep. All right. Bye, everyone. Have a great rest of your time at Hoopfest.
All right. See you, Carly. All right, everybody. Carly Bell. Again, you can reach her at carlybell.com. She's on YouTube, Facebook. She's on everything. And again, make sure y'all go check her class out on our website. And she is, have we launched the advanced one yet, Kyle?
I think so.
Yeah, so we have the beginner and the advanced on our website. I highly recommend to take both if you haven't taken them. They're really educational and really help you get you kind of kicked off in embroidery. So, all right. We have got Wendy Owens coming back in the house, and this time she's wearing her Viking hat, and we are going to talk about another machine. So let's welcome back Wendy Owens to the show. Hey, Wendy.
Hey, Blaine. How are you?
I am awesome. So what machine are we talking about now? It's a Viking. Is it the Topaz?
It is the Husqvarna Viking Designer Topaz 50.
The 50. Okay. All right. The Topaz 50. So we're going to let you take it away, and then I'll come back and let everybody know how to get one.
All righty. So my apologies for those of you who saw my Pfaff section. I totally forgot to touch the comments, so I didn't even give you guys time to ask me questions. Apologies. But I am back here. I do have the comments on, so I can go ahead and take a glance at those. And if I see something, I'll try and answer them. So I watched Carly's segment just this past thing, and great little segment. I do want to mention really quickly, she mentioned embroidery software. I just want you to keep in mind that there is a basic version of the Creative 8 software that is free to anyone and can be used with any sewing machine. So if you need a free software that you can download the templates so that you can print off those templates, think about the Creative 8 software. So head over to creative8.com and take a peek at that. So right now I am wearing, like Blaine said, I'm wearing my Husqvarna Viking hat, and not pretend there's a hat there. And we are talking about the Husqvarna Viking Designer Topaz 50. Now, this is a mid-level machine, so of course it's not going to have the hoop scanning or anything like that, but it has a great embroidery field, so you can do up to 200. So let's go ahead and talk about that. It's Hoopfest. What hoops come with the machine? And I'm sorry, I left them over there. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. So it does come with the 120 by 120 hoop. That is standard. That comes with it. And then it also comes with, and I have some fabric cooped up in this. It also comes with a 360 by 200. So the so you get an idea of what size that is. So know that you have up to 2 millimeters wide to space to hoop. So if you are purchasing additional hoops for this machine, just know you could go up to 200 millimeters wide. The other thing I want to mention, and I'm going to talk about this, we do have Husqvarna Viking does have magnetic hoops that are made for our machines. They do come in 4 different sizes, but you definitely want to check in the accessory guide what size hoop magnet hoop would fit your particular embroidery machine. I know that for this Husqvarna Viking Designer Topaz 50, you can use the 100 by 100, and there is also a 180 by 130, which is a 5x7, and I believe, I hope, I'm not sure. I also have the 240 by 150 can be used to have this hooped up, because I'm going to show you something a little bit later. So again, hopefully tomorrow I can have another camera set up so I can show you the span of the machine. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and show you what I can show you of the machine. So here we go. You know what? Let me see if I can pull this back a little bit. You'll see the rest of my house. There she is in all her glory. And if you look closely, you can see my cat sleeping on my desk behind in the background. But here we are. We're at the machine. So this does have a touch screen. However, you do need to use a stylus with this particular machine. It is not a capacitive touch screen. So as for sewing, you do have all kinds of fun sewing features. And again, I'm not going to go into what feet come with the machine. You can find that on the link by going to the Husqvarna Viking website or on Blaine's on Sewing Machines Plus. I'm sure they have a link as well that lets you know of all the accessories that come with the machine. It comes with your basic feet, you know, like your blind hem foot, your overcast foot, your decorative stitch foot, and so forth. So let's go ahead and let's talk more about the machine itself. So hopefully, and now I think because the sun's out, I have too much light coming in, so it's harder to see the screen. But right here, you can see that I have my stitches. And to go from menu to menu, I have some arrow stitches right down here. And I would just go ahead and go from menu to menu. And up here, it does tell you, it does label it. And you'll see, oops, as soon as I touch the stitch, it suggested a foot for me, and it may be hard to see, but it is suggesting the B foot. So the B foot is your decorative stitch foot. And if you were to flip that B foot upside down, you would see that there's like a groove in there so that it's accommodating that decorative stitch. So as you're sewing a decorative stitch, it starts to get a slight loft to it. So while that loft is under the foot, that foot is easily gliding over that decorative stitch. If you were to use your standard foot, like your A foot, it could bunch up your decorative stitches. So that's why it's suggesting to use that particular foot. It's nice that the machine is telling us, giving us an idea of what we should be using. It's very helpful. The other thing that we have is Husqvarna Viking is known for their exclusive sewing advisor. So if we come down here, and I know it's a little hard to see, but here we have different types of fabrics to choose from. So you would choose whatever fabric you're using, maybe a stretch light, a stretch medium, a woven medium, even a leather. And then you would also choose what type of stitch are you using. Are you doing a straight stitch, a decorative stitch? Are you doing an overcast? Are you making buttonholes? You would choose that. And then in the background, it's going to head and it will adjust tensions for you so that you're getting an even better stitch out. Again, the Husqvarna Viking is known for our sewing advisor, and it is found on almost every one of our Husqvarna Viking machines. That is something that you should get in the habit of using because it really does have its benefits. of changing tensions and adjusting things inside the machine for you. Okay, so that's what this is down here. And then again, we have, and this is telling me I have my tensions here. I have free motion. I can do free motion on this machine. Also, if I go back to my stitches, I have all kinds of decorative stitches. And by the way, you can do some really fun embroidery, if you will, with your decorative stitches. So I have this sample here. Oops, and I just dumped other accessories that I'm going to show you. I'll clean that up in a minute. So I have this pillow here, and this was done using decorative stitches. This was done in the sewing mode, and what I used for that to help me was the circle attachment. So you can see, you can turn on this machine, you can turn your decorative stitches into an embroidery, if you will, using the templates. And inside this templates, I'm just going to show you very quickly. And then there's an add-on to these templates that you can make other shapes, but it has templates so that you can make circles, so that you can make flowers, if you will. So it has that stuff in there. And let me go ahead and show you the circle attachment itself. Super easy attachment to use. I'm sure over on our official YouTube page, I'm sure there is a demonstration on how to use the circle attachment. So if you go to Husqvarna Viking North America on YouTube, you will be able to find that information. I'm not going to go too much into that, but it also has a little booklet in here, and I'm just going to toss that on the floor. And you can see it has all the instructions that you need. So great way to go ahead and use those decorative stitches. The other thing that we have is, I'm going to go ahead, and again, it's Hoopfest. So let's talk about what we can do in embroidery. So over here, I'm going to go back to my screen, and I can toggle between sewing and embroidery. I do not need to remove my embroidery arms. So let's go ahead to go into sewing. I am going to go ahead and go into embroidery, and we have some options here. So if I go ahead and touch this, that is, and by the way, if you saw my Pfaff presentation, you know that I talked about that question mark. Love, love, love that question mark. So if I touch that question mark, and then I question what's that icon, but I'm not sure what it is. If I touch that, it tells me that's the start menu that I just touched. So super nice to have that question mark for assistance. So if you just go down the line, it tells you that's my hoops and things like that. So it's a super great feature. I'm going to go ahead and go into my start menu. And here, this little icon right here, this flower type thing, this is the built-in designs that are in the machine. Now, this machine is not Wi-Fi capable, but it does have the USB, so you can transfer any of your designs from your computer, or some designs now come on a USB when you purchase designs from other third parties. They automatically come on a flash drive, so you can go ahead and pop that flash drive into the sewing machine, and then you can grab your designs from there. So these are all kinds of different designs that we have built into the machine. And let's go ahead and, oh, that one's tiny. Compared to my hoop that I have chosen, I have the 240 by 150, and that little M that you may see, if you can see it there, that stands for the magnetic hoop. So, and we can choose our hoops. So if we touch our hoops, oops, wrong one. And you can see all of the different hoops that are available to be used on this machine. Remember, you do get the 360 by 200 and the 120 by 120, but then there's other hoops that you can use on this machine. The E for on this one, it stands for endless. We also have our magnetic hoops that you can use, and I'm going to show you that magnetic hoop in a few moments. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of my hoops, and let's go back into, I am going to go back into here, and let's grab another design. I was playing with that one earlier because that one is much bigger. You can see that I have the opportunity to move things. I also have some built-in fonts, and these are the built-in fonts that I have. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And as you move up the line with machines, you do go ahead and then you start finding more and more fonts. So it is 2 fonts, technically 6 because they are different sizes. So and as soon as I do that, you can see that the keyboard, I got to stop talking because otherwise I'll spell my name wrong. And I did spell my name wrong. So let me go ahead over here to delete. And you see that I can start over. And there you go. And then I was able to bring that in. And it's small compared to the hoop that I have chosen. If I need to, I can go ahead and I can go back in there. And here is my edit. This was grayed out before I chose a font because this is edit for the fonts. So I can go ahead, and touch edit, and I can go back in there. I can delete some things. I can add things, whatever I need to do to that particular font. Here we have your file folder. That is your file manager. So if you have things built into the machine, if you saved something to the machine, that is where you would find it. So I am not one that uses my machine as a storage device. I do try and not store as many designs on my machine itself. I usually only keep my basic ones that I use a lot or know that I'm going to be sewing a lot. Other than that, I'll store them away on an external flash drive or something like that. Let's go back to the machine. Sorry, I got caught up and I was looking at some of the comments over there. And let's see what else do we have here. So we also have what we have. It's called Alt. So it brings up some other options. So now I can move my design by using the arrows here, up and down. So I have this one chosen. Oops, I've got to choose it. Now you can see I can move it. Of course, I can move it with my stylus as well. But if I need to fine tune, I do have the up and down arrows to assist me. I also have in there, that is my rotate. This is my scale. And this is my pan. So if I need to pan the hoop, I can pan the hoop if I need to. Okay. And then we have that. It's 100%. We can unlock it. And now we can resize it. And I'm actually going to say we're going to rescale it. Not so much resize. It's scaling. So let's go back into here. And then I also have my settings. So these are things that you can change. If you want to turn off your thread cutter, you want to turn off your automatic jump stitch, you can turn that off. If you want to purchase the center Q foot, right now I actually have the R foot on the machine because that's what was in my accessory pouch. So that's what I threw on. But know that you have the option for the center Q foot as well. And we also have our sewing settings in here. In here, we also have our stitch settings. So if we need to adjust our presser foot, you have that option. You have machine settings. If you so desire, want to learn a new language, go ahead and pick a different language other than English. And you have your auto repeat. So you have all kinds of features in here. Just because this is a mid-level machine doesn't mean it's not going to get the job done. Not everyone can afford the top-of-the-line machine, but this is a great option, and Blaine has it at a great price point. So if you are new to embroidery, or if you just want to go up to a slightly larger hoop, this is a great option to go into. So let me show you some things. I have, I think, like 10 minutes left. So let's talk about some stuff. So I told you that I also want to talk about some creative ways to do embroidery in the hoop. So there are techniques that you can do that a lot of our machines do. You do not need to have the top of the line to do a lot of these techniques. And the one that I do want to show you is felting. We have the opportunity that we can do felting in the machine, and that's the little kit that I spilt over aside me, and that's what I'm grabbing for so that I can show you what comes in that kit. So let me go ahead and switch cameras and I'll show you that. But first, let me show you also some samples of felting in the hoop. And it's such a great, it's super fun. I love it. Last year, I was like totally addicted to felting in the hoop. And you can find some of these designs on our website. So let me show you this. This is the first sample. This one is felted, and this one is with denim only. And I'll show you that in a moment. So denim only, and it doesn't have any, when you do felting, you don't use any thread, you don't use any bobbin thread. It's all with a needle, a special felting needle that you use, and there's a name for it, and I forget. It's, again, my words are not helping me today. And then you also have where you can do 2 layers of felting, and that's what this jacket is. Yes, it's a denim jacket, but I had to do 2 layers because when you're doing felting on denim, you want to make sure that you have a good contrast between the denim, the indigo itself, and the backing, which you could see is kind of white. Now bring this down here so you can see this a little bit easier. This one did not have enough contrast between the front and the back of it, the inside and the outside. So this is a piece of wool felt that I used, and those fibers were punched to this side of the jacket, to the right side. So again, I have my magnetic hoop, and what I like about our magnetic hoops is that it has individual magnets here. So if I hoop something, and this is perfect for you floaters out there, I am a hooper. I am going to hoop everything that I possibly can because you really do get a better tension on your fabric when you can actually hoop your fabric. But there are some things that you just can't hoop. It's just an odd shape or something like that, or the area in which you want to hoop it on. So a magnetic hoop is a great thing to have. And again, with these little magnets, if I just needed to shimmy just one little corner, all I need to do is just lift up one magnet, give it a little shimmy, and then put that magnet down. That's what I really like about our magnetic hoops. Also, our magnetic hoops are engineered for our machines. And how you would do this felting, and let me pop over here real quick. We have some tools. So in your felting kit, you will get this little, this goes in your bobbin. You need to let your bobbin know that something is there because we're not using thread in an actual bobbin. You just need to kind of tell the machine that, hey, we're doing this. And then you have, this is your needle guide. This is the screw to put the needle guide on. This pops over your stitch plate. So it takes it down to a single hole. And even if you are using the single hole stitch plate, you still want to use this. And then it also comes with a pack of felting needles. And these needles last quite some time. You'll be surprised how long those felting needles will last. And then you also have an instruction guide that tells you how to do all that. And again, if you go to our YouTube page, our official YouTube page, Husqvarna Viking North America, you will find that information. Okay, so this is the right side of the denim. So do you see all that is the white fibers are pushed out from the back. And if you can see it, it's hard to see it, but it is there. That's where that's where the fibers are being punched out. So it's pretty cool. Again, you just need to have a machine that is not top thread dependent. And how you do that is you do need to hoop your fabric upside down. So this is how it's going to get hooped. And you can see here is my attachment. And you do not want to use stabilizer for this either, because the stabilizer is going to get in the way with doing that felting. So no stabilizer needed for that technique either. So fun technique, something I do highly suggest that you go and try. There is one other way that you can do felting, and let me bring that up real quick. So this is a freestanding felting. So these are our little mitts that I knitted, and then I adorned it with some freestanding felting. And this was done with roving. If you're not sure what roving is yarn in its raw form. It looks like this big ball of just cotton, right? Or wool or something like that. And it does come in colors. And for that one, you would just sandwich that between 2 layers of water soluble stabilizer. You'll put your roving in there, or you can use yarn or something like that. If you so desire, you could take your yarn down to roving by using combing brushes to comb it back out. However you want to do it, you can use felt, things like that. And then this one actually also has embroidery on top of it. So this is a dual thing. So we made the felt itself, and then we embroidered on top of it. So any questions on that? Yes, Diana, the fest always does open new interests. Again, I'm hoping to show you some really fun techniques that you can do with your embroidery, since this is Hoopfest, instead of just the plop and drop idea of embroidering. There's so much that you can do with these machines besides just embroidering. Okay, so I have a few minutes left, so let's go ahead and take another look. Thank you for liking my mittens. Let's go ahead and take some more looks at the machines. Because I have some time left, we can go ahead and explore some more features of the machine. So let's see if I can show you what else we have over here. I don't know how good you can see that. But if you look on the front of the machine, you do have a speed control, which is super nice. This machine does have the scissors. We have a stop. So as you're sewing, you can touch the stop and it will finish off whatever motif you're stitching, and then it will stop the machine. Here we have a fix, and a fix is it's going to do a little knot for you at the beginning and or the end of your sewing stitching. We have our presser foot lifter here, up, and presser foot down. We have the start stop button. We also have our needle, our sewing with our needle in the down position, which I totally love, because this machine also has what we call the exclusive sensor system. And what that does in sewing, when you're sewing with your needle in the down position, your foot will hover so that you can easily pivot your fabric. Opposed to having a knee lift, this machine does not have a knee lift because we have our exclusive sensor system. The other great thing about our exclusive sensor system is that it can adjust to different lofts of fabric that you have in your machine. And if I would have thought about it, I would have brought my fabric with me. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do it. I'll just sew on this. Denim is a great one to try. And let me get a foot out. See if I can I'll just find my A foot. It's my standard foot. I did have that one handy, so we'll just do that one. We'll show you the exclusive sensor system. Oops, I got to get out of embroidery and go over to sewing. And like I said, you want to get into the habit of using the exclusive sewing advisor. So I am going to be doing, this is more like a medium weight denim that I'm using, and we're just going to do a straight stitch seam. And we're going to go ahead and then let's go here so that you can see what's happening. Let's see if I can find that needle again. So when I'm sewing in the down position and I start stitching, oops, does want me to remove the embroidery in it. That's okay, we'll just, okay. So as I start stitching, and if I sew with my needle down, do you see how this is hovering so that I can easily pivot? The other thing that it's going to do as I start adding more into this, it will notice the loft that I'm doing. So it judges how much fabric is under there. So that is a great help as well. I love that feature. Then I have my scissors built in. I can easily cut it. The other thing that we can do is, since we're doing I'm going to go ahead and sew on this denim. I'm going to make a mock flat belt, if you will, so that you can see all the thicknesses that this can stitch through. And we'll just go ahead and we'll stitch right on top of that. Oops. Trying to make it super nice. So I'm sewing through all of those different thicknesses. And then I can also hem it up. My hands are in the way, sorry. I can go ahead and hem it up, do it a couple rolls. And it goes right through it. And you'll notice that I did not need to use my multi-purpose tool, or some of you might know it as the hump jumper. I didn't necessarily need to use that because it went through all of those layers, no problem. And that's what our exclusive sensor system can do for you. So great features on the machine, not only in embroidery, fun things that you can do in embroidery, but you also have a great sewing machine where you can turn your decorative stitches into an embroidery, if you will, with your circle attachments. And we have just so many things that we can offer. Trying to see if there are any questions here. I don't see any questions. And this time I'm looking.
Hey, that's a good sign, Wendy.
That means I said it. I did a good job, right?
That means you covered everything.
Right.
Well, hey, I'm actually so impressed as much as you covered in 30 minutes on that machine, because I know you just scratched the surface with it.
Yes. With everything that I'm going to do this week, Blaine, unfortunately, we're only going to be able to scratch the surface, and I try and talk fast so I can get as much in as I possibly can.
There you go. All right, Wendy. Well, thank you so much. I know we're going to see you again the rest of this week. So
yes.
We'll let everybody know how they can get this.
All righty. Thank you, everyone.
All righty. Okay, everyone, this is the Topaz 50. It's actually called the Designer Topaz 50 from Viking. And again, you see the price right there on the screen, $3,999. Again, this is a great, great machine. We have financing available, and we have the call-in special. So get on that phone if you're interested in one of these machines and give them a call. They are standing by right there, and they can tell you exactly what the Hoop Fest pricing is. 800-401-8151. If you just want to go take a look and check it out, you can actually just go to smplive.tv, and Kyle has that product right there at the very top of the page. You can click on it right there. That'll take you to the Sewing Machines Plus website, where the product page of this machine. You can read all the details about it. You can actually ask questions to the live chat agents there, or you can just get on that phone and call them at the call center, and they can take your call and answer all your questions and give you all the lowdown of what's going on for Hoop Fest. But make sure y'all act today if you are interested in this, because the quantities are limited. All right, guys, we are going to continue on. And hey, we've got Happy Embroidery in next. Now, Happy, we've got Matt Lamb here today. Now, Matt, he's the regional manager for the Western U.S. and the East Central. And his role, he's held since 2023. He oversees sales across 17 states in the U.S. and all of Canada. And he splits his time up between the company's headquarters in North Carolina and his California office. So Matt Lamb is here today, and we're going to talk all about the 2 7 needles that Happy have. And is Matt ready yet?
I think so.
All right. Well, let's bring Matt in. Y'all give him a big SMP welcome to Matt Lamb. All right, Matt.
We're here. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can't see anything.
Let's
Black screen all the way.
Okay. All right. Let's reset that, and then we'll try it again.
All righty.
It's showing our camera.
No, we're not seeing anything but a dark screen. It's kind of weird.
Camera.
Kyle says he can see it on the thumbnail, but he can't see it on the main screen. But we can hear it.
Lower res and see what happens.
There we go.
Okay.
Yay.
Yay.
Surprise.
Oh, so we have Matt Jones.
Now, I'm having to fill in. Matt Lamb had a personal thing to attend to, so he's going to be out for a few days.
All right, so I need to reintroduce everybody. This is Matt Jones. He's the national sales manager for Happy, based out of North Carolina. So Matt, great, welcome to the show. And I know we're going to talk all about the 7 needles, and there's 2 of them. So you're going to have to explain to everybody why we have 2 different ones here and the differences between them, because there are some differences, but we're going to let you take it away, and I'll be back here in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell them how they can get either one.
Perfect. But I think we're frozen now.
Yeah.
Of course.
I thought you either froze or you're just really good at being still.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can do this here.
All right, they're going to try to launch it again.
Okay. Standard def.
All right.
Try lower def, and then let's see what happens. All right.
I think y'all got too fancy of a camera, too high resolution.
We're trying to do a lower res just to make sure.
Just go to the lowest.
Yeah. Lowest.
Yeah, y'all going to have to start. Y'all going to have to make me start telling jokes if you don't get it. And we don't want that because I'm not a joke teller.
Yeah, of course this would happen.
Well, it always does. You know, it's one of those things that everything works smooth until you're ready to go. And sometimes our technology, you know how it is. We have those technology demons out there that come and strike. And but you know what? We're broadcasting from all the way from North Carolina all the way to California, and then from California all over the nation. So that signal's going a long ways.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while y'all are trying to figure that out real quick, I'm going to go ahead and do a giveaway real quick while everybody's watching. So everybody right now in the chat, I want you to put the word Hoop Fest, 2 different words, HOOPFEST, Hoop Fest, and 2 separate words, Hoop Fest. Kyle's going to put it up there. And we are going to draw, and we're going to give away one of our world famous sewing mats right now. There you see it on the screen. So everybody start typing that in your chat right now for a chance to win. And I think there's close to 500 of y'all watching. So put your chat in really quickly. Put it in the chat, Hoop Fest, if you want a chance to win one of our world famous sew mats. And I see the ticker going up very quickly of all the people putting it in the chat. And just keep going. We've got Matt back. He's ready. I see him in the thumbnail. So I think hopefully we're ready to go with Matt. So we're going to get this drawn. So Kyle, spin that wheel. Y'all got to be really quick on your chat today. All right, Ann Jenkins is our winner. So congratulations, Ann. She's watching today from YouTube. So, Ann, how you're going to claim that prize, you're going to go to smplive.tv, scroll down to the very bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete. And most importantly, down in the little notes section, put in there what color of sew mat you want, what size. We have 13 different colors. We have 4 sizes of most of them, and we have 5 sizes of the red, blue, and gold, and those are the big double X large that fit those big machines. All right, so congratulations, Ann. So let's go back to North Carolina, and let's pick up on Matt Jones, and there he is, Matt Jones in the flesh. So take it away, Matt.
Thanks, Blaine. Let's hope this keeps working this time. So why Happy? Everyone thinks that we're new to the game. Entering the home market. What a lot of folks don't know is Happy actually started back in 1923 making Singer sewing machines for Montgomery Ward. For a long time, Bernina carried Happy 7 and 12 needles in all their stores nationally. So there is a good fit with the commercial machines to bleed over into the home market. And I'm going to tell you a lot of reasons why. A lot of folks think because this is a commercial machine that the interface is going to be very difficult to learn and difficult to use. Couldn't be any different. Because this is going into a commercial location where we have to be able to train folks very quickly to use the machine, we've actually got one of the easiest to use interfaces of any machine on the market. The touch screen is much like your smartphone. Everything you need is here on the home screen. Your design, the hoop that you have pulled up, colors, speed, how long you're going to run this design, how many color changes it has, total stitch count, and you program all the buttons that you need right here on the side. So very simple to use and very easy to learn this touchscreen. So don't be intimidated by the fact that Happy is a commercial machine. The fact that it's a commercial machine means that it's going to be a lot easier for the end user. Now, all of our machines have 3 USB ports, Ethernet LAN. So if you want to hook it to your home computer, if you want to use a mouse, they're Wi-Fi compatible if you want to hook up Wi-Fi to send your designs to the machine. And all of that is built into the controls. Now, the 7 and 7P that we're talking about today are our 2 entry-level models. So the 7 standard is just a everyday embroidery machine. The 7P is the 7 standard, but Happy wedged this motor in there. It's the same motor that's in our 15 needle machine. Most of your home machines are going to have a motor about this size. So again, why is this commercial motor important? Because this is a trucker hat that we sewed out right before we started this. 3D foam, thick 3D foam. And I don't know if your users can just see how good. This is on my 7 needle P entry-level machine. Now, think about this. I know a lot of folks do thick items, karate belts, dog collars, leashes, shoes, tennis shoes, purses, blankets. I have ladies in Texas that do monograms on horse blankets on my 7 needle machine. It is absolutely that strong. So for the price point that Blaine is able to provide these machines, getting that giant commercial motor gives you, the home user, the ability to do just about anything you want to do. Very intuitive too. So the 7 needle over here on our standard, we can go in and very easy, everything is here. So I want to do a trace. Oh, looks like we're frozen again.
Bear with us here, we'll see what we can do.
All right, we're going to give Matt and them just a second to try to get them unfrozen. Wow, we can hear their audio fine, so it's almost like a hardware issue or something. But sorry about that, everybody. Things happen on live TV, so you never know, how the signals are going to be coming across. But guess what? That's always good for you when stuff like that happens, because guess what? We give something away, Kyle. So we're going to do a $25 gift card right now, and you don't have to put anything in the chat right now. We're just going to say $25 gift card. Kyle, spin that wheel. Oh, he's got to get it all set up.
If you change the keyword, I got to change the thing.
All right, here we go. Yep, let's draw. All right, for a $25 gift card to SMP, we'll make this quick. I think we got Matt back ready to go, not frozen. So Ella Bly, congratulations, Ella Bly, longtime SMP Nation member. And she's watching today from Facebook. So Ella, you know the drill. Go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit. Once we get that in, Kyle will send you an email with the gift card code. You just have to put it in at checkout. It'll save you $25 off your purchase. All right, let's go. We're all the way back to North Carolina to Matt. And you're unfrozen, Matt.
Thanks, Blaine. Yeah, we have a brand new camera. We tested it on Zoom. Worked great. Not too very happy right now. So we'll get that fixed. So going back to where I left off with the controls, a lot of intuitive stuff built in for the home user. So this machine has a laser on it. And we can do a trace before we're going to start our design. I think we might need to do some color loading here. All right, there we go. So we can go ahead and come in here. We have the laser. We can see our hoop. We can see everything we need on the screen. Trace function isn't exactly working for me here.
I don't know. Here's trace.
There we go. Wrong icon loaded. So you got your laser on all of our compact machines. The 7P comes with a crosshair laser. That's probably my favorite. So always we can go ahead and trace the design before we start. Is it working?
No, it shouldn't.
Oh, I think we froze up again.
All right, guys, looks like they're frozen up again, so we're going to wait and see if they can get that worked out. It's going along there just fine, wasn't it, Kyle? Well, there was this guy walking down the road. I'm just kidding. I'm telling you jokes. How about if we give something else away? That seems like everybody likes that, Kyle. What do y'all think? You want to do another giveaway? All right, let's do another sew mat out here. And no code required this time. We're just going to spin the wheel. What do you think? All right, here we go. All right, Matt and him are unfrozen again.
Yes.
So we're ready to go. Joyce.
Try to pronounce that name.
Man, I don't know how to pronounce the last name. Is that J. Kalinaland?
That's actually pretty good.
J. Kalinaland? Joyce J. Kalinaland. Or maybe it's Joyce. The J is for Joyce, and it's just Kalinaland. Anyway, Joyce, you are our winner. Congratulations. How to claim that prize, just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Most importantly, in the little notes section there, put in what size of sew mat you want, what color, and we'll take it away from there. All right, let's go back to Matt.
Okay. I'm going to hand it off to Renee so I can go get someone to come take a look at this camera so the rest of our sessions work. So,
all right, Renee. Good to see you, Renee.
All right, good to see you, Blaine. So I've been working with these machines for a long time, and I love the user friendliness of them. And I think what Matt was bringing up here is I'll go and pick up where we left off. I just want to show you a couple things on the screen that really just kind of makes these work so well. So hang on a second. Let me see if we get a nice close-up view of the machines. So bear with me here. And I think we're up and running on the on the laptop here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to get nice and close on the machine itself and the control panel. I'll show you some of the things that I've been teaching these machines for probably about 20 years. And one thing that I like, there's nothing that lowers the learning curve than just making it easy. And one of my favorite things about this machines with the touchscreen here with these 2 7 needles is that the things that you're going to do every day are right here on the front screen. So when you set up any kind of design, you're going to be doing 3 things. You're going to transfer the design into the machine from a USB stick, or maybe if you want to cable directly to your computer. And then the second thing is you're going to set up the colors. And then the third is that you're going to fit it into a hoop and make sure it aligns, and then you're going to sew. So the good thing is those 3 things are right here on the front screen. We've got a button here to load it from the USB stick. You've got a button to set your colors. And then you've got a button next to a picture of the hoop here so that you can see where it is in case you want to move this over. So for example, if I want to move this to the left side of this side of the hoop, press the button next to it, and I can just scooch it over by just pressing the button, and it moves. And then if I just want it to be in the center, I can just center it. So basically, your everyday tasks you're only just pressing a few buttons. And then to make things better, I'm going to get in a little bit closer here to the control panel, so bear with me here. So working with the camera that I've got, is that you can also customize your side of your screen to your favorite shortcuts. And some of the projects that we run into every day, like doing applique, or if we're sewing patches and everything, you can put shortcuts here that makes that all easier. For example, this is a frame out button that I can add on here. And actually there's about 7, 8, even about 15 shortcuts. Just like your smartphone, you can put whatever shortcuts you want or apps right there on the front screen. So there's a whole list of them. We give you a list of all these functions, and then you can put whatever you want on there. Like for example, there's a for multiple hoopings. This button here aligns you very easily from one design to the next. So you can sew part of a design in the big hoop. So you can sew really big designs, then slide over that fabric and move it over, and that button will help you align it with a couple of points. So you can add preferences to what you're doing. If you're doing, for example, a lot of patches or key tags, for example, and you want to repeat that, there's a function that will let you automatically repeat the design just by a couple buttons, and you just pick the hoop. And when you tell it the hoop, then it'll calculate how many copies, how many rows, and how many columns with just one button press. So the machine makes it really, really easy to do projects like this, as well as doing standard jobs like your hats or your shirts. Happy aims to make these very, very friendly to use, no matter what level you're at. So that was one of my favorite things in teaching these machines. We found that people can figure these out on their own. But of course, we offer all kinds through Sewing Machines Plus, every kind of lesson that you have, and we make all kinds of media available so you can get up and running really, really fast with these 7 needle machines. And also, one thing that we really like about them is that you're really flexible on what you can attach to the machine. So for example, we've got a Mighty hoop here. Happy machines come with their own brand hoops, but you can choose the specialty hoops you have. You can get them at SewingMachinesPlus.com. For example, like these Mighty hoops. And the nice thing about them is that machines have a memory of about 55 additional hoops that you can put in here so that you can actually see them on the screen, just like you can see this round 15 centimeter hoop. You can put this 10 by 10 inch Mighty hoop on there. You can put the tall hoops for pant legs. You can put the wide hoops if you want to do front chest logos. You can use clamps. You can use Durkee frames. You can basically load these into memory. All these Happy machines have up to 55 slots for custom hoops. that you can put in there in addition to the library hoops that come with it. Again, all these features make it easy for you to customize your machine to what kind of things that you want to do in your shop or your sewing room. And also, I do want to highlight too as well, if you look at the, if we take this hoop off of the machine, one thing that really stands out about either of these 7-needle machines is that you've got this free sewing arm here, and it's completely encumbered. Now you're looking at where you normally see a big table with your sewing machine. This is completely open, so you can do large items like golf bags, market totes, suitcases. So, and you can slide them right onto the hoop, and the machine will sew very, very nicely on top of these. And this arm, if you can see kind of from 3/4 view, this hangs out in space. You actually don't even need, you can actually hang this over the edge of your table. All the weight of the machine is in the back, so you can put quite a bit of weight. Now I'm pulling down pretty hard with that, and you see that machine's not budging. So as far as big projects, big items that you've always thought about doing, but you weren't sure if you could do that with your embroidery machine, well, these 7-needle Happies can take on that despite how compact they are. So just another great aspect of these machines that will really, really help you find a lot of uses for them in your shop.
Another good benefit to owning the Happy machines as well is the fact that because these are commercial machines, you do not need to take them to the dealer every 3, 6, or 9 months for service. Inside this housing is a steel frame, just like our industrial 15-needle and multi-heads are built on. And all of our bearings are like modern cars, so they're encased. There's no maintenance to do other than oiling on the head. You do that, and the machine tells you when and where it wants it. So you got a once a day, a once a week, and a once a month. Other than that, you'll run the machines for years and years and years and not need any dealer service on the units. I don't know what else you were talking about before we left off, but you know, a lot of intuitive stuff in here. What I was going to show you before when the camera locked up was I can be in the middle of a design. I can stop. It'll remember where that design was. I can come in, load a different design. I'm not going to run the whole design for 10 minutes. Finish that design, come back to the one you were originally doing. And the machine will pick up right exactly where it left off. So let's say you're in the middle of doing a very large design, and you're doing maybe a 200,000 stitch jacket back. Family member comes over and wants something done. Oh, I've got the backpack for Joey's kindergarten. You can stop what you're doing, do the backpack, and then come back and finish your job right where you left off. That's just 1% of 1% of what these machines are capable to do. Renee is going to give another seminar this afternoon that's really going to talk about all the features built into the software. Now, another reason and good benefit for going with Happy is our commercial warranty. 10 years on belts and motors. Yes, 10 years. 3 years electronics and 2 years on mechanical, other than consumables like needles and presser feet. Probably one of the best warranties in the industry, either home or commercial. So all that is the benefits that you get into a compact 7-needle machine that weighs 103 pounds. So people can throw this in the back of a car. You can go to birthdays, you can go to flea markets, events, and the machine will be set up and ready to go in just minutes. We probably have the only machine that's ready to go out of the box in a multi-needle that literally you'll spend more time putting the stand together. The machine will be ready to embroider within 30 minutes of getting it out of the box. It's pre-threaded and pre-ready to go from the factory. So whether you decide to go with the 7 standard or the 7P with the larger motor, you're going to get all of those features on the commercial end and on the home end make your life a lot easier. Do we have any questions?
Let me ask Matt, has anybody got any questions for Matt before we get them out of here? I don't think so, Matt. So, hey, if they have any questions, they can probably ask later on this afternoon. So, Matt, thank y'all for coming on this morning. We'll see y'all this afternoon. And let's go ahead and tell everybody how they can get there happy. All right. So we have 2 different ones that we show today. Now, again, it's a 7-needle embroidery machine. One is what they call the 7-needle. It's a P. That's the professional. You saw the difference in the size of the motors on those things. And the other one, that it's called the Plus. You see it right there. The Plus is the $11,396. We do have SMP pricing for it. Call in for that. We have special financing, 800-401-8151. And the one that's the non-P version, it's $83.96. And again, the motor is a huge deal. This one has the motors of just about every embroidery machine out there about that size. But that big commercial motor, they're big. It's like an industrial motor. It is made that you can sit there and embroidery 24 hours a day for years. And it's not going to have any wear on that motor. That thing will last. And it is a workhorse. So it's just depending on what your application is going to be, whether you're going to be like if you're wanting to do a home-based business and have a machine that you're going to run a lot, you might be taking a look at the Plus version. If you're just a hobbyist and you're going to use it just for your own use and maybe friends and not run it all the time, this one will work just fine. Either one, we highly recommend. Get on that phone right now. Call us 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, just chat to one of the live chat agents as well. But both machines ready to go, ready to ship. So give us a call right now. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with Hoop Fest, and we've got Baby Lock in the house. Y'all been waiting for this. Anna Avery Vaughn is here, and Anna fell in love with quilting several years ago, has never looked back. She's especially drawn to designing modern quilts with a vintage twist and shares that love with everyone she meets as she travels to shops around the country. And she's located down in Tallahassee, Florida. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Anna Avery Vaughn. Hey, Anna. I think you're muted. So I think it's muted on your end. StreamYard's not muted, so it must be your microphone or your computer. Something is muted on your side. Still nothing. Man, we're having the technology gremlins today. Still nothing. So it's got to be either I don't know if you're using a camera, nod your head yes. If you're using a camera, are you using your cell phone, or are you using a computer? Computer. So it's got to be the computer's microphone is muted.
Check your audio input in the settings.
Okay, Kyle's saying check your audio input in the settings.
Yeah, if you click settings and then the audio input, maybe it's on the wrong one.
How about that?
I got you. There we go. Loud and clear.
We'll just try that one then. Hello.
Well, hey, Anna, good to see you. It's been a while.
Yes. How are y'all doing?
We're doing fantastic. How are things in Florida?
Oh, it's nice, hot, and muggy.
Well, hey, that's the way I like it. I miss that hot and muggy.
Oh, well.
Everybody talks about California weather, but it's been like cold out here. I mean, like chilly. We haven't had really any hot weather. It was a little bit hot yesterday, That's first
Oh.
day in a while, so it's been kind of a little chilly. So
I'll trade you. How about that? I'll trade.
well, I like the hot weather, so I'll trade you. All right, well, Anna, we're gonna let you get going. I know you got a lot to cover, and I'll
Awesome.
see you back here about 25 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hey everyone, how is everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing great. My name is Anna Avery Vaughn. I'm a national baby lock educator, and I'm here today to talk about one of my favorite things, which is the Baby Lock Meridian 2. This is a great machine. This machine is a standalone embroidery only machine. So if you want to be sewing over here while you're embroidering over here, that's a great way to bring embroidery into the home while you're sewing over here. I love being able to do that. But today, I want to talk to you a little bit outside the embroidery aspect, because what the Meridian has built into it is something called IQ Designer. And there's so many different things that IQ Designer can do. And every time I come on, I love to show something new that IQ Designer can do. I like to think of it as like a little built-in digitizer, which means that I can build my own designs in there. So I can be my own designer, which I absolutely love. It's so much fun. So I saw this being designed, or these designs being thrown out in the world here not too long ago, and I absolutely fell in love with it. And I thought, hey, I can do that on my own on my Meridian 2. And so I'm going to show you how easy, quick and easy it is to create your own applique and to design your own design. And here it is. So you're just going to take your shape of your state, and you're going to create your shape, or excuse me, your state as an applique. We're also going to use some built-in lettering, and then we're going to put a cute little star, heart, whatever you want, right there where you live. And I live in Tallahassee, Florida, so that's where mine is. I'm also going to do it a little bit differently than I did on the tea towel. I'm also going to design it so it's built for a big old pillow. So I'm going to put some beautiful decorative stitching around it. And decorative stitching is built into the machine, so I have so many options. So I want to show you that process. It's a lot of fun that I can build my own appliques, I can design my own designs, and I can add some beautiful decorative stitching around it. So let's get started. Let me switch the camera on over so we can talk about how we can use a clip art from the internet and turn a clip art into applique. All right, so here's my machine, but I want to show you something first. Before we get into that, let me grab my iPad here, because what we have is a program, well, excuse me, we have an app. And sorry for the view. My camera is deciding to go sideways today versus vertical. We have a special app that goes along with the Meridian 2. Well, let's start with the Meridian Altair, the Altair Meridian 2, the Solaris, all the versions of the Solaris and the Radiance, that is called IQ Positioning app. And with this app, we can do so many things, but today what we are using is we're going to use something called Select an Image for Creating a Design. Oops, let me go back. So I'm going to use this little icon right here, but I have to have a design first. So I'm going to go out to the internet, and you can see I've already worked on it. And all I typed up in my search bar is Florida clip art black and white. That's all I did. And it's best to use the black and white outlines for this purpose, for your applique purposes. And when I was searching around, I found this little guy right here. So I pressed and held it, and I saved it to my photos. And of course, we have tons of videos out there that show you how to do this. Then I went back to my app, and I used this little icon right here. and I selected my shape of my state, and I'm going to tell it to send to the machine. And it's going to say, Anna, I did that. So wirelessly, I sent a shape over to my machine, and now I can create a beautiful design out of that. So let's do that. Let's go find that design. Let's go home, actually. So since we're working in IQ Designer, that's where I want to go. It's not going to be an embroidery. It's going to be an IQ Designer. So I'm going to use a wired mouse so my fingers are out of the way. And all I'm going to do is click on IQ Designer, and I'm going to go find that shape. And that shape lives inside of Line Designs. And since I sent it wirelessly versus put it on a USB stick, I'm going to select this wireless key. And then the very last thing that I sent over is always going to be at the top. So I'll select that, and look, there's my Florida shape. That's how easy it is. So I'm going to select set, and there she is. And she comes in at 3.25 by 4.15. I'm going to make her bigger because I might save this and make a big pillow out of this, because I think it would be really cute in a Florida room or you know, on a porch or something like that. So I'm just going to say okay. And then I'm going to hit set. And let me tell you what I just did. I basically just created a line from the internet to be able to turn into stitching. I have one button in between a drawing and a stitch and stitching. I have one button. So that means I have one button in between a drawing and digitizing. It's amazing. So now what I'm going to do is select size, and I'm going to make this bigger. So once I hit size, I have my proportionally larger keys, and I'm just going to press it until I'm happy with the size. And we're going to say, let's just make it about that big. And that's about 4.66 by 5.92. So a little over 4.5 inches, almost 6 inches big. And I'm going to say, okay. Now, I am going to be going through a few steps, but remember, like I said, we have tons of videos out there. And also, a lot of us Baby Lock educators have our own Facebook groups where we teach how to do this during the week. We each have weekly Facebook groups out there. So we teach how to do this, and we love it. So we're here to help you. So the first thing that I'm going to do is tell it what type of stitch line do I want it to be. Do I want it to be a running stitch? Do I want it to be a zigzag stitch? What kind of stitch? Well, when we have an applique, we have three lines, right? We have a placement stitch, we have a tack down stitch, and we have a finishing stitch. So we want this one to be our placement stitch. So I'm going to come to this little grouping right here. This is my line properties. And I'm going to click on that. And I'm going to select the running stitch. And just for fun, I'm going to select a color and say, okay. I'm going to turn this bucket on so I can tap the line. And guess what I just did? I told you it was one button. I just digitized. That's how easy it is to digitize inside of the Meridian 2. I'm also going to save this because I changed the size and I want to come back and use this. So I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to hit next, preview, set, okay. Now I have my placement stitch. I need to make my tack down stitch and my satin stitch. So let's go make our tack down stitch. So we're going to select add. We are then going to go back to IQ Designer. We're going to recall that same shape we just made with the Florida. That's going to be this one right here. So it's a little pocket with an arrow going outside of it. I'm going to tap that. I'm going to select the machine where I saved it. And she's right here, right up at the top. And set. And since I had already changed it to a running stitch and saved it, it's going to stay that way. So I'm going to hit next, preview, okay. There it is, and set, okay. And it's going to sit right on top of the previous one. So you can see here I have color 1, color 2. Now let's make a cute little, let's go see what we can find. Let's go to add. We're going to go to IQ Designer. We're going to recall that shape. We're going to grab our Florida. You can see I work a lot. I love designing in here. You can see I was playing. And we're going to go back to that line properties area because I have other options. I can use a zigzag stitch for my finishing stitch. I can use a candle wicking stitch for my finishing stitch. I can use a chain. I can use a blanket stitch. How about that? Let's try our blanket stitch. So I'm going to select, I'll just select that same, let's select a purple color. And okay. And then I'm going to turn on that bucket again and tap the line. And then I'm going to hit next and preview. And let's see what it looks like. So can you see? Look, I just created blanket stitching for my little Florida. How cute is that? That is darling. So I'm going to hit set. And if I wanted those little bites to be longer or shorter, I sure can go to return and I can make those little bites longer and I can make them either closer or further apart. So let's make them a little closer and set, and let's preview and see what they look like. And I'll zoom in again so you can see. Oh, that even looks better. I like that a lot better. So I'm happy with that, and I'm going to hit set. So now that is off a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go to the move key. Sometimes that happens. That's okay. I can fix it. I can use the move. Oops, I hit the move key too much. There we go. There we go. So now what I have done is I have taken a design or a line design from the internet. I have brought it over to my machine. I have used IQ Designer to turn it into embroidery. I have turned it into applique. I've created my own applique. Now all I have to do is add the word and then the little star or heart wherever you want to add it to wherever you live. So first, let's add the little star or heart, whatever you want to put. And I'm going to go to IQ Designer to do that because we have a ton of built-in shapes in here. So this little icon right here is your shapes key. And I'm just going to grab a little heart. And I'm going to select size. And I'm going to shrink it down as far as it'll go. And it's going to keep going. Because I want it small. That's perfect. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill it in with, oops, I'm going to fill it in with embroidery. So, oops, it's so tiny. Oops, I might have to zoom in so I can touch it. There we go. So what have I done right there? I've just digitized. Watch what happens. Next, preview. Okay. It's now a little satin heart. It does have an outline around it, but you could do that with 2 colors or 1 color, whatever you want to do. And there's my heart. I'm going to go to edit and I'm going to move it to wherever it goes. And to be honest with you, going to have to kind of finagle it in right here because there's not a whole lot of room where I live in between. So we'll just put it right there. Perfect. I think it's a little more over, but no, I think that's about right. I'll put it right there. Now we want to add the lettering. We're almost done. So now all I have to do is I do not have to go to IQ Designer for the built-in lettering. It's actually in Embroidery. So I'm just going to go to Embroidery and I'm going to select the font that I love the most, which is actually number 10. It's my favorite. And I'm going to do this in lowercase and I'm going to just type out the word H and I'm going to leave it at large. This is large, medium, and small. O-M-E. And set. And then I can take it and put it wherever I want. I'm even going to change the size. I'm going to make it a little bigger. And I think I'll put it about right there. And one more thing, almost there. What I want to do is if I want to put this on a pillow and I want there to be gorgeous background behind it, background stitching, I have a really cool feature. I have this feature right here that is a little bitty flower. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. We're going to skip that. We're actually going to make it a little bit easier. We're going to go to where there's a little bit of stippling right here. We're going to tap that. Let's do this. Let me step back a little bit. Let's select everything together. Let's group everything together, and then I can select that. There we go. That's what I want to see. And then I'm going to tell it, I'm going to use a 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop. Now, you can see that I have some stippling around right now. But what if I wanted to use a decorative fill? I can tap this button up here and go to select, and it will take me to all my built-in decorative fills. And these are beautiful. And let's see, I kind of really love this one. And I want to see what it's going to look like around there. May not be the right one. Oh no, it's kind of pretty. I also can change the size of the fill to make it kind of bigger. Florida is known for oranges, so this kind of looks like an orange peel to me. So perfect. So now all I have to do is stitch this out. So let's look at what would happen if I stitch this out. So our first stitch is going to be, let's see, we can zoom through this way. Our first stitch is going to be our placement stitch. After that, we would lay a piece of fabric down over top of it. Next stitch would be a tack down stitch. After that, we would trim around really close on the outside of the line. The next stitch would be the blanket stitch, which would secure it all together. Then we would have our little heart. Then we would have the word home. And then we would have our beautiful decorative fill on the outside. Is that not gorgeous? I love this. So I'm going to turn around back to you because I want to see if there's any questions. Let me see here. Let me get myself back on the screen. Hi. See if there was any questions there. Let me see. Sometimes I have to do this. Comments. There we go. Okay. I almost think I saw. Does Baby Lock have a YouTube, Facebook videos on that kind? We have The Love of Sewing, which are videos for IQ Designer, with everything actually, but there are ones for IQ Designer. Also, like I said, a lot of our educators like me, I do a weekly, I don't know what to call it, weekly video class on my private Facebook group where I go over all things baby lock, mostly IQ Designer. It's really, really fun. It's really a lot of fun. Just double checking to see if there's any questions, because I love to answer your questions. Yeah, Belinda, try it on your Altair. Try it. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun. And the great thing about the new upgrade or the new Meridian 2 is that you get more fills. So you have more options to play with right now. Yes, IQ Designer is so much fun, and you can do so much with it. So yes. Yeah, the background's fun. And I'll show you some projects that I did using the backgrounds. And it may be a little hard to see. I might have to pull up. I can tilt it a little bit. But you can see this is just regular designs with built-in, these are actually my designs, but built-in lettering. And I use the honeycomb background here. And then the echo is on there as well. So I don't know if you can kind of see the echo on there. That's what everybody wanted. We wanted that echo quilting, and that is on there now. How beautiful is that? Absolutely love that. So that's one version. Also, you can make cute little things like this. This is a clip art. So I just brought in the shape of a bunny and brought it in, and there are fills in the bunny and of course fills on the outside of the bunny. And this is all basically a big old applique. So really, really fun. I have so many samples. I could spend all day just making sample or showing you samples. And this is really fun too. These are all fills in a quilt square. So you can take your, and I believe I showed it on here, you can take a quilt square or your quilt and quilt it just by using the fills in IQ Designer. Because we have the app, we're able to scan using the app on our iPads or our phones now. So it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Just want to make sure no more questions. Can files be saved to the USB? They can be saved. Absolutely. So if you want to save it and remake it later, you can absolutely do that. Rather than saving to the machine, of course you can. Let's see. Any other baby lock machines you can use IQ Designer? Sure. So the machines that have IQ Designer are the Meridian Altair, the Meridian 2, the Altair 2, all the Solarises, all of them. Let me start down at the bottom, or not at the bottom, before the Meridian were the Destiny. We had the Solaris and now the new Radiance. So they all have IQ Designer in them. Y'all are asking some good questions. Love it. I love answering questions. So bring them, shoot them at me here. What's the largest hoop it will accept? Okay, the largest hoop that comes with it is a 9.5 by 14. It is a hula hoop, and I will show it to you. I have it right here. You just might hear a little noise. Like I told you, you might hear a little noise. as I make a lot of noise. So this is the largest hoop, and it, like I said, it is a hula hoop. It is, I mean, it fits over my head. So you have ample room. And let me tell you a little tidbit, because there's one hoop I can't live without. And when you order your machine, when you order your Baby Lock Meridian 2 today, go ahead and order the 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop. It is my favorite hoop. I love it. It is perfect for pillows. It is perfect for quilt squares. It is perfect for all the different projects, especially in the hoop projects, because there's some big in the hoop projects. So when you decide to order that Meridian 2, make sure you order a 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop. And I'm sure Blaine can help you out with that, because it is the best hoop. But this is the hoop that comes with it. It is huge. I mean, look, it's like I said, it's a hula hoop.
Well, hey, I'm envisioning a new stunt that we can do.
Oh, I want to be part of it.
All right, so we're going to mount that hoop above a swimming pool, and you have to jump off, dive down, and go through the hoop into the pool.
Can I fit? I can almost fit.
Arms extended, I think you could.
I could. I win.
I think that'd make it on America's Got Talent if we could do that.
That would be so fun if I could swim. I'm a Floridian who can't swim well.
All righty. Well, hey, Anna, great job. Great demonstration. A very, very good explanation for everything. And thank you so much for coming on Hoopfest. We'll see you again real soon, okay?
All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everybody. We're going to tell you how you can get this Meridian 2. Now, Meridian 2, it's an embroidery only. You heard Anna talk about the Altair 2. Well, that is the combination machine with the embroidery and sewing, but this is the embroidery only. And look at that price point, $64.99. We do have a call-in special on this today. Financing available. We're going to ship this free nationwide right to your doorstep. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. If you want to just go take a look at it and read all about it, Kyle has that up on smplive.tv. When you get to that page, you'll see it at the top. Click on it, it takes you to the product page on SewingMachinesPlus.com. You can see all the features and benefits of that machine. Plus, we have live chat agents on our website that can answer questions, take your order. Or if you just want to give a call, give them a call at 800-401-8151. They'll take your order, answer questions. And I tell you what a great machine that is. And talking about great machines, we've got an educator coming up next for our second educational session of the day. And she's good on every machine, Kyle. I mean, there's nothing this lady can't do. Embroidery, quilting, you name it, serging. She's a serging expert. But again, we're talking about the famous Melinda Stevenson. And Melinda, throughout her time as a Baby Lock educator, she's made an important discovery. She's learned that people who sew tend to be smart, creative, and determined. And these people are the people that make the world a better place. They are givers, and the majority of their sewing tends to be for other people. And that generous spirit is contagious and brings her so much joy. And she said connecting with those people is her favorite part of teaching. And I tell you what, I love it when she's here teaching because she is so good. Y'all give a huge SMP welcome to Melinda Stevenson.
Thank you so much, Blaine. I'm so happy to be here. I absolutely love doing this. And today I'm going to be teaching something that I really love, and that is how to make a door sash. So, Blaine, people have so many embroidery files. You know, it's like an obsession. You go online and you buy all these embroidery files, and everybody always wonders what to do with them. And so I'm going to show you something that you can use all your embroidery files on a machine from a 4x4 all the way up to a larger machine. But so for those of you who have a basic 4x4 machine, you can do this. All right. So that's what we're going to do today, Blaine. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, thank you for coming on and sharing all this. And I know you've got an hour and a lot to cover. So we're going to let you get going on it. And I'll be back here in about an hour. And we'll save about 5 minutes for Q&A for everybody. Okay.
All right,
All right.
that sounds great. Thank you so much, Blaine. All right, hey guys, it's so good to see you today, and I'm just going to walk you through a project that I've just learned, and it's one of my favorite projects, and it's just been a lot of fun for me because I have so many embroidery designs, and I'm going to show you. Hopefully, this is going to work, y'all. I'm going to try to show you a slideshow, and this is I'm going to show you exactly what it looks like when we do this particular project. Okay, I might need some help. Kyle, are you out there? Trying to get my, there we go. Okay. All right, there we go. All right. Kyle, did you do that or did I do that? Okay. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, so this is what we're doing. Uh-oh, it's sideways, however. So I'm so sorry, guys. This is the first time I've used the slide in PDF function, but you can see that this door sash right there is hanging on a wreath, if you can kind of see that. And imagine right here are the two wreaths. And I know some of you have seen this before. My daughters love using these door wreaths. And so it's kind of a fun thing to make for them and show them how to do it. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my presentation. So let me see if I can get back to me. All right. Kyle, do you need, okay, there we are. There we are. Okay, I take it I'm going to need help on this. Thank you so much for helping me. All right. All right. So the first thing I'm going to tell you are the sizes that you need for this particular project. All right. So you're going to need a piece of fabric that is 60 inches wide. 60 inches long by 5.5 inches wide. Okay. That's 60 inches long by 5.5 inches wide. And so what you're going to do is you're going to cut the fabric. So let me show you, I'm going to change cameras now, and let me show you what that's going to look like. First, you can see these are the ones that I've just finished working on. And these I've done on all different embroidery machines. You can see you can do a Halloween one, or you can do a summer one. This is my summer one. This is one of my favorite ones with little watermelon. This came from Designs by Juju. I love her designs. And this one came from Embroidery Library. So I do love both of those websites. So you can see what happens is you've got this piece of fabric right here. And I'm going to show you how long that is. Okay, so you can see it's pretty long because you want it to be able to tie, right? So you're going to be able to tie a knot, and you're going to put it on a wreath. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to show you a step-by-step how you can create this project. Okay, all right. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to take your fabric, okay, and I've already cut this one, and you're going to cut 2 pieces of fabric. And your pieces of fabric, again, are going to be 60 inches. Okay, so 60 inches long by 5.5 inches wide. All right, so that's, and you want to cut 2 pieces of the same fabric. Okay, I'm just using like a quilter's cotton. You can really use any fabric. All right, but the quilter's cotton seems to work really well for me. So here's what the second thing that you're going to do. So step 1 is simply cutting your fabric, again, 5.5 inches by 60 inches. The second thing that you're going to do is you're going to measure a 45 degree angle. Okay. Now, most cutting boards have these lines. Okay. And I don't know if you can see that line or not, but it's like a diagonal line that goes all the way across my cutting board. And the middle line on my cutting board is the 45 degree angle. So all I have to do is line my fabric up on a straight line. Okay. All right, and you can see that I've lined this up on a straight line right there. And then I want my 45 degree angle to start right here, and I want it to slice all the way down to here, okay? So here's my 45 degree angle. So I'm going to take, all right. Now I want to make sure that I get a nice straight cut. And you're going to do this to both pieces of fabric and both ends of your fabric, okay? So I'm going to hold this down, and I'm cutting right along this 45 degree angle. My rotary cutter, all right, might not be the sharpest. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so there's one side, and then I'm going to turn it around, and then I'm going to cut my other side. Okay, same thing. I'm going to line it up on my 45-degree angle, and I'm going to get that lovely 45-degree cut. I like it when my cutting board makes this easier for me. All right, so there I've lined it up on the line for 45 degrees. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here we have, now I've got my 2 pieces. So the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm sorry, I've only got 1 piece right here, but you're going to cut 2 pieces just like this, okay? All right, the next thing that I'm going to do is I want to figure out the best place for this to go, okay? All right. My dog has joined me. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my measurement and I'm going to measure 5 inches above the straight line. So you can see right here, this is where my 45-degree angle starts right here. And I'm going to measure 5 inches above where that 45-degree angle starts, okay? And then I'm going to make a mark on that spot. Now I'm using a real pen, but because I don't want it to erase, so I'm going to mark it right here. You're not going to use a real pen, okay? You're going to use a fabric marker, right? But I'm going to show you something else, and I just want to make sure mine doesn't erase. All right, so now I'm going to use that, again, 5 inches above my straight line right here. And I'm going to use that as my center part, my center line. I apologize for my dog barking, you guys. She's like a 2-year-old. Whenever I'm on the phone or I'm trying to do something, she starts barking. All right. So right here, I'm going to flip my fabric over, and I'm going to use, this is SF101. I really love using this. It's a 100% cotton, and I'm going to place it right here, okay? And that's where I'm going to iron this piece of SF101 on. And this is just a 5 by 5 inch piece of SF101, okay? All right, so I'm going to pull my little iron out, my portable ironing pad. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to get this ironed on. All right, let me get my iron warmed up. Okay, give it a little press. And then I'm going to squirt a little water on here. I need to give my iron just a second to heat up there. I'll squirt a little water on there. There we go. Okay. Now I'm ready to hoop. All right, there we go. So I'm ready to hoop. Now, when I hoop it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a piece of tearaway stabilizer underneath, and then I'm going to use a piece of water-soluble stabilizer on the top, okay? So let me grab my water-soluble stabilizer and my tearaway stabilizer. Uh-oh. All right. Okay, so I'm just using a clear water-soluble stabilizer, okay? I think this is a Sulky Solvy, all right? But there are many different manufacturers that make that same stabilizer, okay? Now, I'm going to pull my embroidery hoop off of the machine, and you can see what I've just embroidered, okay? So this is, you can do anything, right? You can embroider anything in order to make these door sashes, but I'm going to pop this hoop off, okay? And I'm going to move, I'm just going to put this aside so that we can work on this one. All right, so here we go. I like hooping on this pad right here. This is like my wool pad, my wool ironing pad. And I really like hooping on it because it has a little give, all right? And it just makes, for me, it makes hooping easier. Okay, So I'm going to place my fabric. Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm centered. Okay. All right, so here we go. My fabric is centered. All right, let me get my sandwich. Put my tearaway stabilizer. Center my fabric. Okay. And then I'm going to lay this on top and see, I'm trying to get my crosshair even with this. Now, of course, my machine allows me to, if I miss hoop, my machine will allow me to hoop it properly. And one of the things, you know, you want to remember is that the strongest part of your hand is your palm. And so I'm going to unscrew this just a hair so I can get it perfectly even. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to float this stabilizer, my water soluble stabilizer. Okay. I'm going to float it right here. I'm going to show you a trick, something that I like to use. So I have a little spray of water, and I'm going to spritz just a little water on here. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow my water-soluble stabilizer to stick. Okay? That's one of my very favorite tricks. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hoop over to the machine, and then I'm going to go ahead and embroider the design that I want on this particular door sash. Okay? So let me change cameras. Let me get this camera set up so that you can see the machine. All righty. Okay, so our camera is close to the machine. Not perfect, but close. Okay. So I'm going to move this up just a little bit so you can see that a little bit better. All right. Okay. Looks like a jumbled mess, doesn't it? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to load my hoop. And I'm on the Solaris. And I'm going to load my hoop. And I like to always, when I'm pushing my hoop in, I like to stick my middle finger on the carriage and hold it so that my carriage doesn't move whenever I'm putting my hoop in. And then I'm going to pop my hoop down. And then I'm going to come over here to my, all right, there we go. We got some light on it. I'll come over here to my screen. So we can get that screen so that you can see it. All right, okay. Uh-oh, we got a lot of shininess there. Okay, so I'm just going to let you trust me that we've got an embroidery design here, and I've chosen my smallest hoop up here. Okay, it allows me to know that my smallest hoop is here. Okay, and then I'm going to take it right back over here, and I'm going to fix that lighting. Okay, all right, so all I have to do is press start, and my machine is ready to embroider, so I can press start, and then it's gonna embroider that design. And the design that it's embroidering right here is the K that I was showing you, and I just made it all one color. My machine allows me to do that. Let me get some light here. All right, so the next part of this particular process is we're going to, once our design has been embroidered, I'm going to move you over now to the serger, okay? And you can do this next part that I'm getting ready to do now. You can actually do it on the serger. You can do it on your embroidery machine. I mean, on the serger or on your sewing machine. Okay. So this is all we're doing right now is we're just doing our straight stitch down the side. And then we're going to leave a little hole
to open, so that we can turn our design inside out, okay, and then press it, all right? So right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, I'm going to put my pieces of fabric right sides together, and then I'm going to go over to the serger and show you the next step in serging this piece, okay? All right, so let me change my camera again. Let me get you here so that you can see the two pieces that we're going to put together. Okay, here we go. All right, so this is a design that I just did. I wanted to do a little Christmas design, okay? So I did a little fussy applique on here, and that's one of the fun things. And like I said, I know you've got hundreds of designs that you've never had a chance to use. And this is just a great way of testing those designs and then ending up with a really cute project. I just cut, what I do is I cut several of these strips and then I just lay them aside so that whenever I want to test a design, I'll have one of these strips available and I can just make a door sash out of it. All right, so we're going to take these pieces and we're going to put our fabric right sides together. Okay. All right. And then I'm just going to use clips. Since I'm using a serger, I like to use clips to put our pieces together and make sure they stay even. And I'm going to use a 1/4 inch seam on my serger. Okay. All right. Just see, I don't know if there are any questions or not. If there are any questions, y'all let me know, okay? All right, so I'm just going to get this part even. I love doing this. I find this really soothing, and it makes me feel less guilty for purchasing all those embroidery designs. Okay. Now, the piece that I really want to be careful of is the piece that's right over the embroidery. So I want to make sure that I have that perfectly even, because I don't want to cut off any of my embroidery, because, you know, you only have this 4x4 embroidery field, and it's going to pretty much fill up this sash, this door sash, but you don't want to make a wide door sash. The standard size is about a finished size of about 5 inches wide. And so since we started out with a 5.5 inch piece, we're going to use a 1/4 inch seam on each side. And what that's going to do is that's going to give us a perfect 5 inches in the middle. Okay. All right. So I've got this end done. And then I'm just going to take it over to the embroidery machine. Take it over to the serger. All right. So give me just a second, and then you can join me there. Okay. All right, so here we go, over here to the serger. All right, let me get the camera over there so that you guys can see this. All right. Okay. There we go. All right. Except for that I have to put the camera on it so that y'all can actually see it. There we go. Okay, so I'm just using my acclaimed serger. I have it set up for a 4-thread overlock. Okay, and you can see that I've got my 4 spools of white thread. I have my differential feed set at N. And then I have my stitch selector set at A. And I'm using a 2.5 millimeter wide stitch. Okay, that's the length of my stitch, 2.5 millimeters wide. And then I'm going to put my stitch width on M so that I can make sure that I have a perfect seam. And then I'm going to make sure that my fabric stays on the inside of my knife as I stitch this. All right, so here we go. Let's give this a, let's stitch this up very quickly. And all we have to do is we're going to stitch it together, and then we're going to leave room for turning. Okay. All right, so how's my audio? Is my audio okay, guys? Let me know if there's a problem with the audio. I just want to make sure you're able to hear me okay. Okay. Here we go. Get this a little bit closer. We're going to pop this up. And I like to start where I'm going to make the hole in the side of my, where I'm going to make my hole for turning. Okay. All right. So I like to do it not on the side that my embroidery is on, right? So my embroidery is on the left side, and I'm going to pull this down kind of over to the right side. And I've got my pieces right sides together. All righty. Okay. Try to make sure they're even. And then I'm going to slide this in so that I'm right on the inside of my knife. Okay. And then I'm just going to stitch it. And I'm just trying to keep it even and on the inside of that knife. Okay. Now, again, like I said, you can do this on your sewing machine or you can do this on your serger. Okay, I'll get those together. Okay, go down this side. Make sure that my sides are even. Okay. And then we're going to go down this side. Now again, I'm trying to make sure my sides are even, but I can see that I've got a little overhang here. So I'm going to cut off just a tad until I get my sides perfectly even. Let's see if they're even. Here we go. Okay. Now I'm getting to the side that I'm bordered on, so I want to be really careful that I am literally only a quarter of an inch from the inside. Okay, I've clipped this side. This side also. There's my presser foot just a little bit. Okay, now I'm trying to find where I started it because I want to make sure that I leave enough room to turn it. Just about there. Okay, now you can see right here, I want to stop right here. So the way I'm going to stop is I'm going to raise my needles to their highest position. And then I'm going to raise my presser foot. And then I'm going to pull a little slack in my needle, very gently push it back and turn it to the side and get it off of my stitch marker. Okay. All right, so let's go back to our pressing station and let's give this a press. Okay. All right, so we're back here. We've got a little clipping that we need to do. We've got to clean up our mess first here. All right, do a little clip. Little clip. And I'm not too worried about this coming, you know, unraveled. So I'm not really worried about fray check because it's it's going to be on the inside. Very unlikely that this is going to come unraveled. But I will tell you this, if you're sewing this on a sewing machine, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to start with a straight stitch. And then after you've done your straight stitch, you would want to go ahead and zigzag around just beside that straight stitch to make sure that it doesn't ravel. Okay. All right. So here's my hole. And now I'm going to reach in here and I'm going to find the end. I think I might better start at this end because it's a little bit of a shorter end. So I'm going to go down here. And I like to use a chopstick to help me turn my fabric. Okay, so here's my fancy chopstick that I like to use to be a corner turner. I have other corner turners, but I just like the chopstick. It reaches a little bit farther down than my corner turner does. All right, so I'm going to reach in here. Now I can use that chopstick. I can kind of stick it through here. This is such an easy project, you guys. It's a really great one to do with beginning embroiderers or beginning sewers because all it is straight stitches and turning. So again, just as a reminder, you're going to start out with a piece of fabric, 2 pieces of fabric, 60 inches by 5.5 inches. You're going to cut them. And then after you've cut them, the 60 inches by 5.5 inches, what you're going to do is you're going to cut 45-degree angles off of each end. And it's very helpful to use your cutting mat to do that. Okay. All right. So let me get in here. Let me pull this through. It takes a minute, doesn't it? It always takes longer on camera too, y'all. Sorry. Okay, so here we go. We're almost to the end. And I found that I had another hole in here, which is why, oh, that's not good. You see that right there? Did not do a very good job with that. I'm going to have to go back in and fix that. But I'm not going to do it right this second, okay? We'll pretend like I didn't do that. We'll pretend like that I actually got all those sides together. Okay, so here's my turn. Now I want to make sure that I use my corner turner to get that corner really nicely turned out. Okay. There we go. Okay. So there's that in. Now, the very next thing that we want to do is we want to press it. Okay. So we're going to give it a press. And we just want to make sure that's nice and neat. So let's give this a press. And you see, I'm going over the top of my embroidery as well. Okay, and I'm going to turn in. And then I'm going to, all right, here we go. All righty. Turn that in. Got a little piece that's giving me some trouble here. And the way that you can close this off, I'm going to show you how to hand sew it. And I'm going to do that because I have found that a lot of people do not know how to hand sew to close a seam, okay? And most people despise hand sewing. And you can close that seam in two ways. You can do your hand sewing and you can close the seam by hand sewing, or you can use some steam-a-seam and iron that seam closed, okay? But we're going to go ahead and we're going to do it the old-fashioned way, and we're going to actually, I got a lot of holes in here, y'all, but we're going to pretend like I only have one, and then we're going to hand stitch that together, okay? All right, so you see how easy it is to just get this done, okay? And if you do it properly and you just have one hole, then you're only going to have to stitch up this one hole, which is what the intention was right here. So here's the one hole that I'm going to hand stitch. All right. All right, so let me get my needle and thread, and I'm just going to show you how to hand stitch this together really quickly. All right, so these are just little sewing needles, little hand sewing needles. And my dog is trying to carry away. Stop it. No, no. My dog is trying to carry away the supplies here. All right, any questions while I am preparing my hand sewing over here? Any questions have come up? Okay. All right, so here's my hand sewing needle. And all I need is just one little, here you can see that, okay, the needle is threaded. I'm going to give it a little knot here at the end, okay? And I'm going to knot it by just rolling it around my finger and then rolling it down and pulling a knot in, okay? So now I've got a little knot. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and I'm going to start out, and I'm going to flip the light on so you might be able to see better, okay? And I'm going to find the end, and I'm going to start on the inside, okay? And then I'm going to kind of tuck that thread in there, and then I'm just going to take really, really tiny stitches so that you can barely see them at the top, and you can see that I am piercing both pieces of fabric, okay? And I'm just barely riding the very teeny tiny top of the fabric, okay? Here we go. Okay. All the way across. So we're just going to stitch all the way across. Now, I'm going to show you one more thing that I really like to do. And we've got this fabric ready to be stitched. But one of my favorite things to do is to use my multi-needle machine. And I want to show you, I'm going to show you the Venture today, but tomorrow I'm going to show you stitching on the Array, the 6-needle machine. And I love both of those machines. It's especially nice. I have 5 children, and I like to make Christmas presents. And a lot of times I like to make them the same one. So for example, one of the things that I'm making for Christmas this year are door sashes. And if I have to make 5 of them, it's really nice to have my multi-needle machine so that all I have to do is set up the threading with the perfect thread colors, and then my multi-needle machine will do the rest of it for me. And I'll be using my IQ positioning app so that I can walk into the living room and watch a movie or do the dishes and still know when it's ready. See, look at that. You can hardly see that that's been stitched. Okay, so now I'm going to knot the end. I'm pull my thread out, my needle out. I'm going to knot the end. Okay, and then I'm going to push it close. Make that knot go really close. And then I'm going to give a little clip. All right, and then we're done. So this one, once I iron both ends of it, this door sash is ready to be hung. Okay. But what I want to do right now is I'm going to take us over to the multi-needle machine, and I want to show you the exact, what we're going to do is we're going to hoop this for the multi-needle machine, and I'm going to show you how quickly it stitches, and I'm going to show you some of the adjustments that I made whenever I use this design. And Anna just showed you how to use IQ Designer, which is really efficient. And actually our Venture, our multi-needle machine, also has IQ Designer on it. Okay, so you don't just have to have the flatbed machines to use IQ Designer. Okay, so here's our multi-needle. So let me quick get this hooped. Okay, again, just centering it. And you can see the difference in the hoop for the multi-needle machine and the hoop for our flatbed. You see the multi-needle machine, the hoop goes on the top. Okay, so it's in a way, sometimes it's easier to hoop it this way. Okay, although I can't find the bottom of it. There it is. All right, and now we've got our fabric hooped, and we're going to go over to the multi-needle. So let me change cameras, and let's go over to that multi-needle, and let's watch it do its, whoops, wrong one, wrong camera. All right, there we go. All right. Okay, so here we are. Multi-needle, I'm going to turn it on. You can see how easy it is to slide my hoop into the machine. I'm just going to slide it in, and then I'm going to push it in. Okay. All righty. Let's let it warm up. I've already put let's see if I can get this so that you can see the all right, there we go. Okay, you can see that, and then I'm going to show you the screen and show you how easy it is. All right, so can you scoot us over a little bit so we can see the screen? Okay, there we go. All right, let me get the lights down back there. Okay, so here's my screen for my multi-needle, and right here, I've got a few designs on here, and I want to show you how easy it is to play with designs on here. So this is my door sash, okay? And one of the things that I just kind of wanted to show you is that Santa Claus that I created. I used our IQ Designer in order to do an outline around my Santa. So here's my Santa, okay? I'm going to touch set, but I'm here in my edit screen, and just like Anna did earlier, I'm going to touch my flower, and then I'm going to save. So what it's doing right now is it's saving this outline, and I'm going to my machine's memory. I'm touching OK. Now I'm going to add, because what I want to do is I want to create an applique out of this design. And you can actually create an applique out of any design, right? So let me just kind of show you. And I did a fussy cut applique out of that earlier design. All right, so I'm going to touch add. I'm going to go into IQ Designer. And I'm going to use my zigzag stitch, okay? Does that need to be a little bit closer? Let me see if you can see that. Let's get that just a hair closer so that you can see how I'm doing this. Okay. So again, I'm going to do the same thing that Anna did. Woo, sorry about that. Use my zigzag stitch. I'm going to touch OK, touch black, and then I'm going to pull in my design that I just remembered right here. I'm going to touch OK, and then I'm going to touch my bucket. Whoops. And then I'm going to touch my design. And now what I've done is I've created a zigzag stitch around that design so I can actually create an applique with that design. Okay, so see, now I have a little applique. So I can create, so I can do my Santa. And then if I want to, I can just do my Santa on another piece of fabric, cut it out, and then pop it on here. Because the other thing I can do on here is this machine has a camera. So if I wanted to make sure that I was getting my Santa where it needed to be, I could use my camera and allow the camera to scan my fabric. Okay, and then you can see right there, my Santa is going to, I can place my Santa exactly where it needs to go in order to create that applique. Okay, all right, I just want to show you that that was possible on the Venture. And then I'm going to go back here, I'm going to go home, and I'm going to go back into my door sash, and I'm going to use this cute little watermelon flower, and touch set, and then I'm going to go ahead and let it stitch. Whoops, I'm going to have to resize it. And it's so easy to resize. You can see what I'm doing right here. And I can see up here when I resize it that it's now going to fit into my 4x4 frame. So see, if I make it a little bit larger, now it doesn't show, that 4x4 frame is not showing. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller, and now it'll stitch in my 4x4 frame. So I'm going to touch OK. I'm going to touch Edit End, and I'm ready to embroider. Okay. All righty. So let's get my, let me make sure that I have my thread colors right. All right, let's get the, and here's another thing. The wonderful thing about this machine is that I can go in and change. Let's see, I think that might be a little bit easier way for you to see it. So let me get this up here. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to go into embroidery. Okay. And then I want to make sure that all my thread colors are right. Okay. So if it's going to be number 1, so I can see that on my thread stand, I have different colors on my thread stand, and they don't exactly match the colors that I want right here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just change the color so that they go where I want them to go. So number 2 is, it says Dusty Rose, but actually I need to go in here and make it so that number 2 is 5. Oh, look, it's already number 5. So 1, 5. And then 2 needs to be Dusty Rose. My Dusty Rose is on 6. So all I have to do is touch 2, and then I'm going to touch 6. Okay. And now I've changed the threads. If my next color is supposed to be on 3, but actually it's gold, well, I can see over there that my gold is actually on color number 7. So I'm going to touch 3 and then touch 7. So very easily, I can change the colors on this machine. So color 8 is right. Color 4 is supposed to be black, and that's actually on 3. So I'm going to touch 4, and then I'm going to touch 3 because that's actually the spool it's on. And then color number 6 is supposed to be deep blue. Well, that's actually on my machine. It's color 10. So I'm going to touch color 10. Warm gray is supposed to be 7, but on my machine, it's color 2. So I just touch color 2. So you can see how easy this is. All right, so 9 is going to be 3. All right, and then we're going to go back a little bit. We're going to make this one 9. Okay, so now I've changed all of my colors so that they're going to stitch out properly. So now I can touch lock, I can touch start, and now my machine is going to stitch all right, well, you can see that. You don't need to see any more of that. I'm going to come back over here, and I'm going to change my camera. And I'm going to ask Kyle if we can go back to our presentation. Okay, so I can. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right, and then I'm just going to very quickly go through this so that you can. I'm going to go from slide to slide so that you can review. We're going to review what we just went over. Okay. So here are the supplies that you need. Your 4x4 embroidery files, 2 pieces of 60 by 5.5 inch quilter's cotton, your SF101 about 5 inches by 5 inches or 5.5 inches by 5.5 inches, and then a sewing machine and an embroidery machine. Or instead of a sewing machine, you can always use a serger. The next thing that you're going to do is you're going to cut those 45-degree angles, okay? After you've cut out that fabric, you're going to cut your 45-degree angles. And what you're trying to do in this illustration right here, you're trying to make them so that one side looks like this and then the other side looks like this, okay? The next thing that you're going to do is you're going to mark and place your SF101. You're going to go 5 inches above this straight edge, okay? And then you're going to mark your crosshair for centering your design at that 5 right up here. You're going to put your SF101 in the middle of that, okay? And you're going to iron that on. You're going to hoop your fabric, and I like to use a tearaway stabilizer as well as a layer of wash-away stabilizer right on the top, because I feel like that wash-away stabilizer is effective in, just kind of keeping your fabric from ruffling. The next thing that you're going to do is you're going to embroider your design, okay? Then after that, you're going to place your sash pieces right sides together, and then you're going to use your sewing machine or your serger. You're going to stitch all the way around, leaving about a 4-inch hole on the side for turning, okay? All right. And then you're going to turn that sash right side out. You're going to press it. You're going to hand stitch or use seam to seam to close the opening. You're going to place on your wreath, and you're done. Okay. All righty. So I think, that's okay. Let me get my camera. Let's get back to my proper camera. Get to see the mess in my sewing room. All right. And I'm going to turn it back on to my FaceTime. Okay. And see if there are any questions that I can answer. Have any questions come up, you guys? Blind, I don't know if it's back to you or not. Okay. I can't see the questions, so you guys let me know.
All right, we're going to see if there's any questions of Melinda. So if y'all got questions for Melinda about anything, go ahead and put them in their chat right now so we can read them and put them up for her. Fantastic job, Melinda.
That's so much fun. Thank you, Blaine. I love making those. They're so much fun.
So I got to ask you a question while we're waiting on some of the questions come in. Have you already started your Christmas pajama sewing yet?
I have bought the fabric. Okay. I've bought the fabric and I've made a plan. All right. But I haven't started stitching yet. So my grandchildren are coming for Grammy camp the first week in July. And so I'm going to teach them how to sew. So that Jane gave me this idea. Jane gave me this idea the last time I was there, and she's like, "You need to teach those people to sew." So I'm going to teach them how to sew and get them to do it.
All right. So I got to ask, and so everybody who's not knowing what we're talking about, every year for Christmas, Melinda makes the whole family pajamas, and they usually get on her staircase and take a picture. Now, this has gone on for years, and every year we get her to show a picture, and it keeps multiplying. So I'm thinking you are almost to a point you've run out of stairs. And how many pajamas you got to make this year?
So this year, 15. So we're on 15. We're on 15 this year. As long as nobody else has a baby, we're on 15 for this year. So I think we're safe.
I don't think y'all will be able to fit on the stairwell this time.
I don't know. I know we're going to really be squeezing. And the problem is the children keep growing. And as the children grow, then it makes it harder to get them on the stairs. They're like squished in. They're like, Grammy, do we have to do this again? Yeah.
That's funny. Well, y'all all have to kind of start holding them in your lap for a while until they get too big. And then you're going to have to get a new location.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Kyle, is there any questions that come in? Oh, yeah. Linda says, why do you use a topper?
So, Linda, that's such a good question. You don't have to use it. It just makes me feel better, okay? Because sometimes I just feel like that the embroidery stitches just nicer whenever I use a topper. And also, a lot of times I like to use the shiny thread, right, that has some metallic in it, some metallic thread. And the topper always helps that metallic thread just work a little bit better.
All right, very good. Jana says, does Melinda have any classes online?
Blaine, you can answer that question.
I can. Now, if you are a regular here at the SMP, all of our shows, we talked about just recently, we're starting some online virtual events. They start in July of this year, and we've already got it booked out till July of next year. Every month, we're having 2 paid virtual events that you can attend online virtually. And if they have, some of them are going to have a list of supplies that you're going to need to be able to follow along and do the project at home. Some we're actually going to provide you a kit that will mail to you, ship to you. So you'll have all the stuff you're going to need. And Melinda is actually our very first one.
It's really going to be fun, you guys. I'm doing a 2-day serger class. You're going to learn so much about your serger and your cover hem machine. You're going to learn several stitches, several decorative stitches, and several very practical stitches. You'll learn how to ruffle, how to put in zippers, how to do piping, how to hem your husband's pants or your wife's pants. You'll learn how to stitch on knit. It's a really fun class. You also learn quilting using your serger and your cover hem machine.
So we're super excited about it. If you want to sign up for her class, it's already up on our events page. You can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page, you'll see a little tab. It says events and classes. Click on that and it'll take you to a landing page, and we have them separated: virtual events and in-store events. You want to go to the virtual events on top. You'll scroll down. You'll see Melinda's class. Click on it. Read all about it. You can even sign up for it there. And it's going to be a lot of fun.
Good. Good. I'm looking forward to it, Blaine. Thank you.
Oh, I can't wait. All right, Melinda. Well, thank you so much for doing this. This was a great educational session. I think everybody got a lot out of it. And if y'all want to get more of Melinda, go sign up for her class, because that event's going to be awesome.
It should be fun. Thank you so much, Blaine. Thank you so much for having me. I look forward to seeing you.
All right. Thanks, Melinda. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. Hope everybody enjoyed that. There was our 2 educational sessions for today. I mean, how can you beat that? Carly Bell and Melinda Stevenson, Kyle. I mean, fantastic. Hey, we're going to have 2 more educational sessions tomorrow as well. every day this week. We're going to give you some education. We're going to give you some machine demos. So we got a lot going on. It's going to be a lot of fun. And next up, we are going to have SWF in the house. And have they got their camera fixed yet, Kyle?
No. So you gotta mention that.
So we don't. They're having trouble with their camera because it's sideways. So we don't. They got to turn their camera. So
He just heard you.
all right, there. Yep.
Now it's good.
Oh, almost. He's getting there. All right. Well, hey, SWF's up in the house, and we got your buddy Garrett McMinn's going to be in here. Y'all know Garrett. He's been on our show many times. Garrett is currently the national sales manager at SWF, and he's been there in that company for 10 years. He started out as a service tech, believe it or not. So this guy, he knows this machine like the back of his hand. He worked his way up the ranks. And then, all the way, I think he started in 2011. So actually, he's been there a little bit more than that, hasn't he? Than 10 years. But outside of helping his sales staff and communicating with customers, he enjoys playing golf and loves spending time with his wife and his young son. And we're super happy that Garrett's here with us today, part of Hoopfest. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Garrett McMinn. Oh,
I'm gonna try to get this in here for you, Blaine. I apologize. I'm the lone wolf today.
Oh, that's okay.
I usually have
you're the cameraman, the encourager, and the demonstrator.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a pretty tough job today, Garrett.
Multiple hats for sure. Give me 2 seconds. Honestly, I don't know if I'll get this camera. Is that good enough for you? Can you see?
It has the tripod.
It has
in
the tripod.
camera,
Maybe if you could get it in front of the tripod or spin it around or something.
Yeah, we're working with a. Let me see.
And you're probably going to need to get it quite a bit closer to the machine.
Well, I'll tell you what. I might just hold this, and I can show you the screen and everything. We'll freehand this one today. So this is Blaine. You want an introduction, or are you good to go?
Yeah, we're good to go. Just introduced you, and we're going to let you take it away.
All righty, sounds good. All right, so like I said, we're going to freehand this video today. I'll get a new mount for tomorrow. So this is the MAS 12 by SWF. So Blaine and them have been selling these for a few years for us now. It's a phenomenal machine, great starter machine. This one is going to basically do all the smaller projects and stuff you need. It is a multi-needle. Sometimes they can look a little bit confusing with them having multiple, like 12 needles if you're coming from like a single needle or something. But with these machines, they are, even though they can pack a lot into them, they're still very simple to use. So with this machine here, it does have the 10.4-inch LCD controller. It's going to be a Wi-Fi control panel as well. So with this machine, if you have a Wi-Fi network there at your house, place of work, anything like that, you can seamlessly send designs over from your computer directly to the machine. Without USB or anything. I'll pan around here to the back. So it still does have a USB slot or 2 USB slots there as well for the design input. So if you don't have Wi-Fi or you just don't want to mess with that, it's still your standard USB input, which is super easy. This machine, whenever it comes and it arrives to you, basically you get the stand, you get the machine. But with this machine, the only assembly that you have to do is this stand. So it's super simple. You have 5 different components. So you're going to have this middle bracket, the middle bracket in the back, the 2 leg posts, and then your stand. So usually customers, when they receive this machine, it's going to take them about an hour from unboxing to getting it fully assembled like you see here. The other cool thing that SWF does, we mentioned multi-needle. So threading all these needles would be really fun if you had to route it all the way through. But what we do from the factory is we go ahead and thread them for you. And then you would just tie your cones on back here, pull it through the front to where if you know how to tie that knot, and even if you don't, we have videos on it that come with the machine. But it makes it to where you don't have to manually thread all through the thread path. So again, that cuts down on your setup time. With this machine, it is going to have a 13x9 sewing field. So it allows you to basically complete those bigger projects, some jacket backs. But then it's also going to come with some smaller hoops, which we'll get into later. So the control panel back to it does have a 490 billion stitch count capacity. I'll walk into this just to kind of show you guys the ease of use. Looks like there might be a lot going on here, but I'll simplify it for you. So on the bottoms, the buttons on the bottom here, you have like 9 different buttons here, but you only actually use 4, these first 4 to run the machine. So it makes it very simple. If you're wanting to put a new design in or check the design you just sent via Wi-Fi or USB, go into your design button, pulls up all your available designs there. So we only have 2 in that slot. I can select a different slot, and there's another SWF logo there. So we can select it. And then if we want to run it, you hit there. And then it brings you instantly. So we've streamlined it. It brings you instantly into the design screen. So this is all of your settings pertaining to this current design that we just selected, which is right there. So instead of hopping between button to button, we're actually the 4 buttons I mentioned. This screen cuts out 2 of those for your standard design. So you see all of our design settings over here. So the mirror is set to no. The X and Y scale is always 100%. You do have your angle. So if you're wanting to run like a hat, a bag, or a towel, or something that has a special placement and you need a special angle to match the garment, you can do that as well. So we simply, to adjust that, go into design again, and then it shows our angle right there. So if we wanted to flip it 180, simply do that. Then when we hop back to the home screen, our design will be rotated for us. So that would be for a hat or a towel or something. To load our colors, you just hit the needle button down here. And then from there, this is a 1-color design. So it only has 1 color option over here, but I'll grab a multicolor to show you guys as well. But the other thing that you can do, we prefer our machines to be very customizable for ease of use for customers as well. But the one thing you can do is if you see behind every needle number, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on to 12, every needle number, you can customize the color block behind your needle number. So instead of looking back here and deciphering what each different design or what each different spool is on, like the needle number, once you customize it in here, you can just go off of the colors. So it's very simple to customize it. You have a color button down here, and then you have a full array of all the colors. So if you're looking for a blue, click in the blue section. You can make it darker, or you can make it lighter. Select the red there. So I'll go with the blue, and let's say I had blue on 1. So then I just select the needle number 1 and then hit save. So now the color block behind needle number 1 is now blue. So once you got your machine fully threaded in the back, then you can go to this screen, go ahead and customize all those color blocks in the same screen. Makes it very easy whenever you're loading these colors. Like I said, instead of finding the color in the back, all you're doing is looking at the color blocks on here and you're good to go. So we've selected needle number 2 to run. We'll hit close. And then we have 3 different options. So the one option we always use is going to be the load and save. So load and save is basically going to load our design to currently run, but also it's going to save all of the color changes, any colors that we've loaded, so needle numbers. It'll save those, and it will save the orientation. So in this case, we have moved the design to a 180-degree angle. So if I hit load and save, it's going to ask me if I want to save it with those changes. I'll hit yes. So now that design is flipped 180. But again, when I hit load and save, the next time, whether it's next week or 6 months or a year from now, as long as I don't delete this design out of the memory, the next time that I go to run it, it's going to remember all of those settings that we just changed. So then the buttons over here, the last button that you have in this sequence of 4. So like I said, it's only the 4 buttons to run the machine. So we already selected our design. And then the settings and the needle for the design we've already selected in that second screen that we pulled up. That's automatic now with the machine. So we can skip over these 2 buttons because we've already selected those. The next thing to do would be our frame. So this is going to tell us where our design fits in the hoop. So I'm going to set you guys down real quick. I'm going to grab, actually, I'll show you the quick change. So we have the cap system on there. I'll show you more about this. But the cap system, it's a quick change cap system, so there's no assembly. And you can see I'm holding the hand or the phone in one hand. I'm doing this with one hand. Basically, it's a quick change cap system. So we pull that off of there. There's no screws on the back that we have to loosen or tighten to get that cap system off. And then it's just as easy with our hoop. I'll grab that. And I am going to have to set you down because I got to have 2 hands to put the hoop on. Okay, I got it started there on both sides. Let's go to where it clicks in. Make sure that our material is clear in the back. So then the other cool thing, this does have a flip up light. So right now it's kind of in our way. So I just grab that light and simply flip it up. And then this does have laser alignment. So this laser is going to show us exactly where our design is going to hit on the hoop or on the material. So go back to this screen. The cool thing, we have two different buttons or options in here. So a trace is going to do just a square around the design. And then we also have outline, which I prefer, and I'll grow this outline so you guys can see it. So that the outline, you can see it follows the exact contour of your design. So we can shrink that down so that our design is fitting basically where we see the laser, that's exactly where our logo is going to run. So we'll hit the play button here. We'll hit OK, and we'll watch the laser. We bumped a little bit there. Okay, so that just tells me I need to go slightly to the left. So you have the D-pad here, which you can move your frame right, left, up, or down. You also have a touch screen here as well that you could use. I prefer the buttons just because I can feel them while I'm watching it. So move that over just slightly. Look at that again. I'm going to go slightly further left on that just because the laser barely caught the hoop there. I'll do it one more time here. Okay, so we were good on that. And then now that we know the positioning is good, all we're gonna do is hit the close button. And then I'll explain a little bit more about the screen, then I'll get the machine running for you guys. So the machine does, it has a minimum speed of 300 stitches per minute, and then a maximum speed of 1,000. For left chest, hats, different things like that, we usually run at the 650, 700 mark is usually where we're gonna run there. This shows you all of your color changes. This is just the same exact design, the settings that we loaded, like the angle being 180. The needle or the number of colors in design is 1. This shows it's just a generic design. It's not the actual design that we have loaded on the screen, but it does show you the size of your design. So basically down here, it says 2.94 inches, and that's side to side or horizontal. And then it's 3/4 of an inch or 0.76 up and down. So that's just a general, like I said, generic design that shows you the size of your design. Over here, we have the manual color change. So right now we're on needle 6. If I wanted to, I'm going to hit this 1, but I'll show you guys what it does. So I hit the 1, the machine automatically shifts over to needle number 1. You have your thread cut button on here. So if you needed to do a thread cut, if you're in the middle of a job and need to pull the garment off, or you're wanting to change a bobbin, it does have the automatic thread cut as well, which we'll get this thing running for you so you guys can see it. So all I'm going to do is hit the start button here. It's going to take off. We can lay this light back down. You'll see there it does the automatic thread cut. And you guys can see on the screen as it's running, it shows me where it's at in the design. So this is where that full color LCD really comes into play. Alrighty, so that design there is done. The cool thing with this machine is you can see it automatically shifted back over to our start point. So with that, I'll get into the hoop sizes and show you how many you guys get. But if we're running, let's say 10 of these or 10, 15, 12, however many just duplicates of the same design on the same shirt or material, the machine automatically reverts back. And then it's as simple as re-hooping another shirt with your additional hoop sizes. And then simply hitting start. We don't have to walk back through the control panel again because nothing has changed with the design or the colors or anything. The machine simply remembers everything and it's super simple for you guys. So again, I'll pull this hoop off here. Slide that off. So I'm going to bring you over here. Alrighty, so we'll go through hoop sizes here, and I apologize, I'm doing this one-handed. So that's the little left chest logo we just ran. But this is our 12 centimeter hoop. So with all of these hoops, before I start explaining all the sizes, you actually get 2 hoops per set. So every size that I show you here, you're going to have an additional hoop that goes along and matches. So 2 hoops per set. So essentially, I was mentioning if you had duplicates of these to run, you're going to have another 12 centimeters sitting off to the side. So while this one's running, you get it started. The machine does have the automatic thread detection. So if it were to have a thread break or a bobbin outage, the machine's automatically going to stop for you. So while the machine's doing its thing, you can sit over there and go ahead and pre-hoop your next one. So like I said, as soon as that design's done, you just unload the one hoop, load your new blank on, hit start, and repeat the process until the job is done. So that's going to be our 12 centimeter. Again, I use that for a left chest. That's what it's good for. You can use it for baby onesies, smaller projects, sleeves. It's just a nice small hoop that you can still fit a decent size design into. The next size here, I'll just pull up so you can kind of see a size difference. This is a 15 centimeter. So you're going to get one of those or 2 of those as well. Like I said, every set is 2 hoops per set. So this is a 15 centimeter, which is going to be like a 5.5 inch hoop there. And you get one more size up in the round hoops. So now this is an 18 centimeter. So this, you're stepping into like your towels, bigger left chest designs, but more like towels and bags and stuff and different types of placements. We give you a big array of sizes just so you guys, if you are doing specialty projects, whether it's quilt blocks or anything, golf bags, you have plenty of hoops to choose from that allows you to complete any project you can think of. So you're gonna get the 18 centimeter as well. I'm gonna set these off to the side. And like I mentioned earlier, that even though the machine is very small, it's only 26 inches side to side and 26 inches front to back. Weighs about 85 pounds. It still packs a good sewing field as well with it. So you're gonna get 2 of these hoops. This is going to be your 9x9 hoop. So this is where if you are doing bigger towels or bigger designs on towels, jacket backs, bags, anything like that, this hoop is going to be your best friend. So it does have, like I said, the 9x9 side to side. This is probably the most commonly used jacket back hoop. And then we'll go ahead and grab our biggest hoop. So then we have this one here. This is a 13x9. So it has the same, it's 9 inches vertical. So if you have a big jacket, you would put the sleeve on the left side, sleeve on the right side, run your big design across the back of it. So this is a 13x9. And I'm going to mention it again, just so you guys don't forget, but you do get 2, every size that I'm showing you here, you're going to get 2 of those hoops with the machine. So you, every single time you do it, like I said, if you're running duplicates or multiple logos, there's no downtime waiting for this hoop to be done running so that I can rehoop my next project. You're always one step ahead of the machine, which gains you speed, gains you production. We are a very industrial company, so production is what it's all about. With the cap system, let me grab that here to show you guys a little closer. Okay, so this is the quick change cap system that I showed you guys earlier. And again, you saw how easy it was. I'm holding the phone with one hand and I took it off with one hand. Your standard cap system, it's going to take you 5 to 10 minutes to take your cap system off, put your tubular arms, bolt them back on. Most of them have separate screws and stuff as well. So you have to keep track of different screws for different, whether it's the cap system or whether it's the tubular arms or your hoop arms. So this takes care of all that headache. It is completely toolless. You don't need anything, and you watch me take it off with one hand. So you're going to get the quick change cap driver with the purchase of the machine. And then again here, this is your cap hoop. So it's a cylinder there. So any type of hat, whether it's structured, unstructured, it has a full 270 degree sewing field. So basically that means ear to ear. So I can start a design over here, run it all the way around the design or the head or the hat to this ear over here. So you have 270 degrees of embroidery area on those. And again, you get 2 of these as well. So if you have one hat running, you can have your second one pre-hooped, ready to go, and your machine really never stops because you're one step ahead of it. To hoop a hat, you are going to have what we call a cap gauge. This comes with the machine as well. So the cap gauge, this is basically a mirror. I'll set this down so you guys can see side by side. That'll stay for me. Put it on its side there. So basically the cap gauge is a mirror of our cap system. So this allows you, whenever you're going to hoop a hat, if your cap system's on the machine, you can't hoop. It's very hard to hoop the hat while it's on the machine. So I already have one mounted to the machine over here. And this is the great thing about the table. So the cap gauge, it just screws right on with a thumb screw there. Screws right onto your table, so you can be hooping your hats here and be running them right up here. So to hoop these, I don't have a hat with me, but I'll show you kind of how the system works. So to hoop these, this just goes on, clicks on. You have your band here, which you then release, put your hat on, and we'll hoop it. And then we'll be ready to run the hat once we hoop our hat on there. So that's everything that comes with the machine. We'll go through it one more time just so you guys understand. So I'll pan back so you guys can see it. So the machine essentially comes like this. The only setup you have is your stand to put together. I forgot to mention earlier, there are three components here to assemble the thread rack, but the machine comes pre-threaded through the head. So as you tie it on, it doesn't take you hours upon hours to thread this. The one thing I would like to add is if you ever do run out of a spool of thread, like you're not watching close enough back here, we do have a video that shows you step by step, basically which knobs to go around, how many turns and everything. So it's very simple. It takes a little bit of time to do. So you're going to get, like I said, the stand. The setup's very minimal. It has the 10.4-inch LCD control panel with the Wi-Fi USB input. Very simple to run, very simple to set designs up. And then you're also going to get those 5 sets of hoops, the 5 different sizes with the cap system as well. So essentially you're getting 6 sets of hoops, which would be 12 hoops total with the cap hoop and the cap system. So Blaine, I think I'm right at that time for you. So I'll pass it back to you. If there's any questions at all, I'd be more than happy to answer those for you.
All right. So has anybody got any questions for Garrett before we let him get out of here? And I'll tell you how you can get one of these. Go ahead and put them in the chat right now if you have any questions about the 12 needle SWF. Again, Garrett said it. We've been selling these for quite a few years now. And man, this thing has just been a huge seller for us. And there's a reason why. It's a great, great machine. And if y'all don't know anything about SWF, you know, they basically got their start in the industrial world as well. The big multi-head machines, these are all industrial type machines, but they kind of made them a consumer pro. They have a 7 needle, a 12 needle, and a 15 for consumer pros. And so it's great. It says, does it take Mighty Hoops, Garrett?
Yes, Mighty Hoops. I didn't put them in the picture, but we do have a bunch over here, Mighty Hoops and all that. Yeah, Mighty Hoops are your best friend. It does come with a bunch of the stock hoops from the factory, but by all means, Mighty Hoops are a cheat code for me.
Yeah. All right. Is there any more questions in there, Kyle, that you can see? All right, Garrett, I don't think there's any more questions. I know we're going to see you again here tomorrow, so we'll see you then. And I think tomorrow we're highlighting a brand new machine from y'all, right?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, the MAS 12s and all that we've highlighted for you guys before are awesome. But with the one tomorrow, it's one that we've packed a lot of stuff into, and I won't release all the information because they got to tune in tomorrow. But it'll be one that I think you guys will like.
I want to give one little hint, Garrett, okay?
All right, you go for it.
I'm going to say 2 words for everybody. Tomorrow's brand new machine, auto tension. That's all I'm saying.
Mic drop.
All right, Garrett. Well, thanks, buddy. We'll see you here tomorrow, okay?
Okay. Thanks, Blaine. Have a good day.
All right, you too. All right, everybody. This is the SWF 12 needle multi-needle machine. And again, look at the price on that, guys. This is fantastic price, $89.99 for a 12 needle machine. You're not going to beat that price anywhere in the world right now. Financing is available, 800-401-8151. And I got to remind you again, it comes with the stand. It comes with 10 hoops. That's what I said. You get 5 sizes of hoops, 2 of each size, plus you're getting the cap driver and 2 extra hat hoops. So you're getting a complete package. You could get this and actually start a home-based business doing hats and different things immediately. This is a money-making machine for you, especially at that price. Low investment of $89.99 for this. And get on the phone right now and give them a call, 800-401-8151, or you can go check this out on our website. You can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, type in SWF in the search bar, it'll take you there, or you can go to SMPLive.tv. Kyle has this product there. You can click on it. It takes you to the product page as well. A lot of different ways to do it. But again, get on that phone right now. Give them a call, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show. And next up, you're in for a treat because we got Floriani in the house, and we've got everybody's favorite. We got Trevor Conquergood coming in. And I tell you what, Trevor, he is just considered one of the best out there. He's an embroidery master, and he, learned from the best, Walter Floriani Jr. And so I tell you what, I love working with Trevor. He is so creative. And the guy, what a lot of people don't know about Trevor, he is a fantastic artist. I've got a hand-drawn picture that Trevor drew when he was down here visiting San Diego of the San Diego skyline that he did one night just sitting in his hotel board, sketched it out by hand. It is awesome. And I tell you what, we love him coming on the show. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Trevor Conquergood. What's up, Trevor? Muted. You're muted. Yeah. I think your StreamYard feed is muted.
I got it.
There he is.
Muted now. Thank you. And thanks for such a nice introduction, Blaine. Are you talking about this one here that I stitched one for me too,
Yes, that's it.
San Diego skyline. That's like the view from Blaine's house, you guys. If you just, when you're at the pool party there, you can see.
That is awesome. Hey, how are you doing, man? Hadn't seen you. It seems like it's been a couple months.
I love visiting your store, Blaine. It's a beautiful sewing store in a beautiful part of the world. And I can't wait to come back. Did you get the postcard I mailed you guys? Because I mailed you a postcard.
Yes, we got it. I know you're coming back again pretty quick, right?
I am. It's going to be in October the 2nd and 3rd. This is some of the stuff that I made last time I was in town. We made patches, remember? I had one sewing right at the front door. If you walked in the door, there was a machine.
That's awesome.
Today it's Hoopfest, Blaine. And
I'm telling you,
we're going to do some nap control on towels for Hoopfest.
There we go. I remember you doing me a towel. It's probably been 2 or 3 years ago now. On one of the Hoop Fest, you did a towel for me. That was pretty cool.
And then that's so that when you're at the pool party, you can show off and talk about Hoop Fest.
Yeah. All right. Well, Trevor, we're going to let you get going. You got a lot to cover, and we'll see you back here in just a little bit.
Right, I sure do. Yeah, switch to my screen instead of my face. Thank you very much. And then that's perfect, you guys. So basically, we have put together just an amazing bundle for this Hoop Fest, you guys. It's an amazing Floriani Hoop Fest bundle. Includes our wonderful Floriani Fusion software and a bundle of things like Floriani You Design It collections, 15 of them. There's a beautiful tool set. You get stabilizers and wonderful embroidery thread. I just love it. And Floriani Fusion is absolutely the best embroidery software. If you're brand new to Floriani, you will absolutely love this. It does all of these things. It comes with 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, onions, sesame seed bun, the works. It's called Floriani Fusion, and I'm going to show you guys in the next 25 minutes all about it. The Floriani library and how easy it is to browse for embroidery designs, resize your designs, because honestly, Blaine, most people I know don't buy the software because they have a burning desire to digitize. That comes later. Really, most people just want to edit the stuff they are collecting and repurpose it. And so you can resize your designs. all kinds of great tools, the sewing simulator, thread match, because sometimes it matters what thread brand, you buy the designs and you want them to display in the thread that you're actually going to stitch in. Well, we have all the thread brands. And of course, Save to Sew is like the big time tool that everybody loves, because it'll actually analyze your embroidery design and tell you how to make it better. It'll actually make it better for you so that it sews perfectly on any fabric that you choose. And that's the Floriani family secrets. You guys, you'll love that. Auto digitizing, because eventually you're going to want to make something from scratch, and your kids are going to have pictures. Your customers are going to have logos, and you can do it amazing. The text, there's so many beautiful fonts, and it's almost unlimited, really, because not only does it come with, I think, 82 fonts, it works with TrueType fonts, so you can automatically convert any TrueType font into embroidery. And then there's all the fun multicolored fonts that we include, and there's a bunch of beautiful kind of multicolored fonts. And really what you're going to find out is that Floriani is artwork-based embroidery, and if you have actual artwork already, like an SVG, you can instantly convert it into embroidery. And if you have JPEGs, you can auto digitize them. So there's all kinds of tools, you guys, to do layouts and color sort and more. And why don't we just bring up the Floriani software and kind of jump right into it? And so what I just said was there's a library, and there's a browser. You just browse any folder of your computer or anywhere. We have a library that comes with designs. And when you use the library on the side to browse, it's very iconized. So it's very easy for me to see. And this is showing me embroidery designs. It's also showing me JPEG images, even SVG artwork. I can see it all here with an icon. And if there's a design I want to open, I just click on it and then click and drag to bring it into my workspace. And now I have the butterflies on the screen. And if I click on it, it will select it and it'll put a box around it here. Let's hide our grid, and there's a lot of things that you can turn on and off, like 3D view or an embroidery hoop on and off. And of course, you could select the embroidery hoop if you tell it what software or what format, I should say, that you use. Then the program has all the pre-made hoops, and you can easily choose an embroidery hoop. You can select this design, and if I ungroup it, I could click and drag to select, just the one butterfly that I want. And I could click copy to have a whole nother butterfly in my layout. Or for that matter, I could click on the copy button and start a new design and paste it over there. Now the butterfly's away from its other design, and I could go back to my library and say, hey, maybe I want to put a bunny rabbit with my butterfly. And now I've got, so I put my hoop on my screen and I make sure that everything is kind of like where it needs to be, and you're ready to kind of take it to the machine. But maybe you want more butterflies, Blaine, because you can really never have enough. If it's a swarm of butterflies, Blaine, how many do you want? So basically, let's pick this butterfly up and make with the duplicate tool. So here's a tool that says duplicate. Now I can just click and drag to make another butterfly, and it'll take a moment to generate this new butterfly. And every time I click and drag, we'll get a new butterfly, and I can control how big it will be or kind of where it's going to go. And you can have them just kind of flutter around. And then when you let go, it lands on your screen. So you could have a butterfly, a whole swarm of them, with your bunny rabbit. No, the only thing is every time I make a new butterfly, the program adds it to the end, right? So at the end, you're starting to see the slow redraw toolbar here. I could click play and it would start to, stitch out the design. Or I could just quickly watch it sew by grabbing on the little kind of play head, and you can also watch it sew backwards if you want to. But the idea is it's got a slow redraw. And what I'm noticing is the colors are repeating, right? So there's a color sort tool. you would just click on color sort, and that would organize all of the pinks together, you know, so that it does all of the light pink at the same time. Now, when I click start and I watch it slow redraw, it doesn't have as many color stops, I guess is the point. So yeah, at some point you're going to be fully ready to stitch it out, and you want to take it over to the machine, and you can use the famous tool that everybody loves, Blaine. It's called Save to Sew. And when I click on Save to Sew, the most important thing is, what are you sewing it on, right? Because there's a whole library of fabrics that I could choose from in here, and they're all very different, you know. And when you're sewing on fleece, it's very different than when you're sewing on jeans, and when you're sewing on t-shirts and muslin and everything. And these are the Floriani family secrets, not secrets, sorry, family recipes, I'll call them. And if I choose polar fleece, now, if I don't check the checkbox, the software is not allowed to touch the design, and it won't change anything, but it will give me a recipe. But if I do check the checkbox, then the software is allowed to make changes to my design. And so when I say next, the program is analyzing the bunny rabbit and all of the butterflies, and it's considering, you know, if you're sewing them on fleece, does it have the right underlay? And is it the right density? And all of these kind of factors. And so it takes a moment, you know, to think about it. And when it's done, it's going to come back with the Floriani family recipe for stabilizer. So it's going to tell us, okay, if you're going to sew this on polar fleece, this is how you do it, kind of thing. And so it just takes a time, because I guess I copied, and so there's, like, you know, a bunny rabbit and 4 butterflies, and all of them are being analyzed right now by the software, and kind of figuring out, I guess, how many you know, stitches is the best number, and how to kind of make sure that when you sew on a t-shirt that you have the right settings. And so, yeah, it takes a moment for it to kind of finalize, but it's probably almost done now. And then we'll know, because it'll come back with the pictures that tells us what kind of stabilizer. Here you go. So this is what I'm saying. Step 2 now is, how do you sew on polar fleece, right? And there's the whole recipe. It says use Floriani Perfect Stick Stabilizer, and, you know, stick the item down, and don't forget to top it with Floriani Heat and Gun. And if you're like, what the heck's Floriani Perfect Stick Stabilizer? I never heard of that one before, Blaine. Click right here and you can watch a YouTube video. Click right here to get the product info, and I can promise you that Floriani Perfect Stick can be purchased on the SMP website, you guys. So that's the kind of cool thing about it. If I click finish, it's actually going to ask me to save the design. I can save it in any embroidery format. You can save it into the commercial embroidery formats for your, you know, commercial embroidery machines. You can save it to any home embroidery format. And the cool thing is, now, if I look really closely at my design, you'll see kind of how the thread looks. You know, if I turn on 3D, then you don't see that underlying stitches as much. But if I say undo, that's the amount of kind of underlay that the original designer used on this bunny. But when the software was told it was sewing on fleece, so redo, you can see how much additional underlying stitching was added in. And so that's the kind of cool thing about Save to Sew. And another cool thing about Save to Sew, that whole stabilizer recipe, it got added into my design notes. So you can actually make your own design notes over here if you want to, make changes to them. But if I click print preview right now, I'm going to get a printed template with all of my instructions, how to sew the design, including the stabilizer recipe. And so that's really cool. People who are learning to embroider love Save to Sew. Let's move on from that. Let me click on new workspace, and let's just quick talk about text, because text isn't that one of the most important things. And I'll just put down some horizontal text, and it's just going to always remember whatever font I used last. And you can click here to choose. There's over 80 some odd fonts that it comes with, and you can add your own. You know, when you purchase fonts, you can do what's known as font importer. That is a thing. And it's really easy to do what's known as enveloping with your text. And so you can be very creative with your text. There's handles to do the letter spacing. If there's anything about the letters you don't like, if you grab the gold handles, you can move one letter independently of the rest, kind of thing. And it's a very easy to use program. I will say Floriani, once you get the swing of it, very intuitive. And those multicolored fonts, just look in your library under fonts. here you go, the Academy, the fancy anniversary script, one of my favorites, you know, and it's like you want to do some beautiful initials for somebody, get a beautiful embroidery design like that. And so there's a lot of very cool ones in there, like the old-fashioned monograms. And check out, you know, all the old-fashioned monogram fonts. And so there's some beautiful lettering. We'll just leave it at that because I want to move on to I love this about the Floriani software. I'm just going to start new. It's what I call artwork-based embroidery. This is a library of shapes, you know, and when I say shapes, I mean SVG artwork, right? Like, and a lot of people are collecting that, Blaine, because their digital cutting machines cut them. All the graphic programs make them. Here's an ice cream cone. This is not an embroidery. It's artwork, right? See, I can click on the cone. I can change its color. You know, I can click on, or I guess that's the ice cream, Blaine, sorry. This is the cone. I can click on the cone. I can click on, and I can, you know, I can, not only that, I can click here to make it a run stitch, or I can click here to make it a motif run stitch, or here to make it a steel stitch, or here to fill it in, you know, or turn on 3D, click here to give it a fancy fill, you know, oh, now it looks like a waffle cone, you know, I get it, or a motif fill, and now it's got a real decorative spot, or, you know, or applique. You know, now I've made it an applique. So if you watch this sew out, it'll actually, now it's embroidery, right? We converted with one click the cone from SVG artwork into an applique. It has color 1, then color 2, and then color 3. It's as easy as that. So now I can click the ice cream and click on applique. And now I have 2 layers of applique. And so the design would have, I guess, 6 color stops, right? For all of that. If you wanted to, a lot of times we want to do what's known as layered applique, Blaine. So basically you have one applique that's underneath the other one. And so you select them both, you know, and then you right click, and it's called remove overlaps. And it just gets rid of the, whatever was in the first, you know, layer of applique that you don't want. It trims it. And it gets rid of the cover stitches too. And it just leaves kind of the artwork so that you can do your fabric. And then the second applique covers the first one, that's called layered applique. If you click on the applique pieces and you look at your properties box, you can take control. You know, I just gave 1 click for applique, but now I could take 2 clicks and make my appliques a motif and do like a crazy edge on my applique, or do a blanket edge on my applique, and now it'll have more of that like handmade look to the applique, Blaine. So all of these things are super easy to do when you have artwork. You know, if you don't have artwork, what do you have but a JPEG, right? So the puppy here, he's a JPEG. And if all you have is a JPEG, then you have other tools to digitize them, because see, the puppy, when I say JPEG, I mean made of pixels. Can you see what I'm saying? He's got a lot of pixels, you know, the little dots of color. Somebody's got to do the digitizing, and I know there's a pencil, and I know that you can go click, click, click. There's actually 3 different modes of drawing. You can go click and drag. There's a Bezier tool. This is about drawing your own vector shapes. But what I'm saying is you may want to use the magic wand. And the magic wand right here, if I just click on the puppy's ear, it traces it. See, and click on his other ear, trace that too. So now I've got his ears, you know, and now I can select the ear and say, yep, make it an applique, you know, or make it a fill, you know, and that's the kind of choice that you get. Click on your puppy, fill him in. If you go fully automatic digitizing, so instead of manually doing it like I am, you can hit the wizard hat and be like, look, can't you just like get the software to do it? Yes, this is like the AI level right now. It's like artificial intelligence. Just select the puppy and say, okay, and go through like a series of questions. So first one is, how big do you want them to be? And currently the artwork is like just under 2 inches tall. But if I type in 4, it'll make me a 4-inch puppy. You know, you can choose it any size, and it's only suggesting like, you know, a few shades of brown. But you know, when I zoomed in there, you saw all those shades, you know, there's lots more, and you can add them in if you want them. You know, but I think it did a good job. It figured out, right, how many you probably want. Then it's talking about the background color, and do you want it yes or no? And if there was anything missing, there's a slider to for sort of your sensitivity while it vectorizes your JPEG. But when it's done, it wants to know, what do you want to do with lock stitches? And I'll just choose always for now, but you can choose, a trim distance so that it knows, when to trim. But when I say finish, boop, now it's going to auto digitize the dog and make the whole design, for us, kind of like all in one shot. And so that's auto digitizing versus manual digitizing, right? Yes, I can still click the ear. And even though I didn't make it, I can still click applique, and convert it into applique. So it's really that easy. If you don't have SVG artwork, you just have a JPEG, then you're using the automatic tools to make it, is what it kind of boils down to. What didn't I show? The nap control. Remember, I saved it on my desktop. Here's the SMP logo that I made for Blaine, for his towel, for his pool party. And so there it is. What you're looking at, let me hide the first color for a second. So really that's the logo, right? I just totally snitched it off his website and digitized it. It didn't take me but a minute to make this kind of present. And now I want to sew it on the towel. And towels, I always use a topper, you guys. And so I'm going to use a topper, but with a topper, I'm going to have all the little topper to get out of the P and the R and everywhere. Do you know what I'm talking about? Toppers and little bits, because it's not necessarily ideal, right? So, and another thing is, if you do what I'm about to show you, which is select your text, right? So select that color. And this is the button up top here on the top row called nap control. When I click on that, it asks me for an amount, an offset amount, so you can control how far around your embroidery that this happens. But when I say okay, it creates a background. And look now, it's actually, it's going to be sewn tone on tone. You're not going to see it, but I love this because it's going to be so much easier to remove the topper. Because yes, I'm still going to use a topper, but the first color of the design I'm going to sew tone on tone. So this, purpley color is what's known as a mesh fill, and it'll just simply sew. It'll flatten down the towel, so that when your lettering sews on top, and just imagine that you're doing like the word, the Christmas towel, like Santa Claus's towel, the fur always wants to cover up the words and make them disappear. But if you put this nap control around them and sew it in white on white so it hides, it really works. Blaine, I'll show you. When we come back on, I'll hold up the towel. You can't even see that nap control unless you get inside the 2-foot zone, which is that personal zone anyway. Nobody gets inside that unless they're, and all that happens is, oh, there's a cool white background behind there, but you don't really notice it. Yeah. So nap control is one of the fun ones that you can just do, easy peasy kind of thing. Another one that people love, or get the kids over, or maybe the grandkids, is you design it, right? The you design it. This is part of the bundle. You get all the you design it's, and there's like a whole collection of them. This is just monsters is just one of them, but there's monster trucks and there's robots and there's jam jars and all kinds of neat things. You choose the monster, and then you have to decide what kind of body parts he has. And if you just click play, it'll start making monsters for you, kind of thing. But the idea is that you get to design the monster, or your kids can design, or your friends can design their own monster. Or instead of monsters, here we'll just stop that and you could. I love the stick figures, because now you can design every person in your family for the family reunion. You can all have little name tags with a little person on it. You choose what their bottoms look like. You choose what kind of top they're wearing, and then you move in. And there's basically all the different elements. So you get your head would be next, kind of thing. So what head shape do you want to give them? And once you choose a head shape, now you can choose a face, kind of thing. And so what kind of face do you want to give them? And it's so much fun. Yeah, this is called You Design It. And again, you can just click play, and it will start making people for you. And when you're done and you simply say, okay, it makes the design, and if at that point you can edit, right? You can go, oh, that skateboard's not big enough. Mine's like way bigger than that. And you can make it bigger. That's the cool thing about artwork-based embroidery, and Floriani makes it easy. I think what I didn't say was, first of all, how easy it is to learn. So Stitch Editor, Color Play, all these tools help learning. Okay, so our website, the RNK Software Club's website, you'll click on Floriani Fusion. Now the entire website is about Floriani Fusion. There are training videos, dozens of them. I don't think you'll ever find a company in the world that does more to train free videos than we do. You'll get a new email every Friday in your inbox. There are other Floriani programs that you can add. You'll be getting the Floriani Rainbow software with your thread. So when you buy the bundle, it also came with some goodies of thread. And that thread has what's known the Floriani Rainbow tool. And so maybe later in the week, I can show you more about the Rainbow tool. But it's really a wonderful program. Other than help learning and all the great videos, unbelievable customer support, you guys. I guess the tier 2 customer smart. We have a person that's dedicated to customer support all day long. You can call our office, but probably the best way to get support is to go back on our website and just click on support, and just make a ticket. You will be astonished how quickly you get a reply. But you can call our office toll free, and I don't know how many sewing companies or any companies in the world really can say that, and a human being answers the phone. It's really quite amazing. And I know you can call SMP because this bundle is unbelievable, and you're going to want to call SMP because it's got over $4,000 worth of goodies. You guys, you get 30 spools of 1,000 meter Floriani thread. It's the Mist collection. It comes with the Floriani Rainbow software. You get the Floriani Hoop and Go. That's 15-inch stabilizer assortment. You get all of those Design It collections that I was talking about, and those are fun to use. You're going to get the Floriani 5-piece tool set, the Floriani Fusion embroidery software. I mean, this is the most amazing embroidery bundle we've ever put together, Blaine. It does all these amazing things. I didn't even touch on most of that, and you get it for an unbelievable value. The thread alone is worth $324.99, and the stabilizer bundle, you get the Wet and Gone, you get the Power Mesh, you get Heat and Stay, and our Perfect Stick Stabilizer. If you've never tried our sticky stabilizer, you're going to love Floriani Sticky Stabilizer. Everybody loves our scissors, Blaine. You're going to want the scissor assortment, and so this is an amazing bundle. Because you get all of these Design It collections and really just so much more. And it couldn't be easier to do. Let me do one more for you guys. This is kind of a little hurrah at the end here. But so I'm going to do auto. Let's start a new workspace because I went on the internet and I just downloaded your logo, Blaine. I'm like, maybe we could do the SMP logo. And so the next time I come, I can do a new thing or something. So I just literally went on the internet, found your logo on your website. Wasn't really super high quality, but we'll work with what we got. Maybe I should have asked for a better one, but the auto digitizing works really good. It can see that it's 5.5 inches wide, and I could make it, as any size that I want. Here it's okay. I really just see one red, and it's like there's 3 here. So we'll just delete one and delete one, and I see 2 blacks too, and I'm not sure about that. So there, white, red, and black looks good to me, right? Next. Okay, everything looks like it's there, but if it wasn't, I could play with the slider. That's the kind of what this stitch is about. And then one more thing, we'll just tell it to always trim the thread. You can always add thread trims in distances later, but right now we'll just say finish, and it works on the design. And so now we're making SewingMachinesPlus.com into embroidery, and boom, it's done. Now, it's pretty good, Blaine. I mean, our software is pretty good, but sometimes I like to take control because I can click on this piece now and say, well, fill is good, but maybe satin would look cool, and oh, that's really cool. But, and for sure, like with the text, right? Like, don't you think the S would look nicer in a satin? So yeah, it's really as easy as that. The software kind of auto digitized it, but if you didn't like the stitching that it created, then you can go in and kind of modify it. Right here, let's just do all of it. I presume satin is going to be the choice for all of those pieces, so I'll do them all at one time. And look at that. So really you can do a logo pretty quick. And I'll tell you, it couldn't be easier to learn the software, Blaine. So I hope that everybody's excited about the software as much as I am. But I'm coming back on Wednesday. But don't miss Jennifer tomorrow. You guys, Jennifer's going to be going over some of the cool things in our designer series. Let me just give you a sneak peek of the clothesline of the Design It's. These are those collections that I was talking about. There's 15 of them. And I know I'm kind of coming down to the end of my time, Blaine. So if you want to switch me back on into screen, that's fine. But these are all the Design It collections. And there's 15 of them. So you can always come on our website to learn more about those, you guys. But yeah, anyway, so it was great being here, Blaine, and thank you so much for getting me to be part of Hoopfest 2025. Can't believe it. I can't believe it. Was that a lot? You might have to rewind and watch it again. I don't really ever stop, but I can't hear you. I don't know. Maybe this time it's you that's muted.
I believe we're swapping batteries. Give us 1 second.
There you go. I got you now, Blaine. I can hear you. Or I can hear.
That's Kyle over here. I believe Blaine's
good. So I can talk about what.
batteries in.
So I understand that next time I come to town, Blaine's hosting a party. It's going to be a big pool party.
Yes, he is.
All the SMP staff have been invited.
Barbecue and everything.
You guys, I hope you had fun. I love Floriani software, and I'm actually the software manager at R&K. I did put my email up at the very beginning, and you're always welcome to reach out to me, personally if you have any questions. Yeah, did we get you back, Blaine?
Yeah, my battery pack. Kyle kept telling me change your batteries; they're getting low, and I forgot.
It's only going to cost you a pool party. It's been announced.
Well, hey, thank you so much. I tell you what, I really do appreciate Floriani putting this special bundle together, because the bundles you're seeing on the show this week are bundles they exclusively for SMP they put together. So we really do appreciate that. And Trevor, I know we're going to see you up here again this week. So
yeah, enjoy it. I can't wait to see you guys again.
All right, buddy. See you then.
Bye, Blaine.
All right, everybody. This is what they call the floral focal bundle. Okay. And again, look at the price on that. It's normally over $4,000 worth of product you're getting here. You're getting it all for $699, which is incredible. Trevor he talked about each individual product that's in this bundle. And this is such a good bundle. We do have some financing available for this bundle, and we're going to ship it absolutely free right to you. Again, give us a call, 800-401-8151 if you want to learn a little bit more about the bundle. And you can also just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in the very top search bar up there, you can just type in focal bundle, just like that, focal bundle, and it'll come up to that product page, and you can see and read about all the different things in the bundle. But I'd really encourage y'all, if y'all are interested in this at all, get on that phone and give us a call right now. This is such a great price that they've extended to us for this and put this bundle together. So great offering today. And again, Trevor's knocks a home run every time he comes on. Great job for him. And all right, so team, we're going to continue on with the show. And we've got Happy Embroidery coming back up again. And we're going to we're going to do a little bit deeper dive in there. And so is Matt coming back, or is it? Okay. Well, Matt, I think Matt's there too. So let's go to Happy and see who we get.
Perfect. We ran down the Radio Shack 10 years back and got another camera.
There we go.
I think we're up and running. It turned out to be a router, I think, on this side of the building.
Yeah, you're sounding great. Got a great picture. So we're going to let y'all take it away. And we'll come back here in about 25 minutes and tell them how they can get one.
Sounds good. All right, everybody. I'm going to let Renee take it from here. We're going to merge both things we were going to talk about today, ease of use and the 701 and the 701P. Renee?
Thank you, Matt. So I'm excited here to be at Hoopfest, and I want to show you all there is to know about these two 7-needle machines. They are the darlings of the Happy Japan line of embroidery machines, multi-needle embroidery machines. And we want to show you what's really neat about the designs of these machines. And it doesn't matter where you are as far as if you're into sewing, embroidery, or somewhere a mix of both, quilting. These are at a really nice junction between all those things that you're doing because of the way these things are laid out. So if you know a little bit about Happy Japan, or if you've never heard of them before, they have started out in the 80s building very large multi-head machines that were used in factories. So they're used to building machines that are used to working for a long time and working hard. So what you're looking at are the descendants of these machines. And this is the side of that product line. And what comes from that side is the built-in durability and hardworkingness that is in these machines, so that you can try stuff that maybe you always wanted to try with your sewing machine or your single needle machine. So what you're looking at is, let me start with the overall layout of the machines. So when we introduced these machines had nothing else like them, because when you're used to a sewing machine, you've got a big table that you're laying your garment on, or even some of your 6-10 needle machines, which are really nice. And when you put your garment on here, then you embroider on it. But what's new with these machines is, I'm going to go ahead and rotate this to the side, is this takes the free arm design to the next level. This arm that's built in with both Model 7 needle machines is hanging in space. This compact machine design, it's about the size of your small multi-needle machines, has all the weight back here, so you can hang just about anything that you want to embroider on, whether it's a market tote, a suitcase, and it's because this is a nice, well-built arm, so that it'll hold up just about anything. You can see I'm kind of leaning on this, and the machine's not really moving. So whether it's golf bags, again, just large items, you're not restricted by legs on either side. So that's going to be something, if you've got in your sewing room, again, tabletop machines, or even some single needle and multi-needle machines, even a lot of larger machines that you spend a lot more money on, don't have that free arm design. So you can see that in these two 7-needle machines. And of course, the other thing about them too is what I was talking about is when they come from their commercial heritage, is that their industrial base is that they also have a steel frame inside. So as you're running them, if you want to run bigger projects, or maybe you want to get a little bit entrepreneurial and do a business, and maybe you've people like the onesies that you're putting out for your kids and for your relatives, and they start really loving your stuff. Well, even starting with our 7-needle base model here, we've had so many people that have run these as a business. You can run them several hours a day, 8 hours a day, nonstop. With a 10-year warranty that's backing these machines, you'll have no fear as far as taking your production, if you want to go that direction, or if you just want to take on larger projects with lots of stitches and really, really good looking stitch art. These machines are completely unafraid of that. And speaking of which, the control panels are built for that. You're looking at 100 million stitches worth of memory, or 3,000 designs. And also, every design that you load in can accommodate up to 255 color changes. So if you want to do something just really, really gorgeous with all kinds of colors, or if you want to take one design like a keychain and just repeat it, these machines also come with a decently deep sewing field. So your 11.5 by 11.25 sewing field, whereas you might be used to maybe a nice horizontal sewing field, this gives you that vertical depth, which lets you do things like full jacket backs or fronts. But also these nice square deep hoops also lend themselves very well to many repeats, such as patches. Got a lot of people running patches, a lot of people running keychains, fobs, very, very large in the hoop designs. And also for you quilters out there, one thing about quilt sections is that they're often done in squares. So this shape really, really lends itself very well to sewing sections of quilts in one go. So it's a really nice layout that the sewing field has given you. So the machines both have that 11.5 by 11.25 inch sewing field going for them. And again, you can do that either traditional embroidery items such as hoodies, shirts, jacket backs, leather. Machines are completely unafraid of that. But on top of that, also, you can see also with this machine here, we've got the hat driver on it. These machines run hats just as well as flat goods. You can see, for example, here Matt's showing this 3D puff hat on a trucker hat layout. And you know how popular trucker hats are with the kids, with everybody that wants designs on them. And they're pretty tough to embroider on, but you can see that this is even 3D puff. You can see that we've sewn a layer of 3D foam on top of that. And not only did we cover it with stitches, but we covered it with several layers of stitches. We sewed this a couple of hours ago on the 7-needle P over here, no thread breaks whatsoever. So if you've ever tried to embroider hats, we all know what a pain they are. But partly because of that industrial heritage, these machines are built to be able to do that kind of embroidery as well as flat. So if you've ever been afraid of embroidering hats, start with a 7-needle, the 7-needle P. You're going to soon love it just as much as you sew out flat goods. So that is one of the nice things, again, about the design of these machines. You can really just be unafraid of taking on just about anything that you can drive a needle through. Really,
yeah, dog collars, leashes, anything thick, horse blankets.
Right.
I got ladies in Texas doing horse blankets on a 7P for monograms, and that's unbelievable on a machine that's this size and portable.
And remember, because of that 100 million stitch memory, and because of thank you, Matt, and because of the way they're built, you can run a 200,000 stitch, 300,000 stitch design, or just a lot of them nonstop. I know that there are a lot of good machines out there where they put out really good embroidery. You got to give them a rest after a little while. Not these. You can really run them for a long time, and especially comes in handy when the rush comes. You know, we're at baseball season now. Teams are going to want their stuff, and they're going to want all of them all at once. So you know how that goes. If you're hooked up with a little league team, or you're just having a family event, these things do not hesitate to put out that kind of work. And again, we're talking a compact machine where they're barely over 100 pounds. And if you look on the side of this machine, the dimensions are basically 11 by 17. That's basically the space that they take up. So that's 2 sheets of paper. That's the only amount of space that it requires to sit. It'll fit really nicely in your sewing room alongside your sewing machine, your quilting machine, your long arm, and you can enhance what you can do by doing, again, full quilt squares, and then combine your projects using this machine with your other equipment. And also the other big thing about these machines is that they're very easy to use, which we'll get to in a little bit. But I've shown you basically what both machines can do. But we've had this machine, the base 7-needle, which is incredibly capable for a while. But then we introduced the model over here, and that's the P. And and so the P model takes us up to the next level. So whereas the 7-needle standard can do all that embroidery and do it tirelessly, what we have to do motors done by Jason. Okay, that's okay. All right. So basically, what we've done is fitting in the same compact space. They've enlarged the motor about 5 times, and they've also beefed up the drive system. I've helped a lot of people with these machines, taking these apart, and it's really a wonder to see how much stronger this is. And what that translates to is that, let's say that you've got a design that takes maybe 30 minutes on the other machine. So on this machine, it's going to maintain higher speeds so that what took 30 minutes might take 25 minutes. And that may not be a big deal, but if you're sewing over a week, then really you're starting to save on the order of like an hour or 2. And that's time that you get back. Or instead of sewing maybe 3 pieces per hour, you're sewing 4 and 5. So you have a higher sustained speed. Or if you're not looking for production, the other thing about this is that you could also have more power, which means that you can sew in bigger, thicker items, and again, tirelessly more layers. And that hat that Matt just brought up here is a really good example. Again, I can't show this enough. It's just the layering here. This is really high dense foam, and if this isn't something that you pick up at a hobby store. This is a foam that you can't even compress with your fingers. It's so stiff, but it really, really makes your letters, your designs really pop. And if you've ever done any embroidery and people are looking for that raised detail, it's really sharp. That high density foam is nice, but it's harder to drive through. But that P machine here, right out of the box when we started selling these. This is something, again, you pick up through SewingMachinesPlus.com. This incredibly compact, yet incredibly capable machine. You'll be able to do this easily without any special adjustments. So what you're getting in the difference between both machines, again, is that, again, big capability between the two of them. You're able to sew out large items just like much larger machines with this 11.5 by 11.5 field. You've got the true free arm machine that even larger machines can't do. But then you can decide between the two of them if you're needing a little bit more power, you're needing a little bit more durability. That P model here, again, gives you much higher sustained speeds and greater production numbers, or just the fearlessness of being able to go through thicker items as well. So that's the breakdown between the two of them. Again, a lot of memory. You take up a lot of complicated designs. You can do things like applique, patches, without any kind of fear, any kind of really artful embroidery that has gradients and other kinds of layering. Metallic thread, not a problem at all.
Tennis shoes.
Yeah, tennis shoes, very, very thick.
Anything at all.
In fact, we run these machines alongside our much larger machines, models that have more power, and of course, they're a little bit more of an investment. But this P model keeps up with these large machines. You really are not losing anything as far as embroidery capability. Now, that's just scratching the surface as far as the overall layout and design of the 7-needle machines. But let's get into what Happy's really gotten known for is the ease of use for these machines. So number one is that they are very easy to maintain and operate and learn. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a little bit about the control panel here. So both of these machines have the same control panel. In fact, our entire Happy lineup has a control panel. So if you buy one of these from Sewing Machines Plus and then get a different model from them, then you'll be able to operate both machines without any cross training. So I'm going to take a look at the control panel on this machine here. And basically what you're looking at is that the way Happy designed this is that they wanted you to have to learn the absolute minimum to do the everyday tasks that you're going to do, which is basically loading a design into the control panel and then setting its colors and then aligning it in a hoop. You're basically doing that for every job, no matter what. So, for example, if I want to take a USB stick and you can load that in, you've got 3 ports here, or you can direct connect to your computer. I'm just going to stick a USB stick in here because it doesn't have to be any specific one. It can be any one that you buy at Walmart or Fry's Electronics. And then there's a button. And this is really where the magic comes in, is that those 3 functions I talked about, loading the design in, setting the colors, and then aligning them in the hoop, those buttons are right here. So we don't have to go into any menus. It's right here in the front. So if I want to read in a design, I press the USB stick reader, it starts searching for all the compatible patterns. The machine reads DST and TAP, very common sewing formats. They come up, it'll either bring it up to you in a list, or if you press a button here, it shows you in a preview so that you can see information about them, how many colors, how many stitches, the size in inches or millimeters. So you can load something so you know what you're looking for visually, you don't have to remember the names. And then we'll just pick the design. So we'll just pick a simple logo here. Loads automatically, it's in there. And then one thing, now we're into this reading screen. You can go into all kinds of screens, but what I really like about this machine is that at the bottom right corner of the machine, there's a home button. So no matter where you are, if you ever get lost or you just want to get back to sewing, that just hit the home button. It takes you back. You're right there. And since we just loaded a design, it's now the design that we're working with. And not only that, but the machine is now asking you for the next step. Remember that second step was, how do we want to assign some colors? So we just press the button next to the color codes, and then we tell it what color we want it to. Like, for example, I want this to be red, so I'll press red. It moves on to the next section, and it highlights it so you know which color which section of the design we're assigning that color to. I know that needs to be white. And then finally, the last section it's highlighting, I know that needs to be blue, so I press blue. And let's see if we got it right. There's always a little magnifying glass that shows us whatever we're doing, how we can close in view that so we can see if our progress is good. Now this is upside down because it's automatically flipping the design because we picked a hat hoop, and hats mount on the machine upside down. So the machine is always orienting the design the way the type of hoop is selected on the machine. And speaking of which, another thing that I really like about these machines is that, you know, you're going to have your standard happy hoops that come with the machine. But the nice thing about these hoops selection that you have with your happy embroidery machine is that you also have a hoop memory. So you'll have a couple of these that will come in the box with you. But as you know, SewingMachinesPlus.com has a wide variety of hoops that are really popular. I'm sure some of you have at least dealt with mighty hoops and how magic these are and how much trouble they take out of the hooping process. Well, this is something that you can actually load a picture of that hoop into the machine, even though maybe when this hoop was brand new, it didn't exist with the machine. You have 3 hoop files you can load in, so that just like the hoops that are on the machine, you can have accurate outlines so you can line up your designs perfectly on whatever you're sewing on. And also, here's another example too. This is a new thing that came out. This is from Durkee. This is called the multi-needle name frame. What's really nice about this. Again, it fits on your happy machine, your 7-needle machine like this, as well as a variety of other machines that you can find at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And it really takes the guesswork. If you ever thought about doing lanyards for schools, for the kids, or if you want to do name tapes, or if you've got that military person in your life and you want to do their name tags, this is how it's done. So basically, you put this onto the machine, and you've got screws that tighten and hold them down. You basically just loosen your screws, and then you can slide continuous tape through here and sew as many names as you want to. Also great for dog collars. I know that, for example, you can put the name, the phone number for all those pets who get lost. You can save so many pets out there by putting them on there and just be your neighbor's biggest fan because you've decorated their dog collars, and none of their pets are going to get lost anymore. So that's really great with a multi-needle name frame. So, all right, so I'm going to set that down, but this is something that attaches, and it's surprisingly affordable. Again, look at it in SewingMachinesPlus.com. Basically just all kinds of popular industry attachments that you can fit on these machines. So really the sky is the limit as far as your creativity. Again, with the open sewing arm that lets you sew on just an incredible variety of things. This also lets you get into tight spaces like sleeves, pant legs, and other tubular goods. Just because of this, you'll find videos and images of golf bags that are sewing on this as well. This is just the kind of thing that this open design allows with these 2 7-needle machines. Now, as far as ease of use, a couple of other things that I want to show that's kind of baked into the way these machines are built and your experience with them is that I know nobody likes to learn something brand new from scratch. But as I've been mentioning before, you've got 3 buttons that are going to manage your most everyday functions that you're going to do with just about every design you're going to sew out. But there's other stuff on there as well that you want with your sewing machine, your embroidery machine. Your happy machine makes it very easy. For example, common shortcuts like forward and backwards, reading from the stick. And then there are other little apps that are on here. And what you can do, there's a whole list of different apps that you can put on here. This is customizable, just like your iPhone or your Android. In this screen, you've got a couple different pages of apps. And these are functions that may be useful to you or maybe not so useful. For example, if you do a lot of applique, there is a shortcut on here that's called frame out, so that it will kick the hoop out towards you. So if I press this button, and I'm going to go ahead and zoom out here so you can see this, is if I press this button and I hit frame out, now I've got a cap driver on here, so it's not going to move out that much, but I hit the frame out button, it kicks it out towards you. So if I had a bigger hoop, it would kick that all the way out from the needle, so you can place your applique shape, and then you can go back into position or hit start, and it'll go back and automatically and begin sewing. So, or I can just hit my position button just to go right back to where it is. But that's a shortcut that you can add to your machine. There are other things that are in here that are really, really nice. I'm going to get close up on the control panel so you can see. For those of you who like to take your designs to the next level, where you're doing very large designs, too big for even this large 11.5 by 11.25 hoop, this machine makes multi-hoopings really, really easy. There's a shortcut on here that's called 2-point alignment. And basically, in summary, what it's going to do, so we don't have to watch the sew out or anything, the way this is going to work is that, let's say, for example, I'm going to show this hoop here. Every time I show this, when we actually sew it out, it's great. So look for videos that we'll provide on how to do this. But let's say we're going to sew an A, then a B. So let's say I sew the A, and we all want this to be part of some giant tapestry. So I sew the A, unhoop that A, and then slide our tapestry over to sew the B. So this function on here called 2-point alignment lets you pick the two points on the A, and you say, I want it to sew so many inches to the right or to the left or above, and you tell it that. So you go to the points on the A, say, here's my first point, my second point, and then it's going to ask you how far it is, and then you tell it, and it's going to automatically adjust over when you hoop it in the next area for the B. So that's a shortcut you can add. There's all kinds of functions. Something called you can rotate the designs on the spot. You can do quick edits, and you can put that on there. Center, trace, and other popular functions. Basically, you can customize this to your operating style. So that's something that's been really, really popular with the owners of these machines. Again, is this control panel. So a couple other things that I really, really like that I think people get excited about is there's a screen here, for example, that lets you do all your comment edits without you having to do that in software. For example, if you've ever discovered that you're sewing on, let's say that you're sewing and you want to fit it in this hoop into a shirt, but the design is just a little bit too big. Well, in this screen, you can shrink it down right here on the spot without having to go back to the software. So, for example, this design right here, if you can see, it's always telling you how big that is. And this is showing, for example, that this design is about 3/4 inch high by 4 inches wide. Well, let's say that's just a little bit too big. So what I can do is go into that screen, and then here's my scaling button, and I can just knock it down 10%. So 90 by 90. And now that design where it didn't fit before, it will now fit. And you can actually see it. You'll have a live preview of how well it fits on the screen. You didn't have to take it back to your software. You can do it on the spot. And there's a bunch of other features in there that are nice. Another popular one, again, this screen is really, I get a lot of people who are always loving the screen. You can rotate this by degree, flip it around. You can even make your satin stitches a little bit wider. And for those of you who are experienced embroiderers and you've ever wanted to boldface your lettering, or just make that border line up with the inside of your patch, you can make that change right here on the spot. These are common, popular edits that a lot of embroiderers use, and they're available to you here and right here on the screen. So very, very capable screen. You also have onboard lettering, which is really nice. You get 12 fonts. You can get lettering up to 2 inches high. But what's even better about that is that also you have a layout feature, and the layout feature will let you combine designs and lettering if you want to. Any combination you want to, you can lay out right here. You can do custom work without having to leave the screen. In the layout screen, for example, I can load in some artwork that's already in the design. Remember, your machine can hold an entire library of stock designs or whatever you want. So I can pick a logo like this little Cross Swords logo. And if, let's say that I wanted to put a name on this, well, I can go in and just add lettering. So I'll just type ABC. Now I don't have a lettering because this is my little hat sewing field about 2 3/4 inches high, but I've got control of that. I can enter my text. I just type ABC set. I can pick a font, nice little selection of fonts here. I'm just going to put like a little block font on here, and I can make it up to 2 inches high, or I'm going to just do something maybe about just under 1/2 inch high. Now it's going to stack it on top of my lettering, but what really blows people away is that if you can see that the lettering's there, but you can pick it up with your finger and move it down, and now I've got a custom logo, or I can maybe put it over here if I want to. But you're basically live customizing combinations of text and designs, just playing around here a little bit. So I'm going to leave it like this and get home. It's going to ask me if I want to save it, give it a name. I'm just going to call it ABC because that's what I put on there. Let me clear that out, ABC. And now that's a design in memory, and it's of course the active design. I've just added to that logo a little bit of text under there. So right on the spot customization, you could be at a craft fair and you're going to have a printout of your little designs that you created. That's your brand, it's your thing. And they can look at those designs and pick a font, and then you can charge for that. Or you can just do this for family. Maybe do a favorite logo of maybe your high school's mascot or something, and you can just do it right on the spot. So again, very, very capable machines. We hope you see how easy this is between our 2 7-needle embroidery machines from Happy Japan. Again, you can get these through SewingMachinesPlus.com. I know we're running out of time here, so if there are any questions, or Blaine, if there's anything that I've missed, or anything else anybody wanted to comment on, we're here and we're happy to take care of you all.
Well, hey, great job again, man. That machine is awesome. Both of them are. And I guess we'll see you. Hopefully, we're going to see you again more this week, correct?
We'd love to. Yes, we will be here. I will be here. Definitely.
All right, fantastic. All right, guys. Well, thanks to Happy Embroidery there for being one of our platinum sponsors, and we're going to tell them how they can get one now. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll see y'all tomorrow. All right, everybody. This is the Happy 7-needle embroidery machine, and remember, we have 2 different models. This is the one. This is just the pro consumer right here. You see the price, $8,396. We do have a call-in special on that, so get on that phone and give them a call if you're interested in this. Again, we have financing available, 800-401-8151. And then the next one is that they call it the 7-needle embroidery plus. Now, earlier today, you saw Matt showed you the different size of the motors. This one has that big industrial motor. You can run this thing 24 hours a day, nonstop, and it'll handle it. This is strictly made. If you're doing a home-based business and you want to do a lot of embroidery, this is a workhorse. You just set it and let it go, and it's going to sit there and embroider your designs out. This thing is awesome. $11,396. It just depends on which one of these that you want. They're identical in every way other than that motor that makes that thing just a powerhouse. Again, it has some other little components in there to make a difference on them. But again, both of them, we have some special financing for them. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. If you want to take a look at it on our website, you can just type in Happy at the search bar at SewingMachinesPlus.com. It'll take you to that product page, and you'll be able to see them all. All right, guys. Well, Kyle, that's day 1 completed of Hoop Fest.
That was.
Already.
Wow.
Can y'all believe that? This went by so fast
Yes,
today.
today.
Oh, my gosh. It just seemed like we just started.
We've gotten to a groove already.
We're in the groove. Yeah, you're right. So we got 4 more days of this, but we got some things we got to do today. So first of all, we're gonna give a few more things away, but we got to pick our first finalists of the Dream Studio giveaway. So y'all tell me what y'all want to do. Do y'all want to do the finalists first, or do you want to just give some random stuff away? Put it in the chat right now. Let us know what you want to do. Finalists or random? I want to see it in the chat.
I've seen a few spins. There's a finalist, giveaways, finalists. I feel like finalists. Yeah, look at all those.
Everybody wants the finalists first.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah,
so this is what we're going to do. We're going to pick our first Dream Studio finalists for the Dream Studio, and y'all see all that right there. I'll get Kyle to get me a list of all the products that are in there for tomorrow, and we'll be able to tell you exactly what everything is. But y'all can see all the great machines we have there. We have the multi-needle machine. You have all the cabinets. You have all the software. You have the bundles, all different things that we have associated with that. Sewing and embroidery. You have an overlock machine. So there's a lot of great goodies in that bundle. And so Kyle, are you ready?
I'm ready. And this is the finalist.
This is the first finalist, day one.
Studio. This is your eligibility to win.
Yeah, so this is going to be the first finalist that we're going to do for the Friday giveaway of the Dream Studio giveaway. Yes. So we're going to pick a finalist every day this week. And then on Friday, I'm going to pick them out live on air out of my bucket and show you the names. And but anyway, so Kyle, spin that wheel. Let's get our first finalist. Oh, I like it. All right. First finalist. Here we go.
Dale
Brown. Congratulations, Dale Brown. Dale Brown is our first finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway worth $25,000. And we'll pick another finalist tomorrow. And at the end of Friday, we'll pick our winner, and we'll have 4 runner-ups. So we'll get a little prize package as well. So everybody's going to be a winner, but we got to pick one finalist for the grand prize winner on Friday. All right, so let's go ahead and give a few other things away, Kyle. Let's give a $25 gift card away to Sewing Machines Plus. So spin that wheel. Jody Cowan. So congratulations, Jody, watching today from YouTube. So Jody, you just won yourself a $25 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. And how you're going to claim that prize, you need to go to smplive.tv, scroll all the way down to the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit. Once Kyle gets that information, he will email you a gift card code, and it'll save you $25 at checkout when you put the code in. We're going to give one more of these away, Kyle. So spin that wheel again.
Yo,
Patty G.
Good name.
Yo, Patty G is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Patty. You just won yourself a $25 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. Again, claim that prize. Go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit. And once Kyle gets that, he will email you a gift card code. Hey, I saw one of my friends pop up there right before Patty's.
Which
yeah,
one
Margie.
Oh, okay.
My friend Margie. I saw her name. So sorry, Margie. You almost won. All right, let's give another one of the sew mats away. We'll give a sew mat away. And again, we have 13 different colors of these. They come in 4 different sizes other than the red, gold, and blue. And they come in 5 sizes. They got a 2X large for all of those big machines. And I always say, Kyle, if you don't have a mat, you're doing your machine a disservice. Yep. So even if you don't win one, get on there and buy you one. You're going to love these things. All right, Kyle, spin that wheel. Sew Treasures by Maggie. Is that it, Maggie?
Congratulations. Yeah.
So Sew Treasures by Maggie. So congratulations, Maggie. You just won yourself a sew mat from Sewing Machines Plus. So what we need you to do to claim that prize, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information, complete. Most importantly, there's a little note section in there. Just put in what color sew mat you want, what size, hit submit. Once we get that information, we'll ship you one out. That's simple. All right, guys. Well, that is the day one in the bag, Kyle. Woo, in the bag. Can y'all believe it? Man, it went by fast. Well, we are here all this week. We're going to be here again tomorrow. We will start the stream live in the morning at 8 a.m. I'll come on at 8:15. We'll give you a little recap of what's going on. And then don't forget to go vote. Voting is open for the embroidery projects. You can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com at the very top of the page. There's a little word. It says classes and events. Click that, and that'll take you to Hoopfest little banner. Click on Hoopfest. It'll take you to that page, and you can look at the gallery, and it'll show you all the entries. And voting is open, so go vote on your favorite one for the People's Choice. And then we're going to have a judge's choice. Professional judges choose the judge's choice, and we'll announce those winners on Friday as well, and along with the Dream Studio Grand Prize winner. So be here tomorrow for another chance to get, if you didn't, everybody's got a chance each day to be one of the finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway. So hey, what a great way to spend your week is with us. I hope that y'all will. Hope you have a great night tonight. We'll see y'all here in the morning.